Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome to the stream, everybody. We're getting closer to 8 o'clock. We got it working. Yeah. Kismet knocking that technology, giving it an uppercut, getting it working. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. You'll show up right over there. Come on. There we go. It takes a minute. I can fix my green screen. Gotta push it over just a little bit. A little bit this way. There we go. There we go. I'm always fixing stuff, everybody. Always fixing stuff here in the stream. Welcome. I got my cool Satisfactory shirt on today. Now, I had some stuff planned today, but sadly it didn't come through. So we're going to just do our normal schedule of Satisfactory. And maybe we'll do some of that stuff later on in the week. We'll see how it goes. But you can see right over here, boom, right on the server. Now, the server has been running now for nearly 2,000 hours. It's actually right there. And I'll show you here when we get into the main screen. And it's just been running and running and running. And the fact that it's still running tells me that my power is still good. Because otherwise it would have turned all off. So again, even while we were out, it's been in there diligently keeping the power running. Now, of course, we're not really producing anything. So that's kind of a waste of time when it comes to producing stuff. But we've really been working on our primary power more than anything else. So we've been working on our fuel and then our turbo fuel, getting all of that working. And then we're working on our resources and figuring out how to do our nuclear power. And today we're going to work with blueprinting and nuclear power, the two ultimate powers in the game. So we can use those together to go ahead and do a bunch of blueprints and be able to build out a lot of power that we could use for our factories, which is what we need. We need a lot of power because we're going to really scale up our factories to produce a massive amount of resources. And we're also going to go and tap as many resources as we can and bring those resources back and go with that as well. So we got lots to do. It's going to be a fun night, so settle in. Don't forget to go out and retweet, everybody. Follow that link right there in the chat. Hit that like button, hit that retweet button. When we get 5 retweets, you let me know with that brand new command that you guys can do, a brand new channel redeem that you can do as well. I'm going to go ahead and take a little drink there. My water's just a little too far away there. There we go. I redid how I have my whole setup here, so I move where my water is, and I flip my screen, so I'm always looking at the wrong screen all the time now. It's kind of funny getting used to the new normal, but again, it's still doing very well. And of course, I did a lot of upgrades here on the stream, both through the commands, channel points, all that kind of cool stuff. Now, those channel point things, though, do have a cooldown. So keep that in mind. So again, you can also remind me, and if you do it at the right time, I'll actually shower the entire chat with Kiscaps as well. So if you remind me to do the break time when it is my break time, not just randomly, but when it's my break time, then I'll shower the chat with Kiscaps. When you guys let me know the retweets are good, when we're at 5 retweets or 10, 15 or so on, then boom, I will shower you guys with a bunch of Kiscaps for interacting here on the stream. Great way to interact with the stream for free and have fun just by lurking in the channel. So again, I appreciate everybody who does interact with the stream. Pretty fun. I'm pretty excited about going in here. Can you, I don't want to put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can see and hear me. Just, otherwise I said all of that for nothing. I heard it. There we go. All right. Thank you very much. All right. 1,000 Kiscaps in the chat for letting me know everything is working. Again, thanks everybody for coming in and hanging out. Let's go ahead. I've been watching those trains go back and forth. Let's go ahead and say hi to everybody in the chat, then we'll get started there. Dragon Wolf coming in. What's up, Dragon Wolf? Thank you very much for hanging out in the chat. Appreciate you big time. M's coming in, getting that dance going on. You guys are in the mood to dance. I see you guys dancing there. I Am Death coming in as well. Thanks to Gank, M's, Adam, I Am Death, and Dragon Wolf all let me know that everything is working. So I'd say we got lots to do, everybody, so we should just dive right in, go right to working on our giant mega build. Here we go. All right, here we go, everybody. We are ready to rock and roll. Now, again, where we left off is we were working on our nuclear power over this way. Now, again, I've got 2 giant towers here, and they are my backup power. They are a lot of power in there. Basically, you can see right here is 7,500 megawatts per stack. And you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 stacks there of power. And we can go ahead and look at our overall power. How's it doing? Oh, a little bit of starting up a bit, but now I'm in games. Sometimes when you're out of game, by the way, it kind of does this when you come in game. It tries to get its way working back up again. But you can see fairly rock solid right now, using around an average of 5,500 megawatts and with a total capacity of 33,000. So we are way away from that max COD way up here. So we have got a lot of room to work on all of our stuff. And of course, we want to work on all the base resources that lead us to our thing. Going on my glasses. I think I bumped them. Yes, I bumped them. They've got, well, they've got smudge marks on them. It's funny how you don't notice until you start looking at stuff. There we go, better. Much better. All right. So what we're going to do is get in here and start to work on our different parts of the process that we need to get this going. And you can see I have trains running up and down and all over the place. Really fun. I've really kind of gone a bit more advanced than I typically do with trains. And I have 2 train stations here. One is for uranium, which is this one right here. And then I have a separate one over here for some other stuff that we are extracting and bringing back over here. And we'll go take a look right over here into this platform. You can see we have a bunch of coal in there. More coal there. Coal. Look at all this sweet, sweet coal. And then, of course, we have some quartz there. And then some sulfur. So all of that is going to be very useful. Sulfur, one of the rarest things in the game, by the way. Very, very useful. And you can see that we have a bunch of boxes here. Now, having this stuff run wasn't been totally in vain, everybody. Because if we go over on this side, we can see that we have a bunch of resources coming out of here. And if we go look here, I'm going to put this away, we can see that this is actually filled, these boxes, with a bunch of these resources. Now, this one hasn't been converted yet, but that's okay. We'll work on that later. And you can see that each of these are filled. Now, not only are these filled, but it's also filled 5 high and then another 5 all the way back. So if we look in these boxes in the back and they're filled, then we know that it's actually 10 boxes deep right here. So there we go. So that one's full and this one's full. And see, that's one of the smartest things we did, everybody, is that we let it run while we're not in the game, and we actually backlogged 10 boxes deep of all of those resources. And that's going to help us really start up well when we get it going. I think the last one here is supposed to be iron that we haven't gotten to yet. Yeah, I think we got to get our iron over here. So we've got a lot to do. Over here on the right side, you can see it says to do. We've got to set up our nuke power resources and then get our nuke power online. Now, I don't want it too close to my base because I don't want to get radiated all the time. Though I do have the radiation suit, I can build a bunch of radiated things. But I definitely don't want to have it start bringing that uranium in yet until we're ready for that. Because we have a lot of other processes that we have to set up to make all the other stuff work. The cool thing is you can see that these just go underground and come in over here. And we're going to have some of those other processes over here. Now, the processes that are not radiated are going to be on this side. And the processes that are going to cause radiation are going to be on that side. Makes it much easier when you are micromanaging what you're doing. Now, we also have a road way back over here that we're utilizing. Kind of feel like we might want to make another road. Maybe down the center here. Utilize it maybe here. Or maybe without a road. Maybe we'll just do some stuff and offset it. I mean, if you're going to do it, we might as well put a road in there for power. Good question. I'll think about it. But you can see I have this area here. Now, the yellow represents a road. Typically, I have a road also running power underneath the road. And then, of course, after I'm done running that power, I'll just fill it in like so. I'll just fill all this in and then go in and color it yellow and say, boom, that's a road when that's all done. But I do like to leave it open so I can connect all the power and run all the power to various spots. So kind of thinking of running a road there and then running those other things on this side. You know what? Let's just go for it, everybody. Let's just do it. Let's get this in here. Now, what I'm doing is I'm removing stuff based on blueprints, so I can take out a whole bunch of stuff simultaneously, like that. And then since I have a blueprint for my roads, which includes that power, it's a lot less effort in my part to run power. So I don't have to run power on the power poles, so I'll actually run it right down the middle of the thing here. So I'll just go ahead and do this, and then I'll hit H just to make sure that it's lined up. Arrows aiming me, it lines up on both sides, looks good. Now, once I put one down, I'll actually go in out of default mode, and I'll go into blueprint mode. And that blueprint mode allows me to snap to that particular area. So I can very easily, as you can see, just build myself a nice little road down the center here, and then allow me to kind of chain the power down here. So I'll go over here, and then again, all this power is hidden under the roads, very much like in real life, everybody. In real life, most of the power is going to be hidden out of sight in most cities. Now, of course, in rural areas, you'll see, you know, your telephone poles, which are also your power poles sometimes, depending on, you know, where you live and all of that. That's basically the process of what we're doing here is we're running this all underground. And we're utilizing this both for a road, but also to manage all of our power as well. There we go. And then over here, one more out that way. All right, very nice. And then we'll go ahead again, chain our power through. And this is going to help us when we put our factories here. It also helps so I can float like this, and I can actually float underneath here. Down underneath, if I need to work on stuff underneath, like see all the belts coming out of there, I can work on all that stuff underneath nice and easy. And that's why I build up high, so I also have a lot of space underneath to actually run all of my lines and stuff of that nature. And again, we're mega building this time. Now, I typically build in square buildings, and the reason why is because that's super efficient. And of course, I am your official Satisfactory corporate trainer, and my job is to teach you how to be efficient, not to sit and waste time embellishing every last little thing. Now, of course, later on we'll do that, and I won't tell Fix It Corporate, everybody. I won't tell them if you're out there building all these elaborate things, because, hey, it's your game, you do what you want. But know that there is an efficiency department, and they will laser you from space if you're being inefficient. So I don't have anything to do with that department, everybody. All right. So again, you can see we have multiple trains coming through here. One train again is our uranium train. Our other train is bringing all of that coal and whatnot that we need. Now, because I'm a crazy man over here, I do have the spreadsheets that I made. For this, let's go ahead, satisfactory fuel power. So up here is our fuel power, and then down here is our nuclear power. So one of the things that we needed is our deuterium ore, our copper ore, and our iron, our limestone. Now we already have our coal and our sulfur and our uranium already ready to go. And I can see that some of these, and I'll zoom in for all you peeps on mobile. I know I'm a nice guy. We need deuterium, copper, iron, and limestone. So those should be our first things that we're working on, bringing those resources over to where we are. Now, it just so happens that we have a lot of iron and limestone and copper nearby. Deuterium would be the thing that we would have to run. And we'll probably just make a train, because trains are the most efficient thing, I think, in the game. You can also use drones to go pick stuff up. But trains can carry a lot more, and they are super efficient when it comes to power. Also, when you're running your trains, you're also running your power at the same time. And trains are really fun. That's another thing, too. Though I will do drones in here, and I'll show you how to do drones, how to power your drones, how to do all of that stuff as well. Because you can actually use your drones with different types of power now, which you couldn't do before. You actually had to just use batteries before. But as you can see, we have actually run a little bit of something over there. Wow, did I actually run? I think I actually did do some of it over here. I think I forgot. Did I? Oh my goodness. I didn't even remember that we did all of that. Hey, we did it. Look at me go. I'm so smart. Oh, man. I think that's why we had such a long stream. I think, man, I don't even remember, but it's been a couple weeks. I can't remember stuff 10 minutes ago, usually, everybody. Unless it's something very technical. But look at that. We don't have to do it. We already did it. Yay, us. All right. So we did that. We got, yeah, this is limestone and limestone. Iron. More iron. More iron. This is copper, and this is deuterium. Very nice. I just know by the icons. And not only does that mean that that's in there, but that means that is 10 boxes deep, backlogged, because we not only did that side with all of that backlog, but we did this side with all of that backlogged as well. So that means we can go to our spreadsheet and say, guess what? We got our deuterium. We're good. We got our copper. We're good. We got our iron as well. And we got our limestone. So we're actually ready to start our production. Sweet. I can't believe I actually did all of that last time. Yes, there it is right there. We did the switchback. Oh, yes, that's old school right there, everybody, where you do the switchback. You can actually make your wall holes and floor holes go an infinite distance, but I don't like it because you can't see. If you make it go an infinite distance, you can't see the resources always going up and down the thing. So what we used to do in the old days is a switchback, where it kind of starts here and then it goes back and then forth and back and forth, back and forth. And you don't necessarily have to use the walls to do it, but it's just easier when you're running the lines to do that as well. And then they're all equal and they're all doing it together. So yes, we went down here. Look at us go, man. We kicked some serious booty on that. Yeah, we brought all that up. We actually did all of the stuff also with our blueprints. You can see they're all in little special buildings that also has a backlog at the actual extractor itself. And we've run all those extractors together and run them all up to there. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, yeah, look at that, chat. Let's see some GGs in the chat. There we go. What's up, Gamer Much? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. You haven't seen me for a while. Well, I was out for a few days last week because my computer died. But I am back. I improvised by using an old gaming computer that I had and rebuilt my entire stream from scratch. Wiped my gaming PC as well. Started them both from scratch again, and I'm back. That was like days and days and days and days of just like working on it all day, every day. To get it going. Yes, and thanks for the one there, Paul. And again, yeah, I've been in here. I've been here. You actually can go see all my things. Oh, also, everybody, I forgot to mention at the top of the stream, I had a problem with my VODs. OBS was sending it to the wrong audio channel for some reason, so I reset it, and it seems to be working. I tested it earlier. Now, if you did miss any of the VODs, know that also all of my streams are also on YouTube. YouTube is actually my official archive of my stream because I don't really trust Twitch's VOD system because they've screwed us over before. So now I don't trust it, and I'm not going to trust it. So I also have it locally backed up as well. But I also have it over on YouTube that you can go over there and watch that. So I did post that on my Discord. If you are trying to watch those VODs, I apologize that those audio is not working. But I did reset it, and I tested it. It seems to be working now. So it should be good. What's up, Foggy? Being irradiated gives you superpowers, right? Well, in the movies it does. In real life, it gives you a visit from the Grim Reaper. Yes, not that part, not good. Okay, so now we're going to go in here, and now what we got to do is we've got to set up our Caterium magnets. We got to check up our quick wire. Now, of course, my particular spreadsheet here, and again, I will share this with you all here. I'll go ahead and put this in the chat for you over here, or not. Okay. Or not. Nope. Okay. That command is busted. A lot of things are going to be busted here in the stream, everybody, because I had to rebuild it all from scratch. So as things get busted, I will try to fix them over here. Well, all it's doing is putting it in the chat. Can't do that. Can't put the command in the chat. Yes, there we go. Okay, reset now. There we go. I'm always fixing stuff, everybody. Again, it's actually nothing short of a miracle, but you got to think that I've built this stream over 10 years. And so I just keep adding features to it, And I did a lot of advanced stuff over the years, and trying to come back and remember 10 years worth of work is pretty tough. It's pretty rough. But I did do it, and I'm back, so here we go. So yeah, we got to get our quick wire going. Now, what I did is I made a spreadsheet that did. Now, of course, there's a lot of things online that you can use as well, everybody, but I just love making my own spreadsheet. And the cool thing about this spreadsheet, everybody, is all I have to do is change one number, and it will actually change the rest. And that is my uranium input right here, right? So right now, I have 600 uranium that I'm going to be bringing in. And that affects everything else that you're doing, how much of each of that thing that you need to do, right? So in this case, I can actually change it to 1,200, and you see all the numbers actually change throughout the entire spreadsheet, by the way. So all you have to do is change that one number, and you say, okay, I have 1,200 uranium, or maybe you only have 300, right? Over here, you got 300. Well, then it will tell you all of that. And especially it'll tell you this over here, how many of each of those things that you need, right? How many foundries do you need? How many constructors? How many assemblers? All that stuff is calculated by this one number right there because it knows all the inputs and outputs and the percentages and how much you need for making each of part of the process and whatnot. So right here, so per factory, we need 12 of these smelters to smelt all this Caterium ore. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to max produce all of it. So if I have a whole lot of ore coming in, so like Caterium ore, we're going to go look at our input rates. And not only am I going to produce the Caterium ore and the Caterium quickwire for this process, but if I have any excess, I'm going to run those over to a storage area that's going to hold that quickwire as well. And eventually what it will do is backlog, just like all my other resources, will backlog those resources up to the maximum amount that I need. And I'm going to do that over here. Instead of having it over where my hub is, I'm going to have it where the actual production is. And so basically, we're just going to build some more storage areas and then convert all that stuff into that stuff as well. So what we need to do, though, is we need to get in here and we need to add some more of our thing. All the way. By the way, everybody, I did fix my mouse now, and it is just a wonderful thing. I had to take my mouse apart. I found a really good video, everybody. If your mouse wheel is like mine, and it was just like, you know, weird scrolling, like it would scroll down and then back up, and then down and up, and then up and down, and up and down, and up and down. So when I was trying to change, like, to something, like if I go in and try to change weapons, I would go forward 2, and then it would go back by 3. And I'd scroll forward 2, and it would go back by 3. And it was doing it. This was like, it's like so frustrating, but I don't know why I waited so long to fix it. But I'm glad I did, because I found the perfect video for it. But mine's a little different than that video, because mine has like screws at the top, where I had to unscrew the, because my actual wheel's attached to the top piece. When you're taking it apart, there's like a top piece. You have to take the little screws out. Then I could clean that inner area there, and then I used my 3-in-1 oil, just a few drops of it, and then grease that basically up, and now it is working wonderfully. Now, I shouldn't have to do that, everybody. This is a brand new mouse, everybody. I mean, brand new, brand new. I just got it last year. I consider that brand new. It's not like 7 years old. I can understand if it was like 7 years old and then I had to do it. But from the factory, it had that issue. So I had to go in and manually fix it. But it is fixed and it did work. So big love to the guy who made that video. It did help a lot as well. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is set up a bunch of our ability to convert these particular resources. Now, one of the things we'll want to do, of course, is go ahead and work on our blueprinter here as well. Why is our blueprinter in the road? Why is that? I don't know. I don't know, but let's take care of this stuff here. I can see that this was actually just run. And then we will go ahead. Okay, blueprint mode. There we go. We'll go ahead and use our blueprints to back that up just a little bit. This is actually on my road. Don't like it. I'm going to back that up. Why is this all red as well? This should be yellow for our primary road. This is purple for our stuff. Now, this is okay if this one cuts into the road, because this is my primary work area. But this is a road area here, so we need to think about that. And then foundation swatches. We'll just color this back. So it doesn't get too confusing here. Because red represents train station. Okay, at least for me. And then blue over here represents, that's actually really good. This represents our storage. And I just made those colors up, everybody. Those are not the official colors of what you're doing in the game. But, you know, choose some colors so it's easier for you to visually organize stuff. I'm a big fan of using color to organize items. It just makes it way easier. I want to kind of line this up off of my hub here. Try to put that in the center. There we go. Now we're talking. Okay, and also if you're one of my patrons, by the way, I did post all of the blueprints up there for you to use. So all the blueprints I've used so far in this mega build, also in my previous playthrough as well, those are all up there for my patrons. Again, even if you support with $1 or $5 over there on Patreon, you get a bunch of exclusive content, including all my blueprints, even all my hand-done illustrations that I do, which we are going to illustrate the power. I'm actually going to try a different way of illustrating it for you. I think it'd be kind of fun. So we'll get to that at some point. Probably not tonight, but we're going to work on this first. Now, all right, so we're going to go in and we have different things. We have foundations, we have pipes, storage, power, extractors, basic factory groups, and then, of course, specific factories. Now, in this case, or spec factories is what that says, but specific factories. This is just the biomass factory by itself. We haven't done our basic factories yet. We have our oil extractors, we have our different bioburners and assemblers and whatnot for power. and whatnot. But what we really want to do is we want to get back to doing our basics here. Now, we've got some battery power here, so we're going to go ahead. All right, confirm. I always forget that you have to go in. I always grab it like you can just grab it, but you can't. You have to go actually into your blueprints here and then edit. There we go. So we want to go ahead and put our turbo fuel under power here. Oops. Power, turbo fuel. So you can see we can move these around. Biomass burners. That's also under here. There we go. And you can see I have an A and a B version of it, which means that it'll let us combine those together. Fuel refineries. Those are all under power. What else? Constructors. Put all those under there. This is compacted coal, also for power. Fuel generators, more power. Yeah, so this is all under a category of fuel power. So turbo fuel is still a fuel. So I put that all under fuel power. Fuel generators, again, just keep this nice and organized. And then these are our train foundations. So we're going to go ahead and put those under foundations and then down here under trains. Now, if I use something a lot, everybody, I typically leave it in this first category. And then eventually I will move it when I'm not using it as much. I find it's actually easier just to leave it in the default category away from everything else. Now, this is our backup power, so we're going to put that in there. Look how nicely organized that is. And there we go, and our coal generators in power here. So we'll just put that right there under coal. All right, so that opens this area up for us to use. Now, let's see if we have any other stuff here that we can use as a base group. I don't think we do. I don't see any base groups here. Yeah, no base groups yet. I mean, we have a little bit of, biomass burners and assemblers and whatnot, but probably best if we start again so you guys can see how I start from scratch. It's good. It's good. It's good. That means that our, you guys like that? Retweets are good. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and give you guys some love for crushing those retweets. You like that? put a 1 in the chat if you like that sound effect, everybody. I was like, oh, I know I got to use that one. I got to use that one for sure. All right, apply changes. There we go. All right, we applied all the changes, and now we're going to go ahead and start from scratch. Now, the first thing you need to decide whenever you go to make a blueprint, now I'm using the 5x5 blueprint right now, and we're on, we've done tier 8, and we haven't really unlocked phase 4 yet because we kind of stopped to work on our power, and then we're going to come back and we're going to work on phase 4. Once we get this going. Now, one of the things that I find that when you're doing nuclear power, I'm not necessarily going to be using all of those resources. So it allows me to backlog those resources. And this is a bit of a different way than I typically do. Typically, I'll do something like I have way up here, everybody, where I have one central storage that has all of the various resources where I can just go and grab it. But that actually is serving as a temporary storage area just to feed it into the dimensional depot when I use up resources. And again, those are 10 boxes deep and just every resource up there as well. And it keeps it up out of the way while I'm revamping my base down here at the bottom. So again, one of the first things you want to think about is, do I want to build it with foundations built in on the bottom or on the top, depending on how you look at it, or do I want to just leave the foundations out and then set it down on pre-existing foundations? In this case, I'm going to do pre-existing foundations because what I'm going to do is chain them together. And I also might chain them vertically. So we want to set it up in such a way that we can chain them both forward and upward if we want to. So we need to kind of think that through. Now, if I want to have built-in power where the power is automatically run, I can also put the foundations in so I can run the power. So that's a useful thing as well. But I think what we're going to do is actually, in this particular case, because these are going to be super easy to do, and then we could have all the power built in and whatnot, is actually do it with the foundations. So we're going to go ahead and get our foundations here that we had already done before. It's one of the first blueprints you want to make, everybody. It's a nice 5x5. This is 25 at a time versus 10 at a time when you're zooping. You can do 25 at a time, pop them down, and then do a whole bunch of them like you saw me do earlier. So there we go. So we're going to go ahead and have that as a 5x5, and we're going to try to maximize our inputs and outputs And then, of course, also work with our power, and then also our buffers of incoming resources that we can backlog in here. So again, you have a lot of storages along the way. You have storage on the extraction. I have raw storage here, which is 10 boxes deep. And then, of course, when it comes into here, it'll have its own backlog of storage. And again, that just allows me to backlog it because I have the power of time. I can just let the server run all the time, 24/7. And so it'll just keep producing and producing and producing, which is awesome. Now, the first part of the process is going in and converting our Caterium ore, or converting our copper ore, or converting our iron ore, or whatever it is that we need to convert, right? We always want to start with the easiest stuff first, or the basic stuff first. And so our Caterium ingots here are among the first things we want to work on. We probably want to work on our iron as well, because we're going to use actual iron for steel ingots. And so we'll want to make that process as well. But also, eventually, we'll want to make the iron ingots and use the iron ingots to make plates and rods and all of that stuff again. But that'll be on a different side of the factory, right? So we don't really need to worry about iron ore. Just wanted to address it before I get too far in. We're going to actually start in order here with our Caterium ore, which is actually a higher end resource than your typical copper and iron. So I'm going to start with that. So when you're converting iron or copper or a Caterium, you're going to use a smelter. So the first thing we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll get our smelter out, and we'll start with the basics. Oh, no. Nope. Don't want to do it. Oh, okay. Nope. Does not want to bring up my... Am I pressing the right button? Q is my build menu. Yes, it does not want to bring up my build menu. Q. Oh boy, here we go. Down the rabbit hole. It's gonna be really hard to build stuff without being able to hit Q. Why is that not working? Oh, there we go. Don't blame me, everybody. I don't make the games. I just play them. That was weird. Sometimes that happens. Your stuff gets glitched out where you can't actually go in and select your build menu, and other menus get blocked. They don't come up. All right, there we go. Now we got in our build menu by basically bringing up my other stuff. So there we go. So we're going to go ahead and start with a smelter. We're just going to throw one down randomly here. We're going to look that we can do iron, copper, and Caterium. So we can use this particular blueprint for all three of those that we're going to do. Now, I need to think about in which direction I'm going to be doing this. Where's my inputs and outputs, all of those kind of things. And so what I'm going to do is actually have this on the other side over here. And we'll have different lines of resources that'll be feeding from over here over to those resources. Now, I like to have it up against the road here, but of course, we want to have it set back just a little bit as well. So I'm going to probably leave like a single gap here. So we'll say right here is where we're going to start. And then we'll have it in the front here where we can turn the entire line off if we want to. And I'm going to set it up in such a way where I can put a switch where I can turn the whole thing on or off. And then I need to do like an A version, which would be the front version, and then a B version, which is the chaining version that I can do a whole bunch, or the chaining version, which I can do vertically as well. You kind of have to think that through if you're going to go vertical or if you're just going to do it horizontally. In this case, we're going to go, if we're doing smelters, we're going to try to go vertical. Just to use that vertical space like we're doing over here for our power and other things. So first thing we need to do is decide where we're going to input. Now, of course, it's going to input from the right side here because that's where it's coming out of this. It's going to come across and it's going to run in here. So let's just go ahead and decide somewhere. It doesn't really matter, everybody. You can always work around no matter where you put it. But we're going to have a single input. So that's all we really need to know, that we're going to have a single input and we're going to be good to go. Now, one of the problems with using the single one, though, is that it's not very offset. If you use the triple one, then it's going to be offset, and I can put it closer to the edge like that, as opposed to putting it down the center, which leaves all this extra space. So I like to use the triple one just so I have that extra space there. Then what we'll do is we'll pick up the smelter here. Again, our goal is to bring this in and then let it go ahead and convert all of this into ignites. So we want to go ahead and just maximize our ignite production by basically putting as many of these down in a row like this. And we'll see how many of these we can get in. About that many. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So about 7 across. Now doing it like this is actually less efficient because I can put more on this side. And then if I wanted to, I could really squeeze it, do something like that, and then I could do a third row of this as well. And then, of course, we will need to deal with not only inputs, but the outputs. So this actually is not going to work because what we'll need to do is to move this out a little bit to accommodate both a merger and a splitter. So you can see, actually, it's not even close, even right there. So if I really wanted to squeeze it, I would do something like that. Like this. There we go. So we got a merger and a splitter going on at the same time. And then we would need splitters here in the back and whatnot. I always find it better to either aim the output or the input at each other. So they're back to back. So you're just kind of running them in the most efficient way. So it's actually better if we take this smelter out and we actually flip it around. Flip it around the other way. Oh, so good to have my mouse working again. Flip it around the other way like that. Now this is what we can do. We can then take this splitter. And I like to leave a little bit of room so I can see what's going on there. And then basically put them like this in kind of a flipped order like that. And then now we can have a single input that's going to go ahead and run all of these. Now, we also need to think about the amount of deuterium that it needs for each and every one, and what is the maximum we can put on a single belt. Which you can do in game, by the way. So you just go, say, 780 is our maximum belt speed, divided by 45, which is the input. We can have 17 of these on a single belt line, right? So this is good, important math to know. And, of course, you can do it without the math, everybody. You can just do it however you feel. Again, you can just do it until it works. That's how you can also do the game. But I do like to figure out the math. I do think that's pretty fun. So I actually want the input to be more like over here. See, so my input can come in along here. Now let's go ahead and take that one more time. And this time we're going to actually think about the direction of how we're going to be going input and output. So our input's going to be right here. Right, like, oh, not that. Nope, still wrong. I thought I rotated it correctly. Let's try it again. There we go. Input right there. There we go, because it's got to be that orange color, and then the green is going to put it into that smelter and into this smelter, and we're good to go. Now, I can also split the input and basically make it go up over the top and do all of that, or I can make it up higher, make it under and over and all of that. But what I want to do is stack this in such a way that I can then just keep it running vertically. It can go this way and then back and then this way and back. To maximize the total belt run that I'm going to do. Again, total belt run, 780 divided by 45, which is about 17. We should probably write that down. Let's see, max at 780 equals 17 smelters. Okay, so for a single belt line, it's going to be 780. Now, if we go over here and look at our deuterium ore that we are running, we have a single box right now that is holding deuterium. And we should probably go back. Did we not write our deuterium input, our inputs? We put in what we needed, but not necessarily what we actually have. Total input is what we should have put in there. Yes, we'll have to go. We probably just didn't get around to it. Yeah, we didn't get around to our total input of Deuterium ore. So that's something we'll need to do before we go any further. Let's go. Free falling. Little Tom Petty for you. Whee! I'm just fine. Stay away from that guy that respawned. These things respawn, so look out. I mean, I keep killing it over and over again. By the way, this is the first time I ever bothered to tap this particular node. Usually I tap the other node that's up the way. But I have tapped this node and we are good to go. Okay, so currently we are extracting 780. Oh, this is a pure node. So we are extracting the maximum amount, which means we can produce the maximum amount. So this is 780 is our total input of that there. So again, we can do maximum of 17 smelters, and then we can smelt all of it to Deuterium ignits. And we're also going to have the in-between stages too, everybody. We're going to be doing backlogging Deuterium ignits. We're going to be backlogging each and every part of the process so that at any time we need to start back up again, we can start up any of those parts of the processes really, really quickly, even if we're using manifolds. See, if you have a backlog of resources, manifolds get started very much quicker because it's just going to come in there at 780, fill that first one up, fill that second one up, fill that third one up, just like that, very, very quickly, as opposed to if you don't have that much resources and you're just starting it back up again, it takes much longer for all of your production to get back up. So I do love to do a nice backlog. I always feel like my monitor keeps changing to a darker mode here. What's going on? Yeah, there we go. Monitor keeps like going into this dark mode. I don't know what the heck. Okay. So let's keep going. We are going to go ahead and what are we doing? We're trying to get our inputs going. So we need this, which we'll go ahead and put that as blue. We need our copper inputs, which also probably 780. Because each of these nodes in this particular area, I believe this is the best area in the game to start. And the reason why is because all the nodes around here are pure nodes. And so you don't even need to upgrade them. You just leave them as Mark 1s and you can get all the way to level 8, which I did without even upgrading them. I just left them as level 1 extractors. And now I have them as Mark 3 extractors. So I went from level 1 right to Mark 3s. And they are extracting a massive amount. So each of these should be 780, but let's go ahead and double check. Yes, 780. And now again, once we get our higher end belts, everybody, we can also make this even more and expand our stuff. So we want to leave the ability to expand or basically double the amount almost. It's actually going to be a little less than double. But to go from 780 to 1200 input eventually. Oh, actually that is down here. Concrete is 780. And again, we'll put that down there. Actually, it's limestone is 780. And then we'll check our copper. Over this way. Again, this is vitally important to know your inputs. Your inputs affect everything else after that. And again, we have no plates producing. We have none of that because we already backlogged a ton of that when we had built out the earlier factory. And then we tore all that down because we don't need it. So yeah, 780 there as well. Dang, we are just so styling, everybody. We are going to be making a massive amount of all of this. Now, we also need our iron and our coal ore info. So we can actually just say coal ore and then put a bunch of question marks there for right now, and then iron ore, and then what is our input of our iron ore. Now, coal, I believe that is a pure node. And that's coming via train. And then iron is over here. Now, I actually have 3 iron nodes that are 780 each. That's a lot of iron, everybody. A lot of iron going right there. Yeah, 780 and 780. These other iron nodes are going to be for other stuff later on. But we did run those to the upper area. So it doesn't matter which one we use. There's going to be 780. We know we've got that maxed out. All that looks good. Let's go ahead and travel back up to the top here. And we got some packaging going on over here for various resources and whatnot that we were working on. Like right here is packaging some water. Down here we have what's left of our power. I've took out all that other power. If you missed it last time, everybody, we took out all that other power, moved it upstairs, built a whole new train line, optimized the train line, optimized all of that. And then we just left our coal power down there just because it's cool looking. We left that down there. Now, of course, we didn't run the coal to it because we actually diverted the coal to be used in our other factory over here. But we might bring some coal back, or we might just leave it there for nostalgia reasons, because I don't really need it, everybody. It produces like 500 power, and I'm producing 30,000 power. And when I get this nuclear power on, I'm going to be producing like 60,000 megawatts of power. That's a lot of power, everybody. In fact, I finished my last playthrough with about 50 to 60,000 megawatts of power. And I really didn't even need to do that much power, but I could have just turned off the rest of my factory and just did the top, first made a whole bunch of the low-end stuff, turned all that stuff off, and then turned on the high-end stuff and let that run, and then I could have finished the game easily with like 30,000 power if I wanted to. It's called being super efficient, everybody. Again, you don't have to run the whole factory all the time, every minute of every day. If you don't need those resources and you have 10 boxes deep of resources like I do, there's no point in running all of that stuff all the time. It's just burning your power and burning your time. So I'm a big fan of efficiency, and that's what I'm going to show you here in the stream. I'm the most efficient of anybody, everybody. I'm the king of efficiency. That is for sure. So let's run over here. I was going up there before I got distracted. I was going up above. Over there is a little sorting function I have to put all my resources away when my inventory gets really full of stuff. And we're going to take our hypertube back up here. We have several hypertubes here, but not too many, just enough to kind of get around from down there to this upper area. Now, the reason why I have this in this upper area like this is so that all my trains are nice and flat. I don't have any elevations going up and down, though it is very fun to build and make them run through the forest or make them run up and down through tunnels and all that kind of stuff. I have done that in the past. But in this mega build, we're going to build our trains up flat, up on the top here. It's going to be super easy just to run them back and forth to gather any resources that we need. And that's what we're doing right now. If we look over that way, we can see we have a bunch of trains running back and forth, bringing those various resources that we need. Okay, so we know what we're doing there. So 780 is our goal. Now, if I run 780 in, it's going to do 17 point blah, 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 17.333, 333. At least it's not 66666 like usual. So actually, we can go ahead and just make this actually the number. Or actually, even better, we can go ahead and say, do a calculation here. Okay, this divided by this gives us that number, okay? And then we can make a little sub note, number of factories max needed. I'll just say call it max factories, even better. If we want to convert all of that Centurion magnet, what do we need? We need 17 of them to do that. Again, in here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that'd be 14 right there. So I'm going to actually gear this in such a way that it makes it easy for me to do the math of it. If I start doing like 12 and 14 and 18 and 32 and all those kind of numbers, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Remember that you don't have to jam everything into and make it the tightest, closest space. I see a lot of people doing that. You don't have to do that, everybody. It's not necessary. In there, you can leave yourself lots of space because you know what? Look at how much space I got. And I got a lot of space over that way, and I have a lot of vertical space that way and also down as well. Again, look at all this vertical space that I have all the way down to there. I could build all the way down if I wanted to. And I take best advantage of vertical and horizontal space. So in this case, what we want to do is we want to try to make this a little easier. So we'll go ahead and take these out, and we'll go ahead and think about how we're going to do our power and how we're going to stack these and so on. So the first thing we want to do is just kind of bring this in on the center, and then we also want to go ahead and run these out. by using our mergers. Now you can see our mergers aren't quite going to fit there. We're going to have to kind of move that over just a little bit. And then we have to decide which side we want our mergers to go out. It's going to come in on this side. Maybe just make the mergers come out on the same side. I kind of feel like that's what we'll do. Right there. Now see, if well, second I put that merger in, then I'm like, oh, well, I got to move all of this. And that does happen. And sometimes what it does is it just doesn't line up right. You'll see. You'll see. So now my merger's here. And again, I like to leave a little bit of space so I can look at the belt and see if the belt's actually working. So it's really not necessary for me to just jam that right up on top of there because this part back here is not going to line up anyway if I just jam that up on top of that. But we can try it anyway. We'll just go ahead and do it just for example. If I jam this right up in here and then put a splitter down, I could squeeze the splitter really close to it if I wanted to, but really unnecessary because we're going to go ahead and just do this and then we'll go ahead and just back this up just a little bit, like that. Then we'll take this, and we're going to move this over just a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and say, you know what, we're going to bring this splitter in, and like this, and then we're going to split it this way, and then we're going to take one on this side and do the same thing. Now, what that did is that kind of made it give me a little bit of room, and I can see if it's actually functioning just by going in there and looking at it. Again, some people like to just jam it all together. I'm not a big fan of that. I prefer to have it in such a way where I can just check it, make sure everything's working well as well. And then, of course, we have a merger on this side. And again, we'll want to go ahead and bring this over, and think about how we want our mergers. So say merger this way, like that. All right. I think we could probably squeeze that just a little bit closer together here on our splitter. Instead of there, maybe right there. But see, then it doesn't line up with the input, which is what we wanted to do. Maybe balance this one by bringing this one closer. Okay. Rotate. There we go. Hit H, kind of eyeball it just a little bit, a little closer there. A little closer on this side, a little further away on the outer side. And there we go. All right, looking good. And then this would be an input where we would want it to be orange. Actually, I'll just make it red. Red is input, and then green would be an output. And output there, output there. And that'll let us know exactly how that's going to be. And so that'll give us this, and then we'll go ahead and then stack these across here. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then on this side. Man, I'm pressing the wrong buttons because I'm playing the wrong game in my head. Those buttons are for a different game. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5. And then we look and see if it's matched up. Yes, okay, so there we go. So that gave us 10 smelters there, and we've kind of really pushed it up against the wall here very nicely. So that's looking pretty good. I think we could probably center it a little bit better. But one of the things that we do want to do is have the ability to turn the power on and off. So this little extra area here would be perfect for power. Also, I can utilize a storage over here to have a bit of built-in storage. So I can actually merge these out and merge these in or out however I want to do. So it might be better if I actually did something like this and then had a merger over here. We'll see how I like that. Like this, and then this merger comes out from over here and merges on this side instead. It's a little close for my liking, but it works pretty well. And just kind of eyeballing it for right now. So I can merge this way instead and then have the Caterium there. Now, another thing I can think about is that this particular output is first going to go into storage, and then it's going to output again, and then go and get converted into Caterium ignits, right? And then backlogged into those as well. So we're going to have different parts of that process along the way. And again, this one can do like 17.333. But the thing to do is just to do 10 of them, and then do another 10, and now you got 20. And then you can just take 2 or 3 out, however you want to do. Now, it's really, I'm going to round it up to 18. So I'll just take 2 of them out, and then I'll have a 1. If there's any extra, it'll automatically burn up that excess. And then if it runs out, then boom, it'll just use 18 or 17 versus 18. But this is way more Caterium than I need, because if we think about the Caterium output, which is 15 times 17, so if we go 15 times 17 of these smelters, that's 255. And if I go in and look at how much I actually need of the output of Caterium, I need 24 output, which is basically 12 per factory. I need 1.6 factories. So I really need 2 of those to run. I only need 2 smelters out of all the smelters that I have. So I only really need those 2 smelters, and that basically will fund the entire nuclear power that we're going to be setting up. And what we're going to be doing, if we look way here at the bottom, everybody, at the bottom of this nuclear power, this is 6 nuclear power plants. And each nuclear power plant produces a massive amount of power. So 6 nuclear power plants is going to be a lot, all right? And again, we're going to do each part of the process. I'm going to make blueprints for each one, show you how to set it up by basically just knowing what resources you need for each one. Now, all the excess Caterium ignits that I'm going to create is going to be backlogged in a box, and then that is actually going to make quick wire, which we need a lot of quick wire, right? So we need 2 of our constructors to make quick wire. And we need basically about 120 quick wire, which is 60 quick wire per thing. Now, if I wanted to optimize it and just use the minimum amount I need, I could do that. But the smart thing to do is, since I'm producing so much extra and extracting so much extra, is to also use it for other parts of the factory, for my ability to use the quick wire, for my ability to take the quick wire and automatically put it into the awesome sink or into the dimensional depot, or both, or all of the above, right? I could send a certain portion of it, 1/3 of it into the nuclear power, 1/3 of it into the awesome sink, and 1/3 of it into the dimensional depot. Whatever I want to do, or find another combination of that, because you can also do splitters and mergers and splitters and mergers and make it really any number you want it to be as well, which is pretty cool, I think. Pretty cool. So again, we're just going to max produce anything that we're extracting, just so that we have all of those resources, and we're going to be replacing all of the factories that we had before with the factories that actually do something. Instead of it just making quick wire, it's actually going to make quick wire for a reason, in this case, nuclear power, and then any excess we'll have for backlog for us to use. So there you go. Now you know. And then also we can use that quick wire elsewhere in the factory as well. So again, one of the smartest things to do is to do it with your power, and then because you need your power more than anything else, more than you need plates and all that other stuff running 24/7. You need your power running 24/7. Your plates, you can run a bunch of them and then just stop and then make a bunch of other stuff. You don't have to be making all that stuff. Case in point, I'm making nothing right now. I'm making 0 items right now, but I have a lot of resources because I backlogged them all first, and then I'm using them to build the factory. So we're going to go in to our Caterium ore here and convert that. And we already have all of our other stuff. Yes. We go find out what our coal and iron is. We know what our iron is. Our iron is 780. 780 over here. Right there. And our coal is coming in via train. So let's go look at our coal over here. It's an old school technique, everybody, where you slide jump, makes you go faster. Okay, right now 540 per minute, but we got a massive backlog of it as well. We have multiple coal inputs here. Yes. We have 3 coal inputs there. All right. We might want to hop our train when it comes back. Again, this is our uranium train. Now, see, my other train knows to go straight. This train knows to go left and cut earlier so it doesn't have to go all the way to the end and come back. And that's why I created 2 separate trains, because this train is a non-toxic train and this train is a toxic radiated train. Now, if it does it right, we should go left. Right? It cuts early, so it's being more efficient. Now, look at our other train waiting for this train to get off the track so it can go in. And boom. Now that train's ready to go. Very nice. Keeps the trains from crashing into each other. Actually, could add another point there so it knows when it actually leaves that station as well. All right, here we go. Going by through here. Now this one won't stop at this particular station because it's not picking anything up. So you'll see it just blazes right through that station. And we'll just let that run. Way over there. Oh, we actually have multiple uranium trains. I forgot. Yeah, multiple uranium trains going there. What's this one got? That one's got coal. All right, so that's picking up that coal. Oh, this one's picking up this other coal. Oh. Oh, and we have a coal one back here. Oh, that's the one that's going way over there. I forgot I even had that. That's for our compacted coal. This up here is our compacted coal. And then these are our other coal nodes over here. I think these ones are normal nodes. So let's go down here and let's take a look. So these are going to max out at probably at 600. Let's go double check though. And you can see each of them have their own, they're actually aligned to the extractor. Not to the world grid, to each extractor itself, and it has its own backlog in here as well as at the end as well. So yeah, these are 600. I believe all of these have been maxed out. Notice how I overclock all of my nodes, everybody. One of the most useful uses of overclocking is your extractors, because instead of getting 300, I'm getting 600. I'm getting double. It costs me more power, but it's actually going to produce more power than it costs because I have more resources. So the value of overclocking your resources that you're using for power is exponentially better than anything else, especially if you're doing like manufacturers who use a massive amount of power. That's a lot less efficient, where doing these is massively efficient. And I'm all about that efficiency. So we have 4 nodes that are 600. So let's go in here and say that our copper ore or coal ore is 600, which it means that we're going to have extra iron ore, and then we can use that extra iron ore to siphon that ore off to make, say, iron plates and iron stuff as well. So again, it all kind of links together if you think of it in that way. It'll help you a lot. It absolutely will. All right, we got that done. Let's go hop another train on the way back. Again, doing switchbacks, everybody. This is old school, when you have it go that way, and then you have it go back, and then go that way, and go back. Again, normally you can do floor holes and make it the whole way. But again, I think it messes up your game, and it also makes it where you can't see the resources running on there. You can also enclose all of that so you can't see it anyway. But I like to see that it is running and working, bringing up those resources as well. All right, any trains going my way? One over there. One coming in this way. It's loading. Trains are awesome. Love a Satisfactory stream. Yes, usually Tuesdays I'm in here mega building in our Satisfactory stream here, having a good time. All right. The cool thing is the trains just run on their own, everybody. This made this game a 12 out of 10, everybody. I mean, it's so good. It's like genre-defining good. It's kind of like Witcher 3 or X-Wing or, I can list 100 other games like Diablo when it first came out, Quake when it first came out. What's the other one that really defined all of those first-person shooters? I can't think of it. Doom. When Doom first came out. Those are all genre-defining games. Those are like all the other games that ever came after it owe it to that game. Another one, Ultima 4, is the reason why you have a Fallout today. That's right. And every RPG game that you've ever played is thanks to Ultima 4, which is the first modern RPG game, a digital RPG game. And you can thank Lord British for that as well, a.k.a. the mighty Richard Garriott. You can thank him for every RPG game you've ever played. All right, so that is looking good. That's doing its thing. Again, over here we have all of our turbo fuel. It's kind of cool to kind of glance over there and look at all that turbo fuel just running. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. All right, so now we know what our inputs are for that as well. But what we need to do is we need to convert all of our ignits over from Caterium to the Caterium ignits. All right, so we're going to go ahead and actually have our merger. I feel like our merger should go in or in, and then I could have it output backwards, or we could chain it backwards. So on the output here, what's our output max? 15. So if we did 780 belt speed, which is our max belt speed, divided by 15. Wow. Okay, we could have 52 of those smelters. That's basically what that number is telling me. That I can put 52 of those smelters down and run it all on one belt. That's pretty crazy. That's way more than we even need, everybody. That's insane. That is an insane amount of those. So yeah, and if we just take 15, we're outputting 15 times 18 that we're going to do, it's going to be 270. So it's not even close. Not even close to the amount. Now, another thing that we could do if we want to really get advanced, everybody, which I don't like doing, I don't like mixing resources together most of the time unless I'm sorting it. But we could put 270 of the quick wire, 270 of something else, and 270, we could just layer it and then have smart splitters that split it into different directions. If you like doing that, you could totally do that in here as well, but I don't recommend it. It just gets convoluted at some point. Okay, and then we also need our splitters. Now, this is very inefficient space-wise like that. I kind of feel like we might want to set this back. Oh, that's an even better idea. We set this one back. We output from this. It runs down the line, converts it, and then runs it all back to the front by where the road is. That's even cooler, everybody. Yes. So what that will do is it'll run it back where I can just run along this road and pick it up. Oh, I like that a lot. Oh, we definitely doing that. Okay, so first thing we're going to need, though, is the ability to store it. So we're going to go to here. We're going to go to our storage that we already pre-built. Let's see. Do we need the sorter in the back? Yeah, I'd say we'll go ahead and put the sorter in. Guess we want to sort it later. We're going to need more resources, but basically we want to put this right here. So basically this is eventually going to replace all of this up here. And I'm going to put it along here so I can come out of here and just run over here and grab whatever I need. And I'll basically just have resources lined up along this outside edge. So this is actually going to be my storage area. We'll just say storage, 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 storage. Might as well color it in before we start putting the stuff down. Make it easier for later. All right, good enough. So this is our raw storage over there. We're going to have raw storage over there as well. And then, again, we'll have our stuff. Okay, now we need to go in and tell it how much of each thing we need. So this is just storages, and then this is actually has the ability to sort in the back of the storage. So if I want to go in and drop a bunch of stuff in there and have it automatically sort a bunch of loot, it'll do that for me. So we got that, and now we need a bunch of items that we need to go pick up. So let's go pick those up, get those in our inventory, because this is more than the Dimensional Depot can hold. And I have my Dimensional Depot upgraded all the way. But it's going to take longer for me to pull it out of the Dimensional Depot and have it go back in there than for me just to go and pick a bunch more up. Okay, you can see all my storage I have up here that it's backlogged a crazy ton of resources. And we're going to go ahead and pick up a bunch of this. All right, grab a bit extra. And then pipes. Let's grab as much as we need without actually have to pull it out of the Dimensional Depot. Light back on. More aluminum sheets, and I think we're good. Yes. What are we making out here? I forgot. Oh, heat sinks. Back down we go. Foggy out there. It's foggy. Foggy in the on this planet. All right, let's go ahead and put this down right over here. Actually, we'll give ourselves a little bit of room there as well. So right here with our sorter, we're gonna go ahead, set this. How's that looking? That looks good. Right there. All right. Now what that's going to do is build 10 boxes deep of the storages, including the ability for us to run smart splitters along the back here and sort all this stuff along here. Now, some of the items that we're going to be making, we want to go ahead and tell it what we want to be over here. So one of the things might be some quick wire and things of that nature. So we'll go ahead and just say quick wire. Just type it, by the way. Quick wire. It's much faster if you just type it. Let's say quick wire there. All right. What are some of the other things we're going to be making? Now, I don't need to put like copper ignits and deuterium ignits. Those are actually going to be stored next to the raw ore over there, long ways, kind of turned sideways. And then this is going to be turned toward the road. Because I don't necessarily need to go get the deuterium ignits, and I don't need to get the deuterium ore, but I do need to get the quick wire from time to time. And I also want the quick wire to automatically go into the Dimensional Depot. And what I'll do eventually when I set this all up to sort is I will bring all of those resources down from up there and put them over here. And so I no longer need to go up there, and I'll dismantle everything up there and bring all those resources down. So here we've got quick wire. What else we've got? We've got copper sheets is something else we're going to need for our thing here. Now this is going to be different than I normally do. I normally group it by category. So I put all the iron stuff together, all the copper stuff together, and so on. But this is all the stuff that I need for my power. So we've got quick wire, we've got copper sheets, and then, of course, those are going to make our AI limiters. Right over here. AI limiter. Right there. So again, these are more of like the things I need for that particular process. Also helps you guys visualize in the chat as well. Okay, so we're going to need to make steel pipes over here as well. Steel pipes. Right there. And what else do we need for our stators? We need steel pipes and we need wire as well. Yeah, so while we're doing our copper ignits for our copper sheets, we can also make it for our wire. Again, we need that for our stators, and then AI limiters, we need copper sheets and quick wire. Why did I not put wire in this calculation? Yeah, I didn't put wire in that calculation. Let me go ahead and put that in there. Actually, I should put it after this. Yes, I left out a part of the process here. Glad I saw that. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to be making massive amount of wire anyway. But we need wire up here, which is basically, actually over here, wire. And we'll just copy all the same stuff here. Put that down there. So we need, nope, that's not it. We need, no, that's right, copper ignit. Copper ignit is what we need. There we go. Okay, when we're producing wire, we need to know what our input needs to be and what our output is. So let's just double check. Now we can look it up on the thing, but I always find it's way easier to just put down a constructor and just look in the constructor because it's like right there. So 15 in, 30 out. So copper ignits, 15 in, and then over here on our spreadsheet, it's going to be 30 out. And so what does it need? It needs 40 wire. So let's copy all of this down here. Where's this pulling from? E14. Right there. So we need 9. This should be... This should be from here. Oop, from here. Yes, we need 40. And this should truncate that down. So per factory, it's going to be 20. So 15 copper sheets, 30. We need 40. 20 per factory, or 20 per machine, which is 2 machines, or really 1.33 machines. And that will produce 40 of the copper sheets. So, because again, you see the output's 30. If you just take that and bring it down to 20, you know you'd need at least 2. And again, you can't underclock it, so it's just doing 20 and 20. But we're going to do all of it. We're going to do a massive amount. So what we need to do is figure out what our other calculations are going to be here. So if we bring 780 in, we're going to have this divided by our input here. And that's going to tell us it's going to be 26. 26 of these is what we're going to need. And it's going to be the actual output amount of this is going to be 26 times this, right? 26 times 30, which is going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot. Maybe we'll want to move this calculation here. This divided by this is, we need 26 total for that. Max factories, and then same thing here. We'll put max factories down here. Same thing here. So we need to figure out the actual amount that we're making. So again, the output would be, input of deuterium ignits would be 780 divided by 45. then we'll put those in parentheses so that it does that calculation first. And then again, after it does that, divided that, and then that would be times this, 260. So it's going to be 260 Kateria magnets in there. We'll make that yellow. And then the 260 is going to do the same calculation basically on the output. So the output of this is going to be the number of factories here. So we'll put this here. So 26. We really need to round these way down. Round that way down. There we go. And so it'll be, and I usually round these up to 22 or 18 in this case. So we'll just round those up. 18. This is going to be 22. And so the actual output of this is going to be 22 factories roughly times 60. So 1,320 quick wire. That's more than we can output on a single line. So we'll have to split that into two separate outputs, and that two separate outputs would go into two separate boxes as well. That's a lot of quick wire. That's a massive amount of quick wire there. And then later we could go in and we could try to put the bulk of it on a single line, but it's still more than one line can do, even if we had everything unlocked. So we should probably round that down when it comes to the actual output. So let's round this down to 21. Round this one down to 17. And then see, we can just copy this calculation and put it here because it's going to automatically calculate it the same way that we just did. It's going to calculate the input and the output times each other. So the number of factories times the total output per factory. That gives us our total output, which is, in this case, 255. Total input is 260. Output is going to be 255. So again, I'm making this super easy on you, everybody. Super easy. So this is actually going to be 26. So that's going to be pretty easy to figure out. And again, all I have to do is copy this number and paste it here, and it automatically does the number for me. Because it knows that copper ignits in is going to be 30 and output's going to be 30. So 26 times 30 factory is going to be 780. So very, very useful, I find, to figure out those total numbers. And then again here, we're just going to take these numbers and bring this down, let it calculate that. Take this number and bring that down, let it calculate that. This here to calculate that. Now all of these calculations are happening separate from all the other calculations, so it's not interfering with those calculations, so we don't end up messing up all of our other calculations that we did. And copper ignit here is going to be 39 factories, so it's going to output 390 copper sheets. And how many copper sheets do we need? We need 30. Again, everybody, there's a lot extra it's going to be producing. And this is why we made all this extra power, is so that we can not only do our nuclear power, but we can also produce extra resources. All right, so that's pretty great. And then our quick wire, we're just going to, we can max out our quick wire, by the way, or max out our AI limiters. But I probably won't because I do want to keep extra quick wire and extra copper sheets. So I might just scale that up by just a little bit extra. And then a little bit extra goes a long way if you're just letting it run night and day, right? So if you're just letting it run 24/7, I'll end up with massive amount of extra AI limiters. Just even if I put one extra factory in there and just up the amount just by a little bit extra, it'll just keep running and running and running. It'll just be insane, the amount it'll produce. Because again, if we're producing, 1,260 Caterium, or basically 1,260 quick wire, and it needs 100 quick wire, I could just double it to 200 quick wire, and it would produce twice as much AI limiters than I need, and so on. You get the general idea. Okay, and the same thing, we'll start with that. I think we'll start with our copper sheets and our Caterium magnet, and we'll see how that all works out. as well. But we know exactly how many factories we need of each and everything. Now, most of these, by the way, are not even numbers. We can see that these are even numbers, even though they're an odd even number, if you know what I mean. It's not a decimal number. So it's 39. This one's 26, which is actually an even number, and also a non-decimal number. And then these are decimal numbers, right? So they're like a 33% of another factory. So again, I rounded down for the overall output amount, but I rounded up for the number of actual factories I'm going to put down, right? So this just makes the math a little bit easier. I can figure out the exact numbers if I want to. I can figure out what 17.33 exactly is going to produce. But it's really not necessary, since really a lot of that is just excess anyway, and not really being used in any other parts of my factory. And I usually use, at this point, single nodes for single items. So in this case, its primary role is for the nuclear power, and then it also is a secondary role of making these extra resources that I might need more of later on. While you're at it, you might as well get it done. All right, we'll come back to our wire and all of that stuff after that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to produce our quick wire, our copper sheets, and all of this other stuff, and then we're going to have it run back toward the front. So again, we need to go in here and look at our other thing. What's our other thing that we needed? We needed still pipes, right? And wire. What's the other thing? Wire. So we'll put wire in here. There we go. Very nice. And let's see. And then once we put our steel pipes and wire together, we're going to be making stators. Again, this is a big departure from how I usually do it, but this is kind of grouping it by necessity. Now, what I can also do is take it out of here and then reroute it again so that it is organized however I want, right? I can just take all of these and then also run them to the other side and put them all by iron and by copper and by whatever. So you can create another sorting system that'll sort it a different way if you want on the other side. Again, we're just going to put these together by process. And that'll give us stators, and then we put our stators and our AI limiters together, and that's going to give us our control rod, which is this whole first part of the process. Control rods right here. There we go. And how nice that it just happened to work out that all of those resources actually equaled the amount of boxes that I put down. That's just luck, everybody. All right. Let's go ahead again. Go back over here and say, okay, we're going to have it take the raw resource from over here, the deuterium. We're going to feed it into a plant here. That plant's going to convert all of those, and we'll put as many down as we need. Then it will take that, and it's going to feed that back this way, and that's going to end up right here in our quick wire. So we'll start with that one right there. Very nice. Now off to the side here, we're going to go ahead and create another one here, and let's go ahead and push this out a bit. Get our blueprints going there. All right, and we'll have a place to store our stuff here. Now this doesn't need sorting, because it's not really buttons are hard because this is going to be our in-between resources. You know, I want that to go. I'm going to definitely need more resources. But this is going to be our raw resources. Actually, let me just do myself a favor here and get the pipes. Just take all those out. And what was the other thing I needed here? Let's go up here and just do this. Pipes, steel beams. Now, another thing I can do is just grab all this stuff out of the dimensional depot and let it fill up while I'm doing other things. Aluminum sheets here. So while I'm doing other stuff, you can see over there on the right-hand side, that's starting to fill back up again. So again, if you have your dimensional depot all the way up like I do, it does it actually fairly quickly. And I do have a backlog of it up there, so we can then just go ahead and fill all that in. Now in the future, our steel pipes will be down here. So I could just grab the steel pipes out of there and grab any other resources that we'd have down this lower level. Okay, so we want to process our stuff here. And again, this is a bunch of logistics we have to figure out. We process all of our steel ignits. Maybe I should have its own storage built in to the actual output. Yeah, have a storage level on top of that particular thing as opposed to doing it like this. This is great for raw resources and finished resources, but in between resources, it might be better just to have it on the top as that storage. I could have it at the bottom. I could have it on the top. I could have it on the side. There's like 100 different ways of doing it. But I'm thinking of it in way, I'm building it in my head, by the way, while I'm talking to you guys, in a way that it's modular, right? So I can put it down, put this down, and then make that a combination with other things. Kind of like you do with Legos, everybody. You're building like little different Lego combinations. So yeah, I kind of feel like that's what we want to do. We want to take all of this and we want to output this into its own built-in storage. Now, do I need a storage on each one, or do I just need a final storage? Probably just a final storage. So this one will process all the ones that I need. So in this case, I'll do 2 of these. I'll do 1, I'll do 2, and then I will need it to go to a storage. Now, do I want the storage to be on the top, or do I want the storage to be on the bottom? Right? That's the question. In this case, I probably want the storage to be on the bottom. So I need to think about, okay, I need to take all this, convert all this, then run it down and merge it on the way down as well. So it needs to merge its way down from each level, smelt up above, merge its way down, and then end up in the storage underneath. And then that storage will then output to the next part of the process as well. So this way it can backlog. If the first part gets filled, then it will backlog into here, backlog, and so on, back up. Now in the case of this is going to do quick wire. So we'll bring in our quick wire raw resources, our Caterium. And then we'll have it run up to the input, run through here, process all of that Caterium ignits, and then run that into that storage. And then those Caterium ingots are going to become quick wire. Oh, actually, the other way is a better way. Because if I put this at the ground level, I can run the Caterium stuff underneath, the raw ore, have it come up through a floor hole, go through here, process all of this, go up, 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 and then I can chain it from there, from the storage, into the input of the constructors, and then have the constructors work their way back down again, and then have the output come out, go underneath, and then end up in the final storage. So yes, I just did that all in my head, everybody. Again, a fun way to think about it. And again, you can do it either way, as long as it ends up making the final product. Now, another thing that I like to do is optimize the amount of foundations I'm using. If I don't need to use all of them, then I try not to. But it doesn't really matter in the end. You're going to end up utilizing a lot of this anyway. So I kind of like that where it's on the bottom, and then I can just make a separate thing that's the storage like I kind of did last time. And then these all need to be like the same way. So the same inputs, the same outputs, and so on. And these are going to be facing the input direction this way. So when I put them down, it'll actually, the arrow will be pointing toward me like this. I'll be aimed this way. And when I set them down behind this thing, or I could set them down over here, have them behind this. If I can run it this way, And then that I could run over and run down. But I'll probably have multiple factories stacked on top of each other. Yeah. Multiple things stacked on top of each other into a tower. Where the final output is at the bottom. Yeah, that's better. Because if the final output is at the bottom, it's easier for me to run it underneath. So we'll have the sub-storage built in. It'll go in and it'll actually start at the top and smelt, and then down into storage, and then storage to constructors, and then constructors, and then out to quick wire, and then quick wire over to there. That's exactly what to do. Okay, and how many factories of this? I need 21. 21 of my constructors. So 21 constructors, roughly 18, well, 22 constructors, 18 of the smelters. The 2 sacks of smelters as well. Maybe I should just make 20 smelters. In one. Yeah, have it switch back. And then merge all 20 smelters together to have a single output. Yep, that's exactly what I do. Because this is going to need more than 20 smelters. This is going to need 26 smelters. But if I do it as 10, I can do 10, 10, and 10. See, there's like pluses and minuses of doing each thing. So if I do it in 10, I can stack 10, 10, and then 10, and then take 4 out that I don't need, right? Or I can pre-build it as 20, and then I can actually connect both sides from the bottom to the top and merge it all together in one thing, set it all down, and that's all set up at once. And then over here, you can see that for the copper sheets, for constructors, we need 39 of them. I find it's easier to do them in sets of 10. So we'll go with sets of 10. And then we'll just have the ability to merge this all the way across to a single output that's going to go down and then merge and then down and merge. So how can we do that across all of these? So we can bring one down. Oh, we can bring it down from up above. Have this one go out here. And have the one up above come out, but then cut over and come down to here. And come in and then merge into here. So now you've merged it into a single line, which is a single output there. So we'll take this out. Or do we want to put it in the front? I say we put it in the front. Front's going to be easier. All right. Again, we're doing some advanced stuff here, everybody. It's actually really fun. Let's turn this merger so it's aiming this way. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and put all our mergers in. Now, the best way to really know is to do it, everybody. Is to get in there, give it a try, see how you like it. I'll know right away if I like it or not. Get a wall in on these? Yes, I can get a wall across all of those. Okay. And then we'll connect all of these together. By the way, double clicking is your friend. Right here. Make sure you don't miss anything. Okay, that one's going to merge that way. And this one is going to merge the other way. Again, what you want to do is consolidate these into a single line just to make the doing multiple levels of these easier. And then the same thing here. We want to bring our splitters in. Again, this is called manifolds when you put them all in a sequence like this. And then we'll want this merge to go over this. Because this is going to come out of here and go into the top part. Or it can come out of here and go back out this way. We could, let me put in all of these lines first. Yes, and then I could chain it upwards to the next level. What you want to do is have this end up where the output ends up at the same output spot that that it's doing on here. And I'll show you why later, but basically it's just going to make it easier for me to chain these together. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to chain this one where I can set another one on top and is right by the same input. And so it can go in, circle back around, go to the one up above, and so on and so forth. And just keep chaining. And I don't have to redo a whole lot of work that I don't really want to do or really need to do. Really unnecessary for me to do a massive amount of work if I do it properly. So basically, I'm going to input there. Any excess that I have is going to go through there, and then I will just bring that up into the input again of the one that sits up on top. So this actually is an output right there. This one is not an output. In fact, we don't even need these here. We could actually put just regular walls here. Just to remind us. Okay, and then this is going to come out of here. And it's chaining its way this way. Now, you'll know if you missed one of these, everybody, because you'll go in and be like, wait, why is it not working? Oh, I love the straight function. Makes a grown man cry. Make a grown man cry. It's so wonderful. It's so beautiful. Look at that. It just does that. I can't wait till the ones where the pipes come in, everybody, where you can just 90-degree all your pipes. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, so this is great. So this is going to go back that way. This is going to come out of here and go into a single merge right over here. And what we can do on this side... No. See, now this is going to have a problem. So when I bring the merge down to go into the constructors, I'll have to offset that one. See, I want to merge down from up above. Good question. I love figuring this stuff out. Where can you find these sheets? What sheets? What sheets are you talking about? The spreadsheet? What you talking about? Hey, Jang, what's up? Oh, time for a break. You mean the spreadsheet? If you're talking about the Overseer spreadsheet, I can put those in the chat for you here. Let me grab it for you. Right over here. Oh, it's not going to do it. Why does my Stream Deck sometimes not work? What's the deal? I bet you it's like an administrator thing. It just does not want to do that. I don't get it. Come on. There we go. Yeah, it's like an administrator thing. I'm going to have to go and figure it out. But yeah, let me put it in the chat for you. Right there. Bingo. Feel free to check those spreadsheets out. And again, I have them for a bunch of different games. Now, they also have websites online that you can use. But I like making my own because it's fun. Okay, so we got that figured out. We've got to figure out how to get this so that this output also chains downwards. We could set it where it comes down And we could merge it. Yeah, we don't have a third merge here, though. We'd have to do something like this. Like this. Have this go this way. And then the one from up above comes down and goes back across here and combines with the one underneath it. Kind of like that. And then this would be the reverse. This would be an input, and then this would be an output. Sure we actually connect our outputs. Yeah, then that one would chain down to this one, and then it would circle back. All right. Those are called circle backs. So basically it's circle back to wherever you input and output. Now the problem is they can also block each other. So when you're doing the inputs here and the outputs, they can block each other. So you have to kind of bring them down and then offset them and bring them down and offset them. We'll have to figure out the logistics of that. But first we'll have the raw ore go in. Yeah, it makes me want, do I want to put the constructors at the bottom, or do I want to put the things at the bottom? It'll work either way, but eventually you'd want to have it in such a way that'll help you there. Let's put our doors in while I'm thinking about it. Put that there, put that there, rotate that around that way. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Now, sometimes what I do also, by the way, if I'm just going to have this single stacked, I will do this. And the reason why I do that, oh, not that. The reason why I do this, where I put a bunch of these just kind of cutting through there, is so I can access it from on top without having to go into the factory itself. But since we're going to be stacking these on top of each other, we also want to include the power to what we're doing. We're going to go ahead and actually bring that up just one more, like this. And then we'll be able to pre-run all of our power stuff. As well, so we can go in and just make it look super nice if we want, or we can make it fancy, whatever we feel like doing. The most hard thing is remember where the heck you run those. This. That one out up there. And then probably do something like that. Like that. I like to run them individually, though you don't really have to. I just think they look cool that way. Then, of course, you tie them all together. But not only are we pre-doing all of our line runs, but we're pre-doing all of our power and having all of our power connected on each and every one of those. And that's going to be super useful. And then also, it just makes the math easier. If you do these in groups of 5s and 10s, unlike in the United States where we use the non-metric system, the imperial system, where everything's 12s and 6s and 5s and 3s, where if you use the metric system, everything is 5s and 10s and 20s and 30s, which is way easier. I know both systems, including picas and points and volumes and all of that stuff, because I've been in graphic design for a very long time. So you got to know all the different types of measurements. Otherwise, some stuff's going to get screwed up. But yes, the metric system is way easier to utilize. So there we go. That's much nicer. All right, I like that. I like it a lot. I like what we're doing here. Okay, okay. And so again, that'll give us 10. And we can come back to the rest of that power, tie all the power together. And then what we'll want to do is think about how we're going to run the power and chain the power from this one to the next one to the next one. We'll want to think that through, or also vertically as well. How can we chain it forward? How can we chain it horizontally? And how can we chain it vertically? So we'll think about that while we're taking a quick break here, because again, I got to stay on track on my breaks here, everybody. So what we're going to do is bring up some words on stream. Now, if you're over at twitch.tv/Kismet, because I am streaming to 6 different platforms at the same time, you can go ahead and pop on over to there and descramble some words. If I see you guys are working together, and you crush these descrambling of the words, then what I'll do is go ahead and shower you guys with a bunch of Kiscats, which is what we use for giveaways and fun things like that. So I'm going to go ahead and start this up. Let me go ahead and mute the game sound there and get this up and running. Over here. There it is. And we'll press all the buttons, flip the switches, see if the sound works today. No? No sound? Try it again. Refresh it. System sound works. Oh, I had to click on it. I don't know. I don't know why some of this stuff doesn't work, but again, remember I fixed it like 10 years ago, and now I have to remember how to make all this stuff work. All right, everybody, we're going to start this up. Take a little break. Back in just a bit. Oh, muted. Muted there. I was trying to help you is what I was trying to say. We get 2 more. I'll give you 5,000 right now. Let's go. Oh, very close, very close. Still going to give you guys some love for working together there in the chat. Nice job. Fantastic job. Right over here. There we go. Very nice, very nice. Let me go ahead, go over here, give you 1,000 kiss caps also for let me know that I was muted there. I pressed the button, but apparently didn't do it. It's getting cold in here, everybody. It's never-ending suffering of coldness in this place. I had it nice and warm, but the family goes in and out of here, and they bring all the cold in. And then it gets frosty. All right, let's go ahead and get back to, boom, some Satisfactory here, everybody. We're working away on our kind of modular factory pieces. In this case, we're working on, turn the sound back on. We're working on our smelters. Just turn on our zooping here. Working on our smelters and how we're going to have our smelters work. And we'll just fill the rest of these in with just standard walls. Like this. Okay. Flip that the other way. Like this, like... I like to have it where it does kind of like a double door action where when you roll up on it, it'll actually open the door in both directions like that. It just makes it easier to get in and out of there. Okay. Now we could put a box in here for storage, but since we're going to have a storage level, I think we'll be fine. Yes, I think we'll be fine. And we might just leave our actual power thing out of there. And do our priority power. Do our priority power at the end. Again, trying to aim this so it's double doors. There we go. This one's actually going to be difficult because there's a beam there, but I think we could work our way through if we need to. All right. I'm going to close this up. Huh. Something funky there. It's kind of set down. These walls are set down. Oh, come on. That is a bummer. Walls were set down a little bit, further down than I want them to be. Kind of threw off my whole thing now. But that's okay. We'll go in and fix it. Take out the gates again. Fix those walls. I don't like it. Twice as fast the second time. There we go. Now we're looking good. Good. All right, we'll close this up. Like so. Oh, wait, no. No. Oh, we got to make a choice here. Yeah. Do we want to put the power in the ceiling or do we want to put the power in the floor? Because if you stack them, what's going to happen is you're going to end up with double foundations, which is what you don't want to do. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. All right. Better idea. Let's go over here. Click this. Clear. Boom. Let's do it without the floor foundations. You're like, Kismet, you got to rebuild that whole thing. Best to rebuild it now than have to go and fix it later. Best to rebuild it now. All right, we know what we're doing now anyway. So what we need now is we need one of these 5 walls here. We're just going to run these along the edge to use those as our center point. We know that we're going to need our splitters and mergers. Let's put our merger here. And this one we're going to offset a bit. Back, let's say. And then we'll go ahead and put in our smelter. Or actually, we'll put in our splitter here. It's going to be our input. And then we can put our smelters in. Along that line. All right, and then mergers. This one's going to go that way. This one's going to come out and end up here. That one there, this one here, this one to there. That's there, this to this one. Okay, good. So there's one. These are aiming the right direction. Loves to try to trip you up in this game. See, like that. I click it, offset that. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5. I already saw me do this once, so I'm going to speed way up. I hope you don't mind, because it's going to make this go a lot better. I don't mind dismantling something if I see a better way. I'm all about doing those better ways. Better ways are better, if you know what I mean. That's going to go there. And this one is going to go this direction. Go. All right. Ah. Trying to double click. Double click. This one needs to circle back. This one's going to come out of here. Say there. There. This one's going to go to there. Actually better than before because now we got a better angle there. And then this one up here. If you know what you want, it's much easier. See how much faster it goes when you know exactly what you want. And recreating something is much easier than coming up with it in the first place. No, that shouldn't be doing that. That should be coming out of there. What's this? This is a merger. Oh no, that's right. It's coming in and then merging back down to the next section. That's right. That's an input. All right. So let's color code these again. Output, output, and then input, input. Okay. So again, we'll have this go there and then do this. We could have this kind of doing what we already have it doing and reverse that. So the outputs are both at the bottom and then the inputs are coming from the top. That's another thing that we should solve there too, because that's definitely going to be an issue. I'm glad I saw that. See, when we rebuild it, we saw another issue that definitely is going to need to be addressed. In the case of this, we're definitely going to want to take all these belts back out, fix all of this, and actually have it coming in at the top and going out at the bottom. This allows to chain it downward, so see if we input here, but we can just bring it all the way to the top and then it can chain down and down and down. So I have what I'm going to do is put these smelters at the top of the factory and then have the input there working its way downwards, and then eventually the output will work its way downwards into the constructors, and then the constructors will work its way down and eventually end up in that box over there. So again, thinking about flow direction is vitally important. Vitally importante. All right, now back to our splitters here. So what we want to do is we want to stack our splitters now. Oh no, that's not going to work. Because we would need to use our lifters. I mean, we could push this out and do that. We can put it out and come back. No, we can still use our lifters down, or our splitters down here. We just need to change the direction. Yes, we just need to change the direction of this. Right when I click. Okay. If we don't mind, I'm going to speed way up now. You guys got the gist of this. Okay, so yeah, this is going to go pretty much like the other one is. It's going to go in here. And then... Oh, why is that? That is not straight. Alright, right here. Into there, flow into all of these, and then come back out, and then I can flow it down to the other one. So yeah, so the only tricky part is putting the input in way at the top. So I'll probably run it up here, up this one, and then bring it over. Then it will go down and then chain its way down. Again, now also I'm setting this up for future other items that I'm going to be running, like copper and iron and things of that nature, so I can stack them on top of each other and just put the whole process in one spot. How many ever we need in total. Let's take that out and actually put in our automated gate here. this. And let's try to get all of our walls correct this time. Sometimes it puts your walls down too low. It's really annoying. I don't think really ever I would want them to be down like that, but somebody might want it. But if they don't have any foundations, putting the walls in much easier because they don't set down like that. They just set on the ground properly. So it actually is easier without having the foundations at the bottom. Now the tricky part of this is getting these to stack on top of each other, and I'll show you how to do that here in just a bit. Also a great trick to this, by the way. If you do this, then that, and this, and then you flip it the other way, and then you can just do those two. Great little trick there. Just kind of do every other one. That, then flip that back. Easy. And then across the top. This is just going to allow us to pre-run our power. Like we're running our power way easier. Again, I just build in boxes, everybody. I just build in boxes. Again, if you want to embellish yours, make yours more fancy, you go right ahead. Me, I like to be efficient. Okay, we're going to go ahead and just go right to there, because this is really as far as I need to go for right now. I kind of dip down in here and do all this power. Alright, let's get in here and run all of our power stuff. We're going to run these ones forward. And those all nice and clean. There. Then just utilize what we already have to cross-chain all of those over to there. And probably put that one there. It's going to be too many. Too many on that last one. Just do this. That. Okay, those are all powered. Now we need to think about how we're going to do our power here. Probably just put a power thing out here and connect it to the floor. So we'll connect it down under the floor, run it under the floor to that first part, and then we can use this side over here to chain it. Yeah. And then we'll run the power maybe to here. Here. And then we can run it down, and then we can chain it across to the next one. But I can't put the double wall outlet in here because it's not going to let me. So it won't let me do it because it's going to go outside the blueprint. What I could do in that corner, by the way, is I could inset the corner to pre-make that. And then when I go to do the next one, it'll pre-done. Be nice to pre-inset this corner too. But we've got that kind of loop back. Yeah, we want the loop back more than we want the thing. Because the power is easy to run. I can always run that later. Alrighty. Anything else we need to do here? I think that's probably good to test, so let's go ahead and close that up for now. And then we're just going to go over here, and we're going to say that this is 20. 20 is a 10. No, it's 10 smelters. can be used to smelt iron, smelt raw ore for iron, copper, and yttrium. There we go. All right, smelter there. And then we're going to put this as our generic one. So let's see, what do we feel like is a good color for our generic ones? Maybe an orange, if we can find a better orange than what we got there. Yeah, like really, really orange. Maybe more orange. Yeah, something like that. There we go. Now what this is these are generic recipes. And they're going to be used for all of my different iron, copper, and yttrium. So I definitely want to create a universal one that I could just use over and over and over again. So let's go ahead and save that blueprint right there. And then now we want to test that blueprint out by simply going and building it and then seeing what happens from there. So this should be our thing here. Yes. And then that's our sorter there. So we will go ahead and build our factory this way. And again, you see that if I go in here, oh, what, how did that all get back in there again? I just put all those away. Okay. MS burners, vertical power. We just took care of all of those, and they decided to bounce back in there again. Train foundations. And coal power. Apply changes. We just want the one smelter one while we're testing it. All right. And we want it to face toward me, so we'll nudge that into position. And we want that to line up this way. Probably along with the foundations. And we'll want it to line up to this building. All right, let's try that again. Oh, and look, it reset again. All right, well, I'm not going to bother to fix it. It's a bug. Not going to bother to fix it. If it's going to do that, this is going to waste my time. All right. Oh, boom. Now, we'll go ahead and put one of these on top of this and check our ability to stack them. Now, again, it's actually a little bit easier to stack these when they have foundations on the top because they line up a bit better and easier like that. Okay, so we bring it in from the top. It goes into there, it comes down. So then we can take this and we can run it down. This is going to be outputting down here. We run it down to there. And yeah, we could stack those as high as we want. Just put the middle input in. This input at the top is not really going to do anything on this particular one if it's chaining downwards. But you could very easily add another one on top of this one. And just make sure the arrow is facing in the same direction. Like that. Again, bring the output of this down, bring the output of this down. And then now, again, you have infinite stacking. You can just stack as many of those smelters as you need. Now, on some other stuff, when I crank this up to a higher level, I'll need more smelters and thus be smelting more stuff. So we'll probably come back and revamp this at some point. But at this point, we'll just go ahead and leave it as is. Again, so 10, 20 of them. So I only really need 2. Now, what I need underneath there is the ability to do the constructors as well. So we'll do 10 constructors, and this needs 21 constructors. So we'll need 3 stacks of 10. And we'll want it to be very similar so that we can run the input down into the constructors as well, and then chain them downward like we're doing. Again, there's 100 different ways of doing what I'm doing, everybody. There's a lot of different ways. You use the way that you like the most. So that works pretty well. Now, I'm not actually going to leave it like that. I'm actually going to stack all this stuff on top of each other later. And these are all supposed to be designed so that they can be used in multiple situations. So that looks good. We're going to go ahead and go with that for now. And see how we like it later on. All right, so we already saved that. I don't feel like saving it again. There we go. Now we're going to use this like a blueprint for doing our smelters. So we're going to just take all this out just so we can work in here. We're going to hit G on all these smelters just so we can get rid of the smelters first. There we go. And so the input of this, the output of that is going to come down. And oh, we could fix it by using the boxes. Yes. We could set the input of the next one by putting the storage in between. So we have it come in and we have it run into the storage, and then the storage is routed in such a way that it outputs at the same spot in which this outputs. So we could just keep chaining it down in the center. So that's what we want to do. Let's go ahead and just get these little connectors out of here. Right now, we'll deal with all of that later. So we'll want to do the storage next. Oops. The splitter's out. Get our belts. And so our final storage wants to end up like this. Take out all of those. Yeah. I tried to hit G so I could get these things, but I find if I mishit, if I hit F, then it accidentally gets me out of that mode. Okay, so this is going to come in from over here. From this side. That's going to be trouble because you got to get it to go at an angle a little bit, so you're going to have to offset it. That a little closer. Wow, it just happens to fit. That's perfect there too. Perfect, perfect. On this side. Also great. Okay, cool. So we got a bit of a problem over here, though. How to utilize this space over here. Can we get it to go out further? Yeah, we could chain this out further to the next box, to the in box over here. Have this end up going back making this end up here. And this one will go that way. This one's going this way. Maybe. Can we get this last one in here? Nope. Let's take this wall out. No, it's not going to fit. Not going to fit, and we have them all squeezed in there. I don't know if we need more than that anyway. But the way this works out is that we need to output on this one here in the center. So really, we don't need these boxes either because this is going to go in here, come back, go here, and up here. So in this way, back, forth, here, around, into this one, and go there. So don't feel like that's really worth it. Really worth it. I could go the other way. Just have this thing end up being down here. Something like that. That's why I didn't add all of the cross connections, is because I had a feeling I was going to change that. Okay, so if we have it come in, and I could just have it going straight down, or I could have it going into the box first. Kind of like that part like that. I already had this before, but just thinking of the logistics of making this work, where we're being very efficient with our space. Yeah, see, that's not very efficient either. Seems not right. Yeah, there we go. Something there was not right. Don't like that either. I don't like it. Yeah, I gotta leave all this gap for all of those. Nope, don't like that either. Let's take all this out. Okie dokie. So, let's try this way. output, input. So this is going to go there. Don't like the way that that comes in. But we do what we got to do. It's going to go there. It's going to go there. Now we'll go this way. I could put them closer, but I don't like to. And back this way. We'll get this figured out. It's really how it ends up at the very end that's going to make the difference. If we're going to do it, we might as well put the maximum amount of storage in here. We can manage. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. I knew there was a way to do it. Very nice. Okay, and then this one comes out. It goes out wider. It ends up way back over there. And this one is actually going to be an output. Okay, I can't do it that way, but I can do it the other way. Whatever. Whatever, brother. You're kidding me, right? Won't let me put an output, but it'll let me put an input. That's weird. That's odd. Yeah, it won't let me switch the direction. Let's try to do it from right here. Partially overlapping blueprint designer. Okay. Whatever, game. Whatever. Just let me do it between those two ports, but won't let me do it like this. Okay. I don't know what's going on with that, but... So yeah, it won't let me do it that way. Which is weird. I can take it out of here and I can do it like that. I can do a little workaround here where I do this. And then I put like a splitter in between. Then I take this section out, and then I take the splitter out. And then I can go ahead and run this like this. I got all the workarounds, everybody. I got all the workarounds. So yeah, that's really weird that it won't let me just connect that to that output. But whatever, we figured it out. And then this goes to this. There we go. Okay, and then that ends up going out in the same place as the input of the next one down. Is what we're trying to do there. That's what that's all about. Okay, so this is the input here. And then we're going to go from here into this one, into that one, and we'll just use the top ones. I can double run these, I guess, for when they're backlogged. Server's restart in about an hour. Eventually what's going to happen is this is going to be backlogged, and as I need them to move forward, I can double move them by running a double line. I suggest to do these line by line, so you're making sure you remember to do all of them. Just take it one little section at a time. Do the bottom lines because it's easier to do the bottom lines first. Nope. Come on. Sometimes you gotta have the right angle. There we go. Maximum storage. This one to here, and we'll test this and make sure this works, of course. Something not right. Nope. Something not right. Ah, this one's offset. These last three got offset. Go fix all of that for sure. Going that way. Going the opposite way. Oh, so much better when my mouse, my scroll wheel's working. Okay, so coming into that one, going out of this one. Yeah, fix it when you see the problem. Don't wait till later because you'll forget. Then all of a sudden, this won't be flowing through here. And this one down there, into there. Now, it doesn't work as good as it used to when you could use the boxes as splitters. It doesn't do a good job of it. But we do what we gotta do. What the heck is going on there? We do what we gotta do. That comes out of there, and then it will just have a single output. Or it'll move between the boxes faster. And that is some sweet storage. So again, input here, output in the center. So again, this will be the backlog of our in-between resources. So this will be where our Katyra magnets are going to be stored. And it will allow it to backlog a lot of those Katyra magnets in case we turn the power off or we turn the factory off. We can then start it back up really easy. Also, I can siphon off some of these Katyra magnets. I can split them or do whatever I want to do to be used elsewhere. But really what I'll do is just make all the quick wire and just get the quick wire and run it. Because you don't really need Katyra magnets anywhere else right this moment. The only thing you need Katyra magnets to become is quick wire. Same thing in the early game. When in the early game, you only need iron to become iron ignits. You don't need it to become... you don't need to use the raw iron yet until you get to steel. All right, so that all seems good. I think we got that squared away. And again, we're building it in tandem with the other ones so that they work together. And it will all work out in the end. Now, this one doesn't need any power. And we definitely want to check that one out. We'll put our things to the top so we can stack these. Soup these in. Oh, what? You know what we could do? It just dawned on me. We can just do this. This is our blueprint. Bam. Easy. Bingo. Do it all in one shot, just like that. Nice. Okay, and this is our storage. Oh, I should have colored these. I should have colored these things, but I'm definitely coloring this one as storage. This way you can visually look at that level and instantly see that that level is storage. You don't have to go in there and look at it. We're definitely going to color this all storage. That does not need to be there. This can just be straight walls now. So there's straight walls. I should have probably did that on that other blueprint as well. We might go back and fix it. We'll see. That makes that really obvious that that is... Oh, I missed one. That is a storage. Okay, so that's going to come down into the storage. So we have our smelter, storage, and then we'll go from there. Okay, and this is vertical storage. And then we'll do storage, right here. And we'll save that. Used as a backup for ignits between processes. Save. There we go. Or I could use it for really the end result if I wanted to. But the end result's going to end up where I can actually access it like I showed you there. Okay. And again, you can see that my storages also are blue. You can see my other storage over there is blue. This one I didn't make blue. I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't make that one blue, but apparently I forgot. Okay, our storage is good. Everything looking sharp in here. And now we're going to go test it if we can get actually out of here. There we go. Let's act like we're building something, or we're going to take something out, or how do we get this to go away? Some sort of trick to it, I already forgot. Like we're going to put something down. What was it? Blueprints down. Man, what was it? There's something that you could do to make that disappear. It's like I was going to put something down or whatnot. But whatever. All we want to do is just put it down for a second anyway and just test it. Okay, vertical storage. Turn this toward us in the same exact position. Sometimes hitting the wrong buttons can be frustrating. All right, there we go. And so we'll put that in there. There's our vertical storage. And then we'll couple it with our smelters. Again, just to test it. Hit H to get close. Nudge it in position. Okay, and so the output of this is going to go to the input of that. Then we'll go in here and we'll just try some stuff. Best thing to do is just to go in here and then grab some iron ingots, which I probably have somewhere. Yeah, just grab some of those out of there. And throw it in the output, which will run that out, and it should run out of there and down into the lower part. And if it ends up here at the end, then we know we did it right. Yep. First try, everybody. First try, we got that right. Nice. So I put that in there. It ran out. It went down and went through every single one of those boxes and then ended up at the end, which is what we want to see, right? That's how you test storages. You put it in there and you see if it goes through every storage. If it does go through every storage, makes it to the end, you did your job correctly. All right, so now we know the storage works. All right, cool. We'll take all this back out. And take this out. Again, this whole thing is annoying. I don't want it to do that. I don't want it to do that anymore. I don't want to see that thing. If I want to see it, I'll press a button for it. But other than that, I wish there was a setting to turn that off. Maybe there is. Show clearance. Try to turn that off. Nope, that's not what that is. Clearance is the white part of the box, I believe. God, I really dislike that part. Dark mode. Huh, I didn't even know that was a thing. Hologram. Dismantle mode, small cost slots. Build dismantle mode. Feature alert. I don't see it. Confirm. All right, I don't see it. deal with it later. All right, now it's time for some constructors. So we'll take our vertical storage out of there. We'll take all of this, and then we'll go ahead and reload our smelters. So our smelters need to lead into the thing. So now, oh, I put that in the wrong one. I just saw that I put that on the wrong one for the storage. It's got to be here, so it can come down into there and be an input. Okay, let's fix that real quick while we're thinking about it. I see a problem. I'm going to fix it. Let's go ahead and load the storage again. It goes to the middle one and not to the right one. Now I got this same problem again. I have to go in and dismantle that. Do something like this. Put a splitter in there. Take this out. Oh, no. I got an idea. We'll do this. We'll run this first, and then we'll try to... Nope. Okay. Workarounds are awesome. Take that out. Put this back in. Take this and run it so it runs out there. And then splitter in there. Take this out. Take this out. Run that like that. All right, there we go. Now it's in the right direction, or in the right spot to chain. All right, and then save that. Clear that. Load our smelters. And get our extra stuff. Okay, so now we're going to use our smelters because we know it's going to come down in input right here. So let's get all of these foundations. Okay, or we can press the wrong buttons and get that to pop up instead. Take that out. There we go. And then again, we'll take all of these out and deal with that power later. Like that. And yeah, we're going to need to just take all this out. Definitely all this merger stuff out. I like to take it out in groups because sometimes it's more awkward to take it all out by switching what you're taking out. I just take it all out based on the item itself. All right, we'll leave some of that in there so we can get an idea of what we want, but we've got to measure the size of the constructors. So you can still get away with that if it's just sitting right up against there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and we should be able to get a 5th one in, yes. The biggest problem with that is circling it back to go to the next spot, which is not going to work. That's not going to circle back. It's not going to circle back the other way. That is for sure. Well, let's just put this here and see what we can get away with our lifter. Yeah, it's going to be outside the thing. We could make it where we attach it on the outside and then it goes back. We could just have it go out this other side. And then take the door out. And then have it where it goes back this way. Yeah, we'd have to manually go in and fix that. So it goes out there and then comes back across. Like that. Yeah. And we'll have to bring this over, bring this up across, and then back to merge out there. For the output. And we'll have to do the same thing with our merging. To merge on the outside. This one we could output and come over. And this one would have to merge on the outside. And then this one would come across and merge. And then go out there. Chain down to the next one and merge with the next one and the next one. All right, let's give that a try, see how I like it. Again, the cool thing about this game, everybody, if you ever get to a point where you don't like it, you can always just take it back out and change it. But we definitely want to know where our input is, which is right there. So let's go ahead, put that like that. It's going to come in and go to there. And then this is going to go that way. This is going to be a merger. Good to get at least one row kind of established. So you have an idea of what you're going to do. Again, this will be our output. No, we flipped that. We flipped it. Yep. No, I almost did that backwards. Because it's inputting from the top. So we actually want this to go this way. That's going to be an output. And this is going to come in, go this way, go down, and come through the other way. Yeah. All right. Glad I thought of that. This is going to come in this way. So we'll have a little bit of external work we'll need to do on this. Or I could cut it down to just 4 and we'd have them 8. But I'd rather them be an even number. Makes it easier when I'm doing a whole bunch of these later. Again, we'll take this out. Do the same thing here. So it's going to come in from there, come around, and then end up at the bottom. All right, we'll put that back in at the end. Okay. This is going to go this way. Connect all these together. Merger. Nope. Not what I need. I need a splitter there. Okay, coming in here. Going around the outside, splitting, 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 splitting all the way down. Okay. Now we got these ones merging on this side, and so we're going to merge these in this direction. On this last one, I'm actually going to turn it this way. And I hope you guys don't mind me speeding up. I think you've seen me do enough of these mergers and splitters here. This stuff's really fun, by the way. One of my favorite parts of the game is doing all of this three-dimensional thinking. This kind of logistics thinking. Okay, now this one is going to go across over to here. And then again, this is going to be an input. This is our output. So our mergers are going to be going this direction. This here. Okay, so that goes out there, then comes down, and then merges back into the next one. Right there. The biggest problem is merging this side, though. So this side needs to merge across and then make its way down, which isn't too hard because we can just go ahead, pick up one of these mergers and put this merger on the top part here. And then just run that into there. That's a little cross way of doing it. I don't like the look of that, though. That kind of sucks. Sucks big time. All right, let's see if we can clean that up a little bit. What can we do here? We could probably get something along this line. Take this, move that down to there. Yeah, something like that. Okay, but we could bring this up a little bit. See if we can get that to be square there, and then it's going to go up and over. I don't think I like that either. A lot of unnecessary pieces, I kind of feel. Let's do something more like this. Get an idea where that's at. Let's say there. Then we'll turn on our straight function, and that'll give us a nice 90. Beautiful. There we go. And then it's not crowding the thing, too. So, you know, when stuff's running along there, you know, in theory, it would hit the belt, right? In real life, it would hit the belt. In this game, it would just go right through the belt. But that looks way better. I just like the look of that bypass. So now these ones are all going to merge together and then end up over here and end up on this belt, which is then going to come across from anything up above and from here down into the bottom one and then come out on that side. This thing, same thing, come out here. So now they're both going in and output on the same side, and again, they can be stacked nicely. All right, I'm digging it. Digging it big time. Okay. Sure we got all of our connections in there. Took one quick little look. We'll know when we start this up, that's for sure. We will know 100%. Alrighty. Put the top on there. And this we will make. We should have colored that other one too. I keep forgetting. Let's color it green. Or no, we chose orange. But a different type of orange. You know what? Actually, we'll leave it. we can change it gray. We'll go ahead and just leave it orange. I feel like we'll just leave those ones orange. Okay, so this is 10 constructors. Used in tandem, something like that. Used in tandem with storage, vertical storage, and smelters. All right, constructors. Okay. Oh, I forgot to put the power on. Cool thing is, if it's still a blueprint, I can take the blueprint out. Oh, actually, I should have left it in. Just went inside and done it. D. But it's cool because if you do use your blueprinting on your blueprinter, you can take it back out. But the second you save it and reload it, then you can't do it. So we'll just take one of these out, or just go in the side here. There we go. And run all this power. Like this, and then we're just going to cross-connect this power. Just to make it a little easier, a little less connectors. Again, you can run each one to its own connector, but at some point you want to, also be resource efficient and also frames per second efficient as well. There we go. I could actually even tie more of these together if I wanted to, using my higher end connections. But I don't know, I just kind of like hanging them from the ceiling like that. Making sure they're all connected. And then ultimately they should end up at the same power connector, right over there. See, and then that power connector is also in the next one, vertically. So I can just connect it here and then connect it down to the bottom one and the one underneath it, and one underneath it, and so on and so forth. They're always in the same spot. That's why I'm using each one as a template for the next one. And that should be pretty much it. We got all of those connected. Yep, looks good. We're out of here. All right, let's actually make the thing now. Now, what I'm doing here, everybody, is basically for all of the different processes. So once I got this done, all the processes are done, pretty much. All I have to do is build them and run the resources to them. We need to do how many of each thing? So we need to do 20 of our smelters. So we actually want to start with the one at the bottom, which is going to be our quick wire. So we need 21. 21 constructors. So really, we'll call it 22. But we have them set up in groups of 10. I could have did set up in groups of 5 as well. But I got set up in groups of 10 so that it kind of fits in the same, and I can stack them. So I can just put 30 down and then just take the extra ones out. Or just leave them in there. Again, if we have extra resources, it will take those raw resources and run them in there and process all of those too. But it can't process more than 780 per minute, or 780 on the belt, because the belt can only go so fast. But if I did have a backlog of Kateria magnets, and then all of a sudden I started the factory back up again, it would take all 780 and put it in there, because you can see right now my input's going to be 260. It would put all 780 of them in there, and then actually it would burn up all that excess. Which is awesome, which is why you want to stack excess like that. I mean, again, you can make it exactly perfect where the numbers exactly work out, which is fun to do in the very beginning. But I find in the later game, it is much better to have excess, especially if you're going to be turning things on and off. It really does help a lot. Plus, you also have excess for yourself. Okay, so we want to start at the bottom, which is the quick wire. And so we need 3 stacks of our... 3 stacks of our stuff here. So we're going to input it from the right. Or should I turn it this way? That's a good question. If I turn it this way, like this. And our inputs on this side. Experiment around with this for a minute. Oh, move that back. Move it back enough. Instructors. Now, I've done this before in the past, everybody, but we're doing this a bit differently, just to try something new. And again, so it's going to output here, right? And then we're going to go under. And then probably come up here. And then go up to the top. Or I could have it go up from here. Go over, up, and then run across and input way up at the top. Yeah, I could put a floor hole there and just have it go up through the top of the thing and then go across. And then work its way down to here. And then this will be the final output here at the bottom. Actually, over here is where the final output would be. And that's going to go down. And that's going to end up over there in that quick wire. Let's click that and see if I like it. Do I want it to be... See, I'm asking myself, do I want it to be facing this way, or do I want it to be facing kind of more in the alleyway here, where the output ends up right here and then goes down, goes there, and it's not in my thoroughfare here. And I think I kind of like that better. Well, you know, I try different stuff just to see if I like it. And I usually know right away. I'll know. I don't know. I don't really want all of the lifters and stuff to be in the way of that kind of thoroughfare. Okay, we'll nudge this over this way. And then we can do the input up there, and then it'll input in between the buildings as opposed to going across the buildings. Kind of like we got there. Oh, that's way too far over. Too far over. Let's get that first one right, and then the rest of them should fall into place. So I want the arrow to be toward the access way here. And then we'll nudge this around just to make sure that's good. And now I think we're all good. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to aim this also in this direction, kind of like I already have it on the thing here. Aim it out here, but I think it'd be better if it was aimed like this, because it's going to be way easier to just put all that stuff in the in-betweens, and it's just going to look nicer overall as well, I think. Okay, so now we need 3 of those. So we're going to need some power to help us do that. Let's get up here. And then just put 3 of these down. Again, just get it close, hit H, nudge it in position. There's number 2. Wait for that to build out. There's number 3. All right, very nice. And then we will go ahead and see, this is why we did all this work, everybody, just to make this super easy now. And again, we'll put this in the same direction that we put the other one. Using the white arrow, you can see it right there. Helps us align that up. There's our storage. That's for all of our Caterium ignits in between. We only need 1 of those, so we need 3 constructor areas. We need 1 of those. And then I believe it's 2. Yeah, so we need a total of 20. This one we need 22. So we need 20. So we want to double stack our smelters up here at the top. And hitting H just to make sure. And I'm glad I did, because that would have been messed up. And the cool thing is if you made a mistake, it's really easy to take this stuff out, redo it again very quickly. Like you saw. All right, and again, we're going to be doing vertical buildings. That's what we're working on, vertical buildings, instead of doing chain buildings like horizontal buildings like I have over here. For like, you can see I've got, you know, 1 building here in the front for processing the biofuel, and then another building converting it again, and then another one for the actual power connectors back there. So that's kind of more a horizontal building. Same thing over here, a horizontal building where you're building, you know, one factory into another factory like that. And this is more a vertical building where you're going to better utilize your space. And plus, it's all self-contained, right? It's one self-contained thing that's making quick wire. That's it. Okay, so now we're going to bring our Caterium straight up. I think up out of this top part here, because I think that's going to be fun. Let's do it right there. And then we will bring this down, and we will reverse its direction. Like that. There we go. Already starting to work. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, no. You little sucker. It was on blueprint, so it just took out all of that stuff. Oh, that was a lot of work that just went poof. All right. No one to blame but myself. Take all that out. Now we have a giant box full of resources, everybody. Look at this. A giant box full of stuff. Okay. Darn it. Darn it, but that's okay. We'll go in, we'll fix it. That was a bummer. That was a bummer right there, everybody. One misclick and you'll be doing it all over again. Can I put this down with that thing in the way? Probably not. God, I'm going to have to throw all this away. I'm not going to spend all the time it takes to move all of those resources out of there. Throw all that away. That was 10 boxes of stuff I'm throwing away here of all this. But we can always get more. One misclick. And that's it. All right. We can get more. It's okay. Oh, and over here too. Okay. Didn't really want to redo that, but c'est la vie at this point. The large things like this are really awkward to put down too. All right, this got to come forward. We left a 2 gap there, so if I put it right there, it should end up where our lifters in the back should be in the same spot. Nope. Apparently we had a 1 gap. We had a 1 gap. Take that out. Again, everybody, you make a mistake. The only person to blame is yourself. It's a learning experience. Go in and do it again. Maybe second time it'll be better than the first time. Okay. See, luckily I can just go in and reconnect these, which is easy. Like that. And that'll start putting those resources back in there again. I'm sure there's a giant backlog of those resources anyway. But let's go see here in the front. Yes, okay. Now I gotta change all these things again. Deuterium ore. This is copper. That's a bummer when that happens, everybody. Again, because you're just like at the point where you're just like, okay, I'm about to process everything, but now you got to stop and you got to come back and you got to deal with this thing here. But that's okay. Again, we'll get it done. And then copy the settings of that one because I believe the rest of these are the same. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Copy that and paste it over there. There we go. This one here, also iron, yes. Paste it. Okay, then we got limestone. Like so. Copy that. Paste it. Ah, man, I don't know why sometimes this thing doesn't paste right. I still have to paste, it didn't paste right. There we go. Okay, limestone. I think I had him set to dark as well. we'll just leave it. Limestone, all that good. Okay, let's try this again, hopefully with less fail. Oh, that looks like it's forward. Why is that forward now? Oh, I probably set that back before. I probably set that a little bit back before. No, this time I didn't. That's okay. Probably better to leave it like that anyway. All right, let's go do this again. Not blueprint. Watch what you're doing, or you get hosed or rooney like that. Again, that's 10 boxes of resources times 6 different boxes, so that's like 60 boxes of resources right there that just went poof. Just because I was trying to take this thing out because it was already running up the thing, which I wanted to make sure that that was connected like that. There we go. All right, so that's running up there. Looks good. Believe me, it'll have, it'll end up with a lot of extra resources there. Okay, so now our goal is to take this and to have it run into the center of this. Don't like it. Up higher. Nice and flat. There we go. Okay, so that's going to start running that in there. And then this should run out of there into here. Like that. And then that's going to run out over there and end up in the box. And then the box is going to run it down into the storages, from the storages down into there. Okay, now we got to work on our power. So let's go ahead and run some power over here. How do we want to run our power? Kind of feel like we'll run it a bit down this way. Just grab it from one of these. Where's this going? Oh, it's already connected in the same spot I just opened up. That's funny. And it's running that down. I see. Oh, that could be better as well. Clean that up a little bit. There we go. Then we can run this back. Under there. And then let's see how our power is going in here. So our power is... What's that power connector? On one of these walls. On that outside wall there. So we'll want to bring this in and tie it over that way. This. On this first one, I will run it over here. Because that's going to be better, I think. We'll run it there, and we'll run it under to here. Run run this down to there. Oh, this out here to there. This all should have power now. Yep. And then put this back. And then we can take this and just grab it. Pop out this doorway, or try anyway. And go up to the next one and just chain them upward. Like this. And now you know why we put those all in the same spot. And the next one's going to be storage. And didn't leave it on the storage, that's fine. And then up here. And now we have power to all the levels. All right. Nice. Okay, and we want to start with our inputs now. So our inputs are going to come in, and we're going to go ahead and say that we want to do Deuterium ignits. Okay. Oh, we missed a thing there. Oh, on the blueprint itself. Go fix that. It's our smelters. All right, let's save our. This is our constructors, right? Yes. Save our constructors just in case we made a change and I forgot. Load our smelters, so if we use these in the future, we make sure that we have that in there. So one of these is missing. It's in the input and output over here. Right there. Now I'm not going to take it all back out again to fix it, but if I see a problem on a blueprint, I just go and fix it right away. So if I use that blueprint again in the future, it'll already be good to go. Like that. Otherwise, I'll just fix it as I go. In the case of when I first use it. Okay, so that's coming up. That's feeding into there. And then this first one should be smelting. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Now we just copy this one and paste it into all of these. And these should all start up. If they start up, then we know we did right. If they don't start up, then we know we got troubles. Okay, now that Deuterium ore is coming through. Looks like it's feeding into all of those. Would have been nice to have 10 boxes deep full of that to get that started up even faster, but we'll let her rock for now. Now, eventually what this is going to do is fill up the quick wire, and then the quick wire is going to backlog, and then it's going to backlog to the ignits, and then the ignits will then backlog to the ore, and then we'll have a lot of ore, a lot of ignits, and a lot of the thing. A lot of each step of the process, which is why we do that in the first place. Okay, so this is going here, but it doesn't look like it is going anywhere else. And this is supposed to come in and chain down. Right, so we don't really need this top one to have this. Again, I remove stuff that's unnecessary while I'm working on my factories, because some of the stuff I just build to take out as I go. Okay, down here we know that there's a problem here that we got to fix. There we go. And then we need to tell this what to do. Get on smelt. More smelting, more smelting, more smelting. Get your smelting on. All right, there we go. So that's going to smelt. And then that's going to come down, come up here to the input in there. And this one actually is going to be functional because it's going to come down and then circle back in that direction. Okay. Yikes. 10 minutes. Okay, now the output of this is going to go now into our ignit storage. And we should see it end up right here. Let me actually take this out so I can see if it ends up right here. Yes, it does. Okay, so it ends up there. And then from there, it's going to go down into our constructors. And our constructors are now going to make the quick wire. And so we'll copy that. We'll make sure this looks all connected here. We've got to do the back part as well on all these constructors. So let's do this first. We'll get all the things set up for quick wire. Double check it. Yep. Okay. And then we need our back area here. Bouncing me all over the place. Okay. And so we need this to go down to there. We need our input to circle back around to there. And we need to do that all the way down here and there. I'd like to have it where, you know, 2 of these was covered and then 1 of them was just on the side. It'd be nice to have different variations of that too, where you can just have 1 in the middle, 1 on the left, 1 on the right. It'd be nice to have that as well. Because this way you can see which ones you're using and which ones you aren't. You can actually go in and do what I did on this other one for the sorter. I forget where I put the sorter. Oh, over here. Where I actually put a thing in there, a little monitor that says no, that's not an input. But it'd be nice to actually have that whole place covered and just have the one hole just offset. And then offset on the left, right, or middle. It already has the middle one, but I mean in the form of a 3-1, right, where you can do left, right, or middle. It'd be nice. It would be nice. Okay, what else we need to do? We need to go and tell it that we want to make more quick wire. Why is my doors not working very well? There we go. Doors are not working all that great. Okay, this is producing quick wire. Awesome. And those are coming through. Okay. Melting away. And then these are going down, and we need to tell this that we want to make quick wire down here as well. Like this. There we go. Now, we're always looking for issues, like is it bringing the input down is another one. It needs to bring this input of these that's coming out of our storage down into there, and then out of here into the next level, and out of that level into the next level. So all of that can feed to this another level down here, and then this can start up as well. Yes. Very nice, very nice. And then down here, letting this know what it should be doing. Like so. Again, we're just going to use all of those in case we have any excess at some point. And then the final output should end up right down here as the quick wire comes down. So the quick wire should come down from here and go into there. Now, down to there. There we go. So that's one from up above is going to feed its quick wire down to this one. And then this one's going to feed its quick wire down to that one. And then ultimately all the quick wire should end up down here. Now we're producing a massive amount of quick wire. So we're going to be producing 1,260 quick wires. So we need to probably reduce some of this down and have it on 2 separate lines so that we can feed it into the quick wire. So let's think about how we want to do this here. We could cut it in half when it comes out, but we really need to cut it before, because you're only cutting 780 in half. Or we want to cut 1260 in half. The first one is using 10 factories. So 10 factories times 60 is 600. So Yeah, we could just take the first one and divert it, and then the other two, combine those together. So we're going to take the first one, the first output up here, which is going to be the one that's probably producing the most down here, which is doing our constructors. This one here. And this one we will make go down. And we'll have two lines that go underneath. And let's put it out a little bit. That's gonna, nope, wrong direction. That way. And this one, gonna go up to here. It's a little close. Yeah, that's not gonna like. It's not gonna like that. Not gonna like it. Let's move it over just a bit more. And we'll try that. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, now what we've done is we've split the lines because, again, the output is so massive that it's not a good idea to run that like that. Okay, now we want to also think about how we're going to input it into the box. We can input one right here. Probably the primary one, the one with the 600, into there. And then we can put the other one into the sorter in there. Oh, another break time. Or what we can do is find a way of feeding it into the box up above, which is probably the smarter idea. So we could take this one out, take this out, and say do something like this. Run that. Well, actually, we should do a double, so it lines up better. Double wall. That. And it's still a little crooked. What about a single? Single gonna give it to us? Alright, we got 2 minutes and it's gonna restart. Alright, let's see. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so we'll just run this one here. And we're going to just input up here. So it's still going to flow that other stuff together. And it's going to flow this upwards. And it will basically double infuse this same box with that. It's just not, we're not going to have a double lifter on this box. So this one's going to go in. This one's going to go in. And then once it gets past that point, it will then double lift. Because it'll be double lifting into here, and then coming through here, and then double lifting there, because that's basically, it should be 1400, because if you think of 780 and 780 should be lifting at 1400, but it doesn't actually do that. It doesn't actually do it, even though it would be awesome if it did, but they've made it now where it doesn't actually do as much as you think it is going to do. So we're going to do this, and then this one. Get this to go. Oh, this is going the wrong direction. No, it's going the wrong direction. 30 seconds. All right, we'll come back to it. The server restarts, so it kind of forces me to take a break. All right, we'll take a break. Bring up some words on stream for you all. Let you guys play a bit of that. And then I will come back to this and we will figure out the logistics of all of that and test it out. And we'll have a whole bunch of QuickWire running there. And then we'll let that QuickWire backlog while we're building the other factories. And of course, it'll backlog all the way back to the original resource. Then we'll let it run all week long. And when we come back, we'll have just tons and tons of all of those resources running. We're going to try to get as many of those resources running as we can so we can let it run all week long. All right, so here we go. We're going to start this up. Going to take a little bit of a break, and then I shall be back. Everybody, wow, speaking of momentum, wow, you guys getting some big words there. Let's go ahead and try to get you guys some kiss caps here. I'm gonna come over here and lend you guys a hand. Let's go. Get it going on right over here. Let's see. Tomb. Oh, you already got it. You already got Tomb. So, no. Again, if we get every word, everybody, we're going to give you 5,000 caps right now on the line. Tone. Oh, you already got Tone. See, I've already seen him about 5 minutes after you guys already got him. Just trying different words now. Mommy. Tomb. Home. I tried a whole bunch of them. Some of those are tough. That's a tough one. Good job, everybody. Got her done. Gonna go ahead and give you some kiss caps for working together in the chat. Very nice. Very nice. There we go. Looking good. All right, let's go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory here. We'll go ahead and log back in on the server. Second, I find my cursor here. There we go. Yes, almost 2,000 hours that server been running. Now, I've been playing for 2,000 hours. Oh, here comes Raz. I don't think there were ads in 2017. I don't remember. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but thanks for coming in and showing that awesome support. Let's show some love to Raz in the chat, everybody. That's 88 months of sub love. Appreciate it big time. I appreciate it. All right, I get my coat back on. I was getting frosty. I took it off so I could lay down for a little bit, and then I was like, I gotta put it back on. Oh, okay. Send and restart. We got a crash-a-rooney there. Crash-a-rooney. Let's try again. Try again. Jonker's showing you some love. There you go. Doing good. How we doing on those retweets? We're 7 of 10 there, everybody. Go ahead and follow that link right there. Hit that like button. Hit that retweet button. Again, if I do get to 10, you can go ahead and remind me with your new channel point reward, which tells me when the retweets are good. All right. Turn the sound back on again. Now, we were trying to run this underneath here and over to here. So we're going to turn this one this way. This one's supposed to go into there, though. This is going the wrong direction. Wrong. This one should be inputting. That one's going wrong direction, too. What the heck? What is going on in here? We got a whole lot of wrong directions going on in here. This one should be coming up, ending up there. There we go. Got that fixed. And let's get these going the right direction here, coming out of there. That one, oh, there's none over there. And this one going in that way. This one going in this way. Then we'll use our nice straight function to make nice straight corners there. That should now be running a whole bunch of quick wire in there. Oh yeah. And then through there, and that will go up through there and end up here, which should then be going out of there and then combining with this, and there we go. So that's like 1,200 quick wire running in there right now. That's a lot of quick wire. Very nice. All right. And again, this way we're not interfering with our sorter as well, because we don't want our sorter to be basically being overwhelmed by that quick wire. We want the quick wire to be feeding into the boxes completely anonymously from that. All right, here we go. Now we're getting it going. Wow, okay, we got a lot of Caterium backlogged in here. Very nice. Okay, yeah, a lot of that Caterium going good. Make sure these are all Mark 5s. I didn't screw up on any of the belts or anything like that. No, it does seem like it's going pretty good. And this stuff's getting backlogged in here. Now, again, over time, what's going to happen is this. See? This is what happens with manifolds. Manifolds, it'll fill the thing up. It's filled inside, and then it will start to fill the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And once it's filled all the way down, then all the excess of this is then going to fully go to the next one, which is what we want it to do, right? So we want it to end up where it's overflowing and then flowing down to the one down below, and then those are all starting to fill up along the way. Now, it's going to start up from the back here first and then work its way forward. Now, remember, we only need 17 of these. That's as many of these as we can get going, but we do have some on us, so we can just throw some in there like this to help these ones that don't have much, and that'll burn up some of that excess that we have as well. We're just going to hold control and put that all in there. And there we go. So, but some of these will just be starving because, again, we really only need 18 and we have 20. And I'm just going to leave those in there because later on I'm going to come back later and upgrade all these belts to make them go faster. But right now we're fully processing all of the Caterium at the same time, and we are we do have a backlog here, so we can backlog an absolute ton of these. Nice. So that's going out of there. That's all Mark 5. And make sure I didn't mess up any of these lifters, or this is going to be a very slow trip here. Okay, so that's going down here. And that's running out of there very nicely into all of these. And then that's going down to the next one, I hope. Yes, coming out of there. Going down to the bottom one. Yeah, there's a lot of Caterium Ignits in there. And then making a lot of quick wire. Why does this one have a problem? Output from there, going to here. Seems like, yeah, it seems like it's producing more than it can actually output and run into the box. But that's okay, because that's going to equal a massive amount of quick wire, everybody. That is a crazy ton. Okay, so let's move on. Now that we got that done, we'll go back to our blueprints here. We didn't take too much of a hit there from losing that storage. It looks like it just filled it right back up again. And again, remember, it'll fill it up over time as well. All right, more of our foundations here. So we'll have room for our other factories. Did you just put that on top of there? No. No. Put that there. Okay. Over here, same thing. We'll take those out. We're going to get the blue... Oh, we already have that. Huh. Oh, something wrong there. What is going on? Not highlighting anything. There we go. Not highlighting the blueprints. Okay. Gonna be like one of those days. It should be highlighting the blueprints I'm trying to take out, but it's not doing it. There it goes. Okay. Finally. But, see, this is its own blueprint here. Something not right here. Something not alright. No, 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 no. Okay. Pick up this. What the heck is going on here? Pick up that blueprint. Nope. Okay. Something weird going on in my game there. Supposed to go to blueprint and then middle mouse button is supposed to pick it up, but it's not. It's just switching the mode here. Okay. Yeah, what I want to do is put down some more of my roads, but I can see that this is not right. I can't highlight that. I can't do anything with that. I think my game is like messed up. I think it's screwed up. It won't let me select any of this. It thinks these are all individual ones, which I know I did these in blueprints. Probably gonna have to restart my machine. All right, let's not suffer. Let's log out of there. Put this back over here. I'm just gonna restart my machine because I think because of that crash, it's now causing the game to act funny. So we'll just go ahead and do a restart. Now this is the advantage of having two of the two machines, right? So one machine is my streaming PC, so if my gaming PC crashes like that, or a game crashes on it, I can restart it without having to start the whole stream over again, which sucks because I'm streaming to 6 different platforms, so I have to reset all of that back up again, which is difficult. There you go. Did the coalition setting you change not save? I think it did. I think it saved. I think it's because it crashed. So I'm going to go ahead and restart and see if we can get it to work. Wait for all my stuff to load. All right, let's do this. Let's do it. Okay. Satisfactory back up again. All right. Let's see if this works. Again, sometimes this is the problem, everybody. I don't make the games, I just play them. So if they have a problem, then I have to work around it. Constantly troubleshooting technical things. What I really just want to do is play the games. I don't want to do all this technical crap. I just want to play the games without doing it. Without doing all that other stuff. All right, let's try this again. Nope. I know all of these are blueprints. All right, maybe it rolled me back there. Show clearance. Yeah, see, I think it rolled me back when it crashed. Got my clearance back on, but yeah, man. That highlighting thing really sucks. It's not recognizing these as foundations. It's not recognizing my my roads either. Because I know I did my I did this blueprint for the roads. Just gonna take that out. Take that out and put my roads in. I'll make it work. Oh, I gotta take that other one out too. Depending on which direction you're looking is which way you're nudging. So yeah, there's another whole row here. Needs to be taken out too. Yeah, see, that doesn't properly snap either. Yeah, this is all screwed up. I find all the broken stuff. Alright, let's move that over. What I want to do is extend this road out. Like this. I can run this power all the way down. There we go. Good enough, I guess. Oh, I don't think I... Did I put the road there or did I put the road over here? Oh, I put the road there. Or maybe those were just foundations. I didn't actually use the road. There's blueprints there. 2, 3, 4. would be 2 on that side. So yeah, that would be the road. I thought I did put a road there. I put a road somewhere. Way over there I put a road. Oh, that's where I put the road. Okay, so yeah, I didn't actually put the road over here. I was just going to use a single line for the road. I see now. Okay, now I know where I'm going. So, good enough. Good enough. We'll go with that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put this back into here. This is actually going to throw the rest of this off. Snap that onto there. Yeah, see, now that overlaps into there. Okay. Those back. I think I just manually took that out. Now that I think about it. I was manually taking this out and just manually running the power. And not actually running it as a road. Alright, we solved that problem. Now we have our foundations back in properly. And we can add more foundations over there. Okay, so now that we got that done, that was quite the undertaking. We want to go ahead and add some more stuff here. The next part of our process. Let me go ahead and pull my spreadsheet back over here. Let's see. So we have got our quick wire done. Now we want to do our copper ingots, and we actually want to do copper sheets and wire. So we can do both of them at the same time from our copper input. And we can just split one into one if that's what we need. Do we need more sheets or more wire? That's a good question. That is a very good question. So we need 60 copper. No, over here. How many copper sheets? 30. In wire, we need. Down here, we need 30. What's the input of wire? Input of wire is 15. Input of copper sheets is 20. So if we just split that in half, just to make it easy. Now we can figure out all the math, everybody, but best thing to do is just split that in half. Half of it going to copper sheets, half of it going to wire, and it'll be more wire and copper sheets than you will need for what we're doing anyway. For sure. For sure. All right, so that's what we'll do. And we'll include the thing. So we need 39 constructors for our copper sheets, and we didn't figure out what our wire we would need. Now, if we cut this in half, which is what we want to do, 780, what it equals there, 780 divided by 2 is 390. And then down here, this would be 390. And then max factories that we would need for our wire would be 26. Okay. So if you notice that the amount of factories that I need for my copper sheets went down, which is definitely what we want to do. We want to split it so we know how many is across each. So 390 in is going to give us. It's 390 in, 390 out. Is it the equal number? Well, it's 10 out. So this is 19.5. So yeah, that's going to be 195. Okay. Okay, so it's going to output 195, and this is going to output how many? 26, 780. Wow. Okay, because it outputs a lot more than the copper sheets. It outputs 3 times as much. All right, that works for me. So we're going to need 20 of these. We're going to need 26 of the, 3 of the copper ingot conversions, 2 of the constructor conversions, and then we'll put a storage in between to hold that copper ignits. And then we'll also need another 3 of them for wire. So how are we going to, we'll probably split it and run it down. And then have 1 be wire and 1 be copper sheets. Or no, 2 be copper sheets, 3 be wire. And combine all that together and then run that to the boxes. Yes. So we probably should start with the wire first. So 3 wires, 2 copper sheets, and then 3 smelters for copper ignits. With the stuff in between. How much is it going to output of copper ignits? It's going to output 780. So that can all fit on 1 belt. So I could fit that on 1 belt and then to just split it to run into the copper sheets into the copper wire. That's what we'll do. Okay, so 3 wire is what we need to start with at the bottom. And I think I'm going to back this up by 1, 2, so it's not like right up on top of each other here. So we have room to run our wires on the outside. So we need our constructors. Let's turn off our blueprint mode. And we're going to turn it so it's to the left. There we go. Like we did on the previous one. Make sure our thing is lined up. Okay, there's 1. That's good. Number 2. See how easy this is when you build in a modular style, everybody? It just makes it so easy. This is just kind of rinse and repeat now. You just need to know how many of the buildings that you need. And it just makes it so easy. Okay, so that's all of our wire. So 1, 2, 3 for our wire. And then above that is our copper sheets, which I think is going to need 2 sets of that. So it's 10 each, so it's going to need 20. So we'll need 2 more of our instructors. Again, that's why it's good to have a lot of resources backlog. I'm waiting on plates there. Should fill up here in just a second. Plates and concrete are great ones to basically double or triple up on. My last playthrough I had 5 each, so 5 dimensional depots, so it could go 5 times the rate going in. I might do that later if we go get some more immersive spheres. Okay, so that should be that. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And then we got to wait for some stuff to run in there anyway, because we're going to need to do our vertical storage next. But while we're waiting, we could go in and work on setting up what all this is. Okay, so this is going to create wire. And we're going to copy that, and we're going to pasta all of that across these. Wire, wire. Make lots and lots of wire. If we go again. More wire. Lots of wire there, and one more. Again, I try to keep some of these just generic so that I can then just make it whatever I want it to be. So all you got to do is copy paste it, and then you have it whatever it is. Right there. And there we go. Okay, and then the top two here are copper sheets. There we go. Copper sheets. Where are you at? Right there. Copy, copy, copy. Paste. Again, gives you something to do while you're waiting for your stuff to go in Dimensional Depot. Very effective use of your time. And then out this side, back in here for more copper sheets. Also run our power. I'm up so high, I'm away from the power, so that's why it's not letting me float up here. That's okay, I can jump around a little bit. All right, let's go run our power too while we're waiting. Whee! Okay. Again, we'll bring this power down the road here, and we'll line it up. Stay right there. And then bring this across to this side like we did before. Take this one out. Yeah, it's really clean to run it in the ground like that. You don't have to constantly fool around with it. Okie dokie. Now we're just going to run these between each of these. There we go. All of our levels have power now. Okay. So we're going to have multiple inputs here. So this one's going to come down from here and go into there. We could just chain that all the way down, because that's going to be the same input on all of these. Yeah, this is where you got to be careful you're not running the wrong resources into the wrong thing. But these are all going to be the same resources coming down. So once we smelt the copper ignits, they'll just come down and do it. And actually prioritize in this case, because the first thing it's going to convert is the copper sheets, and then it's going to do the wire. But in the long run, we're going to end up with a lot of everything. So luckily, it's going to make the copper sheets first. I totally did that wrong, too. I totally did it in the wrong spot. Right here. Luckily, I noticed. But yeah, we'll end up with way more wire than we will copper sheets anyway. And again, those copper sheets and wire will end up over there. Let's see if we can go ahead and add our vertical storage, which we want to turn, again, have all of these aiming in the same direction. That's what's so great about that little white arrow, is that you know everything's going in the proper direction. Your inputs and outputs are aligned, all of that stuff that you need. And then again, this is going to be outputting here, going down and supplying those copper ignits down there. Very nice. All right, and how many smelters did we say we needed? We needed 3 stacks of 10. So let's get that going. So now we need smelters. their arrow in the same direction. And there's one. Two. Three. All right. Now, we need to get our inputs over here as well. So we're going to go down here to our copper. This time I'm going to be smart and take that thing out first so I don't accidentally take out the whole entire thing again, because that sucked. That really sucked, man. That really, that was really a lot of resources, but oh well. C'est la vie. Okay, and again, we're going to run that down like so, and we will reverse the direction like that. Run that out. That's going to run that copper ore up and out of there. Okay. Copper ore up and out. Like this. And seriously doubt that's going to reach all the way over there. So we can just use the top of this. Kind of feel like we could do something like that. Maybe go ahead and just chain this across. So I can go down just a little bit. Oh, it's not going to let me because the thing's there. All right. There we go. Just use this a little bit to kind of organize the lines. Like so. And then we want this to go all the way up. And not quite perfectly lined up. But we'll do what we gotta do. We'll just kind of divert it a little bit. Why is this going the wrong direction? Because I clicked the wrong one. There we go. Oh, it is lined up. Oh, look at that. Awesome. Didn't mean for it to. Whoa, oh, that means this building is offset. Ah, I offset all the buildings. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I'm not leaving that. Nope. Gotta go. Gotta do all that again. I didn't even realize that I offset it. It's cool that it lined up like that, though, but I totally offset it all. Again, don't leave your mistakes in there, but just take them out, redo them, because it'll just bug you later that is offset like that. Redo that power too. Okay, so yeah, I wasn't watching. I was putting those down, and I thought I had them aligned, but I didn't have it aligned to this building, so that the whole building was off to the side, which again was cool that it lined up to the center, but then all my buildings are going to go at an angle like that instead of in a straight line. That's going to bug me, and I won't like it. But that's okay. Luckily, we have our blueprints, so we can just do it again really easy. And this time we might actually line it up like so. Much better. Yeah, okay. It's good. I don't mind redoing that work, everybody. I never mind, as long as it comes out right. Doesn't matter how many times you got to do it. As long as it comes out right, you're good. So 3 of those for bottom one there. Actually, it just dawned on me. I could switch to blueprint mode, and this stuff's going to snap. See? That's going to snap to the one down below. And then I can go ahead and... because I have all the resources back, I can just build them all in sequence now. And then blueprint mode, and they're just going to snap on top of each other. I could have been doing that the whole time. It just dawned on me, again, that I could be doing that. And then smelters. How many smelters do we need again? I think we needed 3, right? Yes, 3 on the top. So again, go into blueprint mode. It'll snap, and then 1. Want that build, and then there's 2. And then 3. Hey, look, we built it even faster than last time. Even better. Okay, and this time we'll actually just start from the top. So we'll go ahead. Actually, I could do this and align it while I'm moving it across the top. Even nicer. Like this. Come out of here and then end up there. And that will perfectly align to the input over here. Okay, now before we get too far into that, we should go definitely do the power. So that we have easy power to go up and down and do all that stuff. Grab that one out there. Redo all this power, but again, definitely worth it to just fix it now. For sure. Oh, we got to run more power anyway. We got to run power to the top. We got to run it past the storage here because that doesn't have a thing, and then up to here. Yeah, I didn't run it to these top parts. There. And to there. All right, well, there we go. Even better than before. Look at this, everybody. Look at this cool shot of the waterfalls and stuff down there. I'm getting way up here now. Way up here. Building serious vertical now. Okay, so we'll just start at the top, work our way down. So here at the top, we're going to go ahead and be smelting some copper ignites. So let's go ahead and do this. Get all of those cranking. We know they go green. We know we're getting it done. All right, very nice. And that's going to flow in there and start to overflow on all of those. And so we'll go ahead and go out here and tell it now to go down to the next level. We'll also tell the output of this one to go to the input of that one. So it's cycling its way down, and so it should end up right there. It does. Okay. And then same thing here. Get all of these up and running. There we go. Okay, and that's going to take a minute for that to get up to speed. But we know we want to go down one more. Right there. And we know we want to bring this one down to there. Like so. And then this is also going to come down and go into storage. Like so. And that should start to store all of that. This one is not right. That one is incorrect. How do I know? Because the inputs and outputs are not on the side. So we're going to take that one out. There we go. All right. All of our inputs and outputs should be all on the same side so that we can feed those down. Okay. And then eventually that'll be an input there. But let's go ahead and make sure that we've got our copper running. Have we put all of these as the stuff? No, we haven't done these yet. Okay, so paste all those. Copper ignites, copper, copper. Okay, those are all copper ignites. Again, it'll be a while until that overflows all the way across those. This one has a red. Oh, because I didn't tell it what to be. There we go. It's getting there. This one's on top. Now we looking. Oh, all green, all green. Okay. Oh, they're cranking out the copper ignites now. Look at that nice steady flow of copper coming in too. Sweet. Got that copper ore going at maximum now. Okay, so that's maximum converting that copper ore. And again, it'll take a while until it starts to backlog across all of them. It's already backlogging in that one. These ones over here are starting to fill up. Yeah, it's 72. In fact, I could help it along a little bit and take some of this stuff out of my inventory and pass it down the line here. And get it rocking and rolling. There we go. Use up some of that extra resources. And again, all of those will be going at full capacity in just a bit as we let those run. And then again, the third one down is not going to use all of it. It's actually going to run out. A few of those are not going to run at full capacity. And that's okay, because we really only need 26 of the copper ignites conversion, but we have 30 of them. So we have like 4 extra. And really, we can't make it go any faster, because the fastest we can make it go is 780. We could basically run another line and then run that line on the third one down, and then that one would then go and fill all this up. But it's not really worth it. The best thing to do is just to let it burn up all that excess. Okay, now we should see, yes, there it is right there, that it is starting to backlog those into that middle storage. And then this should go in there, and we want to tell this what to be here. We need to go and double check this again before, oh man, I don't know what it is about going out these doors today. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay, yes. Just making sure I calculated that correctly. Copper sheets, copy, copy, copy. You want to do a whole bunch of copying, because sometimes it doesn't copy, and then you start pasting whatever it is, the last thing that you copied into your stuff. It's not good. It's not good. Okay, so we got those pasted as copper. We've got to do our back part here where it's doubling back. This one where it's doubling back. And then that's going to go that way, double back, double back. All right. And now we should see this coming in, these going into these. No power. Oh, something going on with my power. How can they have no power? Huh, no power. Did I miss the power connection back here? Weird that these have power up here at the top. Might have been when this other one was the wrong way. When I took that out, which one was it? I think it was this one. When I took that out, it has no power, but it's weird that, yeah, I skipped one. I skipped one. It's my bad. Right here. Because that other one was turned. This should go up into there. Okay, now we should see in the storage, and then these should now be on. Yes, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, and that's bypassing those, and we got our copper sheets. Very nice. These are coming in. These are all working. Back out we go. That's row number 1. There. And then this should be row number 2 for sheets. Well, that's storage. Storage, copper sheets here. This is where we're at. All right, let's go ahead and start this up. Get these to copper sheets. You can see the light changes too. If you have power in there, it really helps you recognize whether you you actually pasted it in there or not. All right, these got to come down and go into there. And actually, we could just keep chaining these all the way down while we're at it. That needs to go all the way to the bottom. Okay, so this is now coming into here. And what do we got here? This is wire. Copy, pasta. Lots of wire action going on up in here. We still got some other connections to make, but go do all this real quick while we're at it. Again, don't kick yourself too much for making mistakes, everybody. Just keep rocking. Just go in and fix it. So you don't have to think about how messed up it is the whole time you're playing. You're like, oh god, it's all messed up. Okay, copper sheets working good here. These copper sheets down to here. And that'll be our output for our copper sheets, right? It's coming out of the storage. Copper sheet number 1, copper sheet number 2. Oh, wait a minute. This should just go from here to here. Yes. Pull these copper sheets off of here. Those are supposed to be wire. Okay. So this is going to go like this. Like this. This. All of those like that. Okey-dokey. So that should go down. And eventually make their way down here. Wire. Now, copper rigging is going to take a bit to get down there because right now it's still overflowing. But I can grab some here and just throw them in this lower part just to get this wire going so I can see if the wire makes it all the way to the end. Oh, you can already see there's actually some wire coming through. Over here. Going to be this side. Yeah, okay, so that's already coming through, already making some wire. Okay, good. Want to make sure I test all of this before you walk away, everybody. Make sure you tested it all. We should see some wire going there. No wire going on this side, which means that we need to get this connected. Not there. Here. Down. And this down. And that's going to bring our wire all the way to the bottom. Yes, there we go. Okay, I think we might be good. Lots of wire coming out there. No cross wire here yet. That's going to be a while till it works its way all the way down to here. Because that's quite a ways for it to get to. It's got to fill up all of these other constructors on the top. But it'll get there. It'll get there eventually. Okay, let's check our smelters. All we have to do is look and see if they're all green. Green there. And then down here, they should be all green except for the last few. Oh no, they're all green, all green. Oh, because we have another one. There should be a third one. Down here. There we go. Yeah. So this should be all green except for the last kind of 4 or 5 here because, again, we have those. Those are just extra. So it's Max producing that right now for sure. Max getting that done. Oh, man, this is awesome. Okay, so now we need to think about our outputs and getting our wire and our copper sheets. And we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to offset this like this. Bring this all the way up. Wow, it actually reaches too. That's cool. Then that's going to go. Oh, I got to offset it forward. I forgot to offset it forward. Just a little bit. Like that, because it makes it easier when you're trying to run the line up above. And that's going to go into there. This. Go into there. And now we have both wire and thing running again. Very nice. Okay. And we'll try to run this real nice underneath here too. By putting that back in there. We need to think about where we want to end up with this wire and with our copper sheets. Copper sheets is the second one. Did I label these in the back? I don't think I did. Nope. We'll label these as we go. Copper sheets. All right. And we got our floor hole in there. Make sure it's going the right direction. Yes. Okay. And then the other one is wire. Which is way over here. Third one from the end. I like to label it on both sides just to make sure. Okay, and then another hole there. That going in. Whee! And then we'll want to manage that. Okay. I actually want to manage all of these coming out of here. We should probably do them all. This way we can manage them all at the same time. Let's go do that real quick. It's going to really help us in the long run, that's for sure. And also make sure all of our directions of our lifters are in the right direction. There we go. Now I got to remember again which one's which. I could label them underneath here, but this one's the third one from the end. All right. So this is our copper wire over here, and we want to get it over here. Now, if it's really close, I just run it like that. But if it is running across, you definitely want to be able to manage these lines. So I'm going to back it up just a little bit here. And that's going to allow me to go ahead and run that into there. And then over here, same thing. So this one's going to control those three. And let's say this one's going to control these three. And like that, just to kind of make that easier to manage. And then what I will do is basically run this kind of next to each other, just to make it easier when we get on this side. And we're going to run that one there. No. This one there. That one there. Okay. Now we'll keep on and keeping on. And let's say we want to go. Let's go like this. That one can connect there. I think it's going to like that. Probably get away with that though. There we go. Okay, so this one is the copper sheets, which luckily just happens to be the one that we're trying to get to first. Okay. And then we'll do this. And we'll do this. So copper sheets goes to this one. Now the tricky part of this one is the fact that I might have other inputs that are coming along there. So I probably want to bring this one down. Just so I can... Oh, jeez! Holy mackerel! Ha! You made me jump! Oh, what's up? It's Vince coming in. What's up, Vince? Thank you very much for coming in, hanging out in the stream. You woke me up now. I was in the middle of running some lines. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Welcome, everybody. If you're new to my stream, my name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon because I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right, half a century. My first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey in the early 70s, before most of you were born. Not all of you, but most of you. So come on in and show some love. Oh, we got another raid as well. Sydney coming in as well. Thank you guys for coming in and hanging out. We are mega building over here. You can see we're building up way up in the sky because I don't like my trains to change elevations. I like my trains to be nice and flat and run across the whole entire world. And so what we're doing right now is we're working a bit on our nuclear power. We actually have no other production running right now, and you can see that we've been having fun with our little square boxes and whatnot. Now, of course, later on we'll come back and embellish it all. But this right here is actually battery power, online battery power, and offline battery power. So if some reason I run out of power, I can always flip this one back on. This is 30,000 power, and this is 30,000 power. So that's 60,000 power. I can run at any given time. We, of course, have our fuel and our turbo fuel running there. Tons of trains running around, picking up a bunch of various resources, and, of course, prepping right over here for our uranium and, of course, all of our other resources. And we are doing really each step in its own storage. So as it comes in, you can see that we have a bunch of raw resources here. We have our deuterium, we have our copper, we have our iron, and of course our limestone. All of this stuff is going to be used for our nuclear power. Right now we have about 30,000 power using our turbo fuel, and we're also going to be scaling it up. We're going to add 6 more nuclear powers, so that's going to be a lot of power. And then we might actually add our production back. And you're like, well, Kismet, how can you have so much stuff and not have any production of plates and rods and all of that stuff? Well, see, what I do is I use the ultimate power, everybody, the power of time. And the power of time allows me to just let the server keep on running, right? So even if I'm not on the server, it'll keep running and keep producing resources. So over the holidays, what we did is we queued up a bunch of resources and we let it produce all those resources, and we put that up really, really high up out of the way, right up here. So this is why I don't need to make any more resources right now. Now, eventually I do, and actually we're kind of putting some of our resources back up into production now that we got our turbo fuel up and running. But we're going to go way up here, and you can see we're way up off the ground, everybody. I love to build up high. It's just really fun. Love to build what I call the Kismet Towers. We're also bringing a bunch of stuff in from a bunch of different resources. Now, I have actually already finished the game because I'm your official Fix-It corporate trainer. Yes, I'm hired by Fix-It to teach you how to be super efficient in the game. Now, of course, there is another department. If you are not efficient, they do laser you from space, but I'm not part of that department. That's another whole department here at Fix-It Corporate. So my job is to show you how to be super efficient and how to backlog all your resources. As you can see, I have all the resources backlogged, and they're automatically going in the Dimensional Depot. These are 10 boxes deep, everybody. 10 boxes deep of plates and rods and screws and whatever it is that we needed. And as you can see, we have the bulk of the resources up to about tier 8 with a whole bunch of other stuff as well, like ammo and whatnot. So anytime we use anything, it just automatically puts it back in the Dimensional Depot, pretty much. Of course, using our radars as well. Now, starting in my favorite spot in the entire game, everybody, where you have just a crazy ton of pure nodes. Right over here, you can see we've got an iron pure node. We got 3 of those. We got copper pure. We got limestone pure. We got sulfur pure, which is one of the rarest kind of elements that you're going to have in the game because you use a lot of sulfur toward the end game. And of course, a pure limestone node. We actually have 2 pure limestone nodes, and we have those all running up to the upper area here, and we're now putting in our factories, and we are doing what's known as modular building or modular stacking. So we're basically doing vertical style building. So we brought in all the raw resources, we let that backlog, and then we're basically tying those into each and every other part of the factory. And when I build stuff, everybody, at this particular stage, because I have so much power, I have 30,000 power at this stage, I can just go in and convert the entire amount of the node, right? So in this case, we're doing Mark III extractors, and we're extracting, of course, 780 for now because we don't have our belts yet. Eventually, we will scale it up even more, but these are modular style, so I can just stick them on top of each other like this, vertically or horizontally, however I want to, and then they will just feed into each other, including built-in storage, and of course, having the final output going over here, which will then go to the next part of the process and the next part of the process, and eventually go into our nuclear power. And these are all the things you need right over here to get started with your nuclear power. Now, there's other stuff that we need to work on, but these are all the basic elements. And I am so hardcore, everybody, that I actually make my own spreadsheets. I don't use websites. I make my own spreadsheets from scratch. I know, I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I also illustrate because I'm also a graphic designer. So I go in and illustrate the entire process so you know how to do all the process as well. And if you're one of my patrons, you actually get the whole thing, which will tell you, okay, you need this much input and that much output, and these go to constructors, and those go to splitting and all of that other stuff as well. I do love to illustrate it. I'm actually going to illustrate this process as well of how to do your nuclear power. And we'll all do that on stream at some point. But right now, we're just working on getting our stuff going again. You made your own spreadsheet as well? Yes. Hey, fellow spreadsheet brethren in the chat. So make sure to go ahead and hit that follow button, everybody. And again, thank you, Blitz, and thank you, Sydney, for that double raid love. I appreciate that big time. Let me give you guys a bunch of shout outs here in the chat if I can find which monitor to find you guys on. Over here. There we go. Let me go ahead and give you guys a shout out. Now, if you haven't seen It's Bits yet, everybody, incredibly fantastic streamer, everybody, and amazing builder. Now, I do love to build. I'm not saying I don't like to build fancy stuff, but I always show the most efficient way to build. Now, let me dazzle you all for a second, everybody. I actually finished the game. All right, we already finished 1.0. I've also finished the early access. I have played Satisfactory since day one. Since the first day it came out in early access, I have played every single update along the time. I have played 30 or 40 playthroughs. I don't even know it's so many now, and I've loved every single second of it. This game is a 12 out of 10. It's one of my favorite games of all time, and I've been gaming for 50 years, so that's saying something, everybody. I've literally played thousands and thousands of games, and I can tell you that this is a gold standard in a building game. So if you like giant mega builds and you like all of that, definitely feel free to come in and hang out. Oh, you're playing the Isle. I see. I do love Bits' really advanced builds that he does. He does some amazing builds. He does not use, by the way, I also noticed he doesn't use the hover thing. He likes using the jetpack. I understand. I'm old school myself. I played the game when there was no hypertubes and there was no trains and there was no zooping, everybody. I put down thousands of foundations one at a time. One at a time, thousands of them, as you know, building out my factories back in the day. But in my last playthrough, I can dazzle you. I only needed around 40 to 50,000 power, roughly up to about 60,000 to finish the entire game. So I finished it with the most efficient amount of power, the most efficient amount of resources, the minimum amount of resources that we needed to get to the next level, and finish the entire game. Now, this one is different. This build is a mega build where we're going to try to tap every node, or at least as many as we can, and do every single thing at the maximum amount. So this is a whole nother different type of playing, everybody. This is like really serious playing. So feel free to go over there, show Blitz some love, everybody. If you don't know his stream, go over there, show him some love over there by hitting that follow button. Also, go over there and show Sydney some love. Let me go ahead and shout you out as well. Right over here. And thank you also for using that Twitch Turbo, everybody. I see you guys in the chat with your Twitch Turbo. Oh, you were also playing the Isle. Oh, awesome. Awesome, awesome. And again, everybody, I'm streaming to 6 different platforms at the same time because I'm a crazy man. I also stream in 1080 HD to all 6 platforms. So if you're a streamer, you know that you upload usually around 3,000 up, 3,000 bits up or megabits. And 720, or if you're doing 1080, you're about 6,000. I'm uploading 36,000 right now to 6 different platforms. So I'm a Twitch partner, I'm a YouTube partner, as well as I'm streaming to Twitter, up to Kick. What's the other ones? Facebook. It's hard for me to remember. And Trovo. There we go. All of those ones, all at the same time. So again, you can watch my VODs anywhere you want, here on Twitch or on YouTube as well. So there you go. Next level. I'm a newer player to this game with the platform being up so high. How does your ore get up there? Oh, I run it up there. That's how it gets up there, right there like this. Right like that. I just run it up there. We call this the switchback. This is old school. Now, you can use floor holes and make them go an infinite distance, which I've also done in this playthrough. You can see it over there on that side. But the problem with those infinite distances, especially when you put it up really high like that, is that the belt is so long, it stops showing you the resources going up and down it. And I like the old school way of doing it anyway, where you can see all of your resources going up. And you can see I've tapped all the resources. In fact, I even make blueprints, and I can show you the best way to line up your extractors. Not that junky way that everybody else does it, the Kismet way, the ultimate way, to line up your extractors so they're perfect to the foundations every single time. Right over here, you can see it. The actual foundations themselves are aligned perfectly to the actual extractor, where the extractor fits inside the building. Most people, what they'll do is they'll do it where the extractor kind of hangs off the end of foundations. That drives me crazy, everybody. I can't stand it. It's got to be perfectly lined up like that. And again, each extractor has its own grid. So then you have to transition from the extractor grid to the world grid. The rest of my base is all world grid, but each extractor is aligned to its own grid and has its own priority switch where I can turn it on and off no matter where I am in the game, which is pretty cool. Now, the way I line up extractors over here, if I can find something else around here, what else we got that I can go and do? I've already tapped all these nodes. But what you want to do is you want to use this one right here, which I think is like the ultimate alignment thing in the game, is your metal beams. You can use it for so many things, for aligning, for offsetting, for putting different segments at different offsets and whatnot. But the metal beam is usually the best, I find, for aligning your extractors so they line up perfectly to your foundations every single time. I actually have shorts and guides and all that stuff on my YouTube channel as well if you guys want to see all of that. But if I get to doing more extraction today, I will show you, or even better, hit the follow button. Then you know the next time I play Satisfactory, you come in and I'll show you as well. So that's how I'm getting that up there in the old school, what we call the switchback, where it just goes one way and then it switches back and it switches back and switches back and makes its way all the way to the top. And again, these are all pure nodes, everybody. That's an absolute massive amount of resources. And I'm going to extract all of the resources and convert all of the resources at its maximum degree because I overclock all of my nodes. And the reason why I do that is because overclocking your nodes is your most valuable return on your investment, meaning your most valuable return on that power cost that you're spending. Now, I could go get more nodes, but that costs me my even more valuable thing called my time. My time is my most valuable asset, and so I'm always all about efficiency. Now, again, I can build super fancy, and I can put glass in there, and I can make it all fancy, or I can make it super efficient, and then make those resources and come back later and make it fancy later, which is what I do. I come back always at the end. I always start with boxes, get you kind of an idea of what you want, and then make it fancy at the end. Plus, it also pulls your frame rates down when you're doing really super fancy stuff. And once again, you might get lasered by Fix-It for being inefficient, so watch out. Okay, and so for those of you who missed it, right here what we're doing is we're taking Caterium ore, and we're backlogging it. We're bringing in via train over here. Or actually, no, we're bringing this one up. The other one's coming via train, the copper and the other stuff. But the, oh no, the copper and deuterium's coming up here. Copper and deuterium's coming up there. And then it's backlogging in these boxes. These are also 10 boxes deep. And this way, if your power goes off, it just instantly starts back up again because you have a backlog. Some people build in such a way that it is perfectly efficient, right? It's 100% efficient. I usually do that in the early game, but later on in the later game, you're going to have your power kick off from time to time because you're going to overbuild. That's usually what happens. You overbuild, boom, it kicks off your power. And I always like to have a backlog of each part of the process. So in this case, I have a backlog of the raw ore, in this case, deuterium. And that deuterium is going into the top. Now, I actually have these, I put these down in modular style. So I put down the bottom one, then the next one, then the next one, kind of like a little piece of the cake, everybody. So if you had a cake and you have different layers, that's basically what this building is. It's in different layers. The first layer, of course, is this coming out and going in and being converted into our smelters. And we just put that down, attach the thing, attach the power, and tell it what we want it to be. Boom, it's off and running. So we can use that over and over and over. Again, same thing here, more smelters. Those smelters go down. Notice the blue. The blue represents storage in my case. I color code stuff so I can remember what stuff is. And so now this is storage in here. Now if it actually fills up my quick wire, that quick wire will back up, and then it will fill this up with deuterium ignites, and then that will back up and then fill those boxes full of ore, which it will absolutely do, because I am producing way more quick wire than I'm going to be using in my nuclear power. And that allows me to have extra quick wire for when I need it, right? When you're out and about and building stuff and whatnot. Then, of course, down here, it's converting it into quick wire. And then we have several levels of quick wire conversion. And then that quick wire goes down through the ground. And in this case, it's so much quick wire. It's like 12,000 or 1,200 quick wire that we had to split it in two separate lines. So one line is coming out of there because, again, our belts are only 780 right now. And so basically that 780 is going into the first one and starting to fill. And then it gets, it moves its way up here. And then the other 780, which is coming out of there right here, is then merging together into this same box. So basically that's two of those together, around 1,400. And then it goes up and then it's double lifting right here. See, it's double lifting. This is going 780. That's going 780. So a double lift. So it really gets it out of the box fast and then backlogs it all the way to the front for my use. And if you see yellow, yellow represents a road. If you see red, red represents trains. And you can see I've got a decently fun little train going over here. This train actually goes under the track. And again, we have all of our stops. We have one smaller train right there, which is doing our uranium, which you can see just turns around and goes back. This other train is waiting for that train to go by. Once that train goes past the track, you'll see then it goes down and goes under and here. I much prefer to run my trains under than over, and I don't like my trains to change elevation very much, which is why I build up so high. So you can see I can build in any direction and not run into anything other than that thing right there. But, you know, I think I could probably avoid that one thing. We also have oil coming from over there, running over here, running to our turbo fuel, which you can see is way back over there, and I've got a lot of it running right now, everybody. In fact, all that oil is pretty much producing power. I'm not producing any rubber or plastic or any of that stuff right now because I have a giant backlog of it and I don't need to. But eventually all of that production will be put back up again once I have all my power in place, right? So once I have all my turbo fuel, my fuel, turbo fuel, and then my nuclear power, I'll have more than enough power to build whatever I want. And that's really a fun way of playing. Again, there's some ways you just kind of build it as you go along. I like to build it, make a gigantic spaghetti mess in the beginning to trigger my chat usually. Then I take it all out, and then we rebuild it in more of a modular style. And then we come back later, and then we build in mega style. Mega style is when you embellish it. You put all your LED lighting in there and all that other fun stuff. Kind of like I did up there for Christmas, for Fixmas up there as well, up on the top. But that's what's going on in that one. So that's making quick wire. Now over here, we're actually doubling up. We're actually running our raw copper into there. And again, that's 780 copper coming in. And it's being converted. All 780 is being converted into copper ignites. Those copper ignites are then being run down into these lower sections here to be converted from there into our storage there. And then down here into copper sheets. And then at the very bottom, down here, we are converting into wire. Now, the one thing that I'm not converting into is cable right now. If I need cable, I can just make cable. Cable's really easy. But in the beginning, I do create cable and I let it backlog. I do love to absolutely get it going on. OnlyFans? No, I don't have any OnlyFans. I'm 55 years old. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see it. Yeah, so that's how I get the ore up there. I use that. I bring it up in what's known as a switchback. So there you go. So again, go show those peeps some fun, some love over there. Everybody hit that follow button. Okay, so now we've got those two things done. We've got our wire going in there, and let's go see if it's actually coming out the front here. Let's go double check. Let's see. Let's check our quick wire. How's our quick wire doing? Quick wire is good. Over here. That's good. All right, this is how I check, everybody. Before I get the signs, I usually run this out because it's way easier to see. Uh-oh, we got a problem with our wire. Our wire is not aligned. I think we were still running our wire lines down here, and you guys scared the heck out of me. Made me jump. But that's okay. I'll roll with it. Okay, so we want to go ahead and take this and actually bring this down. We're just going to go ahead and, instead of running it through there, we'll just bring it down right here. And then we can really make this nice and clean by turning it this way. And then one of my favorite new features of the game, everybody, the straight function. It is so awesome. Oh, it helps if this is going the right direction. Let's get that going. Other way. There we go. And run that over there. Oh, okay. Not low enough. See how it's at a slight angle? If you're like me, everybody, you played this game for thousands of hours, you know you can't leave that. You know you got to fix that. So it's at the same level so that it's perfectly level like that. There we go. Very nice. Now we need to get this across to here. Now we've left some space here for future expansion. And there we go. Now we've got our wire in there. Again, this is just, now that we've basically done all the blueprinting and we've done all of this advanced thought of how we're going to maneuver between the different things, it's just rinse and repeat now. It's basically just take the next resource I need to convert and convert that. In that case, let's go see what it is. Let's see. So we did our Caterium. We did our copper ore conversion. And then we did our copper sheets and we did our wire. So we're good there. Now, the only other thing that we need, of course, is a bunch of steel items, both steel beams and steel pipes. Right here. Actually, I forgot to mark this one. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, how can I get this spreadsheet that you got? Well, here it is right here, everybody. I'm going to throw it in the chat for you. Go ahead and follow that link. I have a lot of various stuff on there. You can see all the different tabs I have down here for Satisfactory, for Astroneer, for Fallout, for 7 Days to Die, for Throne in Liberty, just more and more and more and more, Stardew Valley, all of that stuff. Because I don't just play games, everybody. I absolutely annihilate them. I don't just get a little bit, everybody. Great example. Right here. Where is it at? I got to find it over here. Way back in the 80s, everybody. I know some of you weren't even alive. But way back in the 80s, let me see if I can find it. Yes, right here. Boom, let me dazzle you. This is Kismet making 2.5 trillion on January 15th of 1986. No one even heard of a trillion in those days, everybody. There was no $1 trillion companies. The only thing spending $1 trillion was the government. There was no $1 trillion companies. I never even heard of a trillion. So I made $1 million, then I made $1 billion, and I walked away with 2.5 trillion. You can actually see a very young 15-year-old Kismet right there using a Polaroid camera taking a picture of the screen. That's a game called Taipan way back in the day, but it was a text-based one. This is an old Apple II that I'm playing it on right there as well. So yeah, super old school, and of course crushing games even back in the day. So there you go. I'll impress you guys just a little bit with my trillions of dollars I make in games. So there you go. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go on to the next thing. Now, our steel production, we're going to wait on that because the other easiest thing to do other than the things that we're doing would be our concrete production. because concrete production is pretty much in the same vein, and we actually need 2 sets of concrete production, one for encased industrial beams and one for the encased industrial cells that we need to do as well. Watch this cool stuff I can do. Move over like this. Right here. Again, our encased uranium cells and our encased industrial beams, we can go in and use concrete on both of those to produce those particular items. So what we want to do is look at how much concrete do we need. Well, right there, we can see that we need about 180 on this one of concrete, and then 21 on this one. Well, I can tell you that bringing in 780 concrete is going to produce more than around 200 or 780 limestone is going to produce more than 280 concrete. I can tell you that right now. But let's go ahead and just figure out the math using our little spreadsheet here. So we're going to say this is going to come in at 780 limestone ore. And then we're going to say, okay, well, let's go ahead and just use our numbers up here because it's going to automatically calculate the numbers for us right there. And then up here, our max factories that we're going to need for that conversion is 17. So we're going to need 17 factories. So we're just going to go ahead and round it down to about 17 there. That's going to produce 255, which is more than what we're going to need for our nuclear power. So we're going to end up with basically extra concrete that we can use in other processes. Now I can't remember if I added concrete here in the front. I think I did. Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. We need another storage. Now I have this all pre-made, everybody. That makes it super easy because, of course, I make tons and tons of blueprints. Those blueprints are awesome. But I have actually made all of this stuff before from scratch with no blueprints because there wasn't such a thing back in the day. There wasn't such a thing. All right, I got to actually take some of these out of here. Beams, I've got to take a few of those out so those will fill back up again. And then what was the other stuff we need to do? And this one, I have 2 different types of storage. I have just straight storage for raw resources and then sorting storages for if I get a bunch of resources and I get them on me and I want to put them back in the boxes, it'll just automatically put it back in the box. So this is going to be a sort one here. So we need beams. We need some pipes. Let's go ahead and take a bunch of those out of there. Aluminum sheets. And again, as we're taking them out, I have my dimensional depot all the way upgraded. So as we're taking them out, it's actually running those back in there again for me to use. So we'll go in and give it a minute here. While it's doing that, we'll get it ready like this to line it up to this other one. We'll leave a little bit of a gap so we can walk in between there. And we're going to need another one to put this concrete in. Almost there. What are we missing? Oh, aluminum sheets. There we go. Boom. See, that's the great thing about blueprints, everybody. It just builds all of that. Again, that takes you a long time to keep building that every single time. But all right, so now we're going to go ahead and connect our sorter together in case we want to sort that stuff. And we'll put this next one over here on concrete. Now, concrete is usually the #1 thing that I tell people to work on. And that's because you use an absolute ton of it. I use probably 50 boxes of concrete in some builds because I'm just building and building and building. And again, you can see already how much foundations I've already used all over the place and whatnot. And of course, you're also using it in your walls and all of that. So we need to add our concrete. Now, our concrete's going to kind of be off to the side by itself there, but that's okay. We can go ahead and walk over here and utilize it if we need any of these things manually. If we need to get some wire because we're running cables or whatever we're running, we can grab it there. But ultimately, most of this stuff is actually going to also run in the dimensional depot. So I'll move all my dimensional depots to over here because this will be the primary production. And I'll pull it from over there and pull it down here. And I have, again, tons of resources up there that I could run back down here, run it through the sorter, and then have it automatically go into whatever box it needs to go into. So that's pretty cool. But we'll get to that later. Okay, next thing is going to be concrete. So we'll run this out right to there. And then we'll get to work back here. Okay, and again, if you didn't see me working on my blueprints, you're about to see some pretty fun blueprint action here. Okay, first thing we need to know is, do we need any smelters? Well, when it comes to, and this is one of the mistakes that even I do, even after all these years, everybody, I'll get in a hurry and I'll be like, I gotta put the smelter down, and then the constructor went, wait a minute, you don't use smelters on concrete, and I'll take it out. So you don't actually need any smelters whatsoever on your actual concrete, and there is no in-between, like when you're converting like Caterium, it goes from Caterium ore to Ignits and then to quick wire. But when it comes to concrete, there's no in-between, so I don't even need any storage. All I need to do is have 17 factories that I can take that 780 concrete and convert it. Now, I actually have two things of 780 concrete, two lines of 780 coming in, because I like a lot of concrete. So what we're going to do is we're going to run two lines in, we're going to convert it all into concrete, and then we're going to run two lines out and actually have it run into the same box, very much like we're doing with the quick wire, and it's just going to fill that entire thing up with that concrete, and we won't have to worry about concrete for the whole rest of the game, everybody. It'll be squared away forever. We will not have any issues there as well. But also what we'll do is we'll put a dual output, or even might even stack like 5 of them for concrete, so we can have it going in the dimensional depot at 5 times the speed whenever we use up our concrete, or whenever we use up any of our plates or aluminum sheets is another great example. Your steel beams, your steel pipes, all of those you should stack, or you can make them horizontal as well. Stack them all and just run into each and every one of them, so they're just going in there much faster as well. Okay, so overall we're actually going to end up using 18 factories for that concrete times 2. So basically we're going to need 4 of our conversion. So it's going to be, this one's going to be probably the easiest one of the 3 of the ones that we're doing. Oh, time to hydrate. Let's do it. You like my cool alert? There we go. Hydrate time. Hydration complete. There we go. Bam, bam. Thanks for the reminder. I do try to stay hydrated. Okay, let's go. Let's get it done. This is going to be so easy. This is going to be the easiest one we've done so far. Let's do it. Okay, so here we go. We're going to leave a couple gap here, and then we're just going to go ahead and plop this down. We're going to try to hit H to see how poorly offset we are. There we go, way over this way. Oh, we didn't rotate it the right way either. Let's get that going. 10 constructors. Rotate it this way. And this is actually my favorite part of blueprinting, is that when you make it super modular, and then you can just go ahead and throw that down. Now that's a whole bunch of constructors. That's 10 constructors there. All right, so it just throws the constructors down. Power lines are already run. All the lines are run. In here it comes in, and then it goes down, and then it comes back out again. And then this way I can chain it down. So all I have to do is feed it into the top, and then chain it down to the one down below, and down and down and down. You get the idea. Now these are actually going to be paired. So it's going to be 2 and 2. So this one's going to be 1 right there. Now also, if you didn't know, with your blueprints, you can actually turn on your blueprint mode in your build mode, and it will just snap right to the top like that. Especially good when you don't have any foundations. These particular ones don't have actual foundations like these foundations here. And that allows me to very easily snap them without having double foundations show up at the bottom. That's not good. But we're just going to go ahead and very easily just snap all of these. See how nice and easy that is, everybody. Very sweet. Very sweet. All right, and we're gonna need to get our concrete to go in at the top there. Then this one's going to run down to here, and that's going to be good there. Same thing here. We're going to input there, and then run that down to there. Now, one of the first things I like to do is to go ahead and put in the power. Let's run here to the end. And you can see I'm running my power underneath the foundation, so you don't have to look at it, which is pretty cool. And then I'll run it right under here. I'll run it across here, and then I've already pre-made a little connection over here that I can then take the power from here and run it up to each and every level. And I never have to look at it. It's not running on the outside of the building. It's running on the inside. And you're like, well, Kismet, it's coming up through your foundation. Yeah, I just RP'd that. I drilled a hole there, everybody. They can't make everything, everybody. Sometimes you got to RP in your own stuff. So there we go. All the different levels now have power. And so we're going to go ahead and start with our top one here and try to decide how we're going to get our concrete here. Probably going to run it around the side of the building because that's going to be convenient. So let's go over here, check where our concrete's at. I think it's way at the end here. Yeah. Right over here. We could also run it under, because again, I have it up so high that I can do what's known as a sandwich level or a logistics level. I usually build my way down instead of building my way up. You can see I've got some of the logistics going on underneath, and I can just keep building layers and layers and layers all the way down. And then also all the way up, right? So again, you'll eventually hit a limit though. But it is fun to build in two directions. And if you start in the middle and work your way down or up, you have all this space. But if you start at the bottom, then you don't have any space underneath, and you're constantly kind of screwing around with that space. I know I've done that many, many times. And just tried to jam all that stuff way too close. You have all the space in the world, everybody. You got so much massive space. There's no real reason to jam everything together where you just like you can't even get your character through there. I'm not a big fan of that. I do like being efficient, but I also don't think that you should jam it in too close where you can't just run through like this, right? You should be able to run in here, check on your stuff, look at all of that. Of course, have your doors where you can go in and out nice and easy. I'm a big fan of that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do the same thing here with these. We're going to bring these up so that we can use our vertical space right here. Oh, try that again. There we go. Use our vertical space. That doesn't look right either. Nope. Go with your instincts, everybody. If it doesn't look right, it probably isn't right. Okay. And then over here. I'm just doing this because it's fun. I couldn't necessarily just run it in the ground and run it over, but we're going to run it up on top. Oh yeah, right through there. Right through that side over there. So we're going to go ahead and do this, and then we're going to use the side of the building as a little helper here. Like this, and then we're going to bring this one up a little bit. By the way, there's a bunch of lines on the side that you can use to elevate stuff and align it. Very, very useful. And we'll do that so that we can still get in and out of our thing if we need to get in there to look at that storage. And so now we've got, we're actually using the building itself as a line run. It's auto attaching to the sides. And again, this is up out of the way. It's not affecting anything else that I'm doing. I like just snapping it there because that's fun. Across there. And right there. Okay, now we need to get this to go this way. Now I'm going to actually start from this side first. Because I want to go ahead and bring this up just a little bit. And then we'll go ahead. Just align that across there nicely with a nice 90. There we go. And then this will automatically come around the corner there. And not too bad. Don't like the corner clipping there. We are definitely going to fix that first. Get ourselves a nice straight thing there. This is actually up a little too high. Not liking it. Do this from this side first. There we go. And then up into here. Like that. Bring that down at all. Nope. Could just have it going down. I think I like it better if it's just going down. That's more of a just a cosmetic thing. Yeah, that looks much better. Much better. Again, when first you play the game to like play the game to finish the game, and you just learn how to run everything and how to do stuff. And then later on, you're all about the cosmetic, how it looks, how it angles, how it goes around corners. Is it a 90 or is it kind of like a weird thing? You do a lot more caring about whether it's a 90 degree right there, and how it runs along the side of your building. Does it run nice and clean and nice and straight? Oh, like over here. See this? Yeah, that's nice. Very nice. Coming down is attaching straight in there. Okay. So that's going to go to the top one. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the second one and we're going to bring it down down here. So we're just going to grab that one, bring it down, and then run it across here. So we have two separate line runs, and we're just going to do the same thing we just did. So here, and then down in there. There we go, 780 and 780. Now we need to tell it what to do. We're going to go in here and say, make us some concrete. Alrighty. Oh, we got to do our backsides as well. Let's go to the backsides first so that we can see this starting up. Or actually, it'd be easier if we don't do that first, because then we would know if it actually has the recipe. Because when you paste the recipe in there to do concrete, the light, because we have power, is going to change from red to yellow. So that tells you that you did actually paste it in there. So actually an easier way of doing it before you actually start up your production. But you'll know because it'll also should turn green if you did it right as well. But all of this is going to be concrete. I could have put it in there, but having one blueprint that rules them all, I'm all about that. Or several blueprints that rule them all. That you don't have to keep remaking those blueprints over and over, or keep changing what it is. It's usually faster for me just to paste it in here than it is to make a whole thing that's just making concrete. Or a whole thing that's just making this, that, or the other thing. It's easier for me to just do this. And faster. It takes less time. Alrighty. Now, we need to work on the back side out here. Because what we want to do is bring this limestone down and turn it around so it's now going back into the system and starting to produce what we want it to produce. And then over here, same thing. Double that up. And then down on this level, flip that back around, this back around. This has got to go like that, and like this, and like this, and like that. And there we go. Basically what it's doing is coming in and then flipping, going the other way, and then down the other side. It's kind of going, you know, zigzag back and forth, so that it can end up at the end. Now, we know it's right when it ends up down here at the bottom. We see some concrete there, and then right here on this one as well. Very nice. That does look pretty good. Let's go check these ones here at the bottom. Make sure that they are getting concrete down here. Might be a minute before it makes it this far. See if we see any coming down. We should see some of it. Let's go back here and check this. Oh yeah, there's some coming down. Okay. This one's going. Yes, it's still feeding, because again, we're using manifolds, so it's got to overflow. So it's got to catch up on the overflow, and once it does, it'll then make its way all the way to the bottom. This all looks good. Keep yourself lots of entrances and exits in your things too. Yes, there we go. All right, concrete there, concrete there. And ultimately, that's what we want. Now, this concrete at the top here is actually going to chain down and connect to this one. So these two are a pair. So that's going to run down to the lower one. And then this one here is going to run down and pair with the one below. And that's basically going to be a massive amount of concrete, everybody. That's going to be an absolute insane amount. Again, 780 times 2, because it's going to, it takes 45 in and it outputs over here 15. So both of those factories together is 255 times 2. So let's just round it down to 250. That's 500 concrete outputting every minute or second or something like that. It's outputting a lot of that for sure, big time. And so now we have 2 of these that we want to run in and run back to our primary base here, or our primary storage. We'll put one there. And then again, we'll just do the same thing we did before, where we did this. We ran that out there, and then this one all the way up. If you offset it just a little bit from the building, then you can get it lined up and then run it like that. So now we have 2 concretes running down there. And then we'll go down here and we'll say, okay, where are these concretes going to end up? Way over on that other side. So let's go over here and we'll back chain all of this. Yeah, well, these doors are one of my favorite additions to the game. Okay, we know this is going to be concrete. This search function is awesome, by the way. Really awesome. And then we're just going to go ahead and copy this one. And we're going to pasta. Oh, wait, we're going to double it in the same one. That's right. We're going to double it in the same one like we did in the other one. So we're going to go, this one's going to come out of here. It's going to go into there. It's going to come out of there. Yes, we got to go up even higher. So that's got to go in there. It's got to come out of there. And then go into the bottom one. And then the top one is the one that we're going to do. We don't got any power over here, so it's causing me to fall down. So we'll just go ahead and just take some power and run it right there for right now. Okay, and so we want to go up in here. And we want to go like this and like this. And we'll just use a single input right into there. Okay, and then this is going to go in through the floor here. Be sure that we're putting it in the right direction. There we go. And then directly back from that one, I'm going to have another one out here. It's going to go up. And apparently not perfectly line up, such is the way it goes. Offset that just a little bit. Okay, very nice, very nice. Now we need to get back under here. And we need to think about how we're going to run these. I'd say probably like this and like this. And then we'll grab this 3-prong one here. And we'll run the middle one. There. Sometimes I like it better with the straight function off. It comes out a little bit better. Okay, we're going to go over here and look for where it's coming out right here. Okay, that's risking it right there, everybody. You see that fall? That's like, later. Okay, and then again, we'll put some more stuff. Now, see how nice this is way up in the air? There ain't nothing in the way. I can set up all my logistics however I want. And then, of course, I have an infinite, basically an infinite area below. And then same thing here. We'll go here. This one will go right into there. Very nice. And we'll want to go... 6 out there, which is max distance. Now on these, I'm actually going to consolidate it together. So they're on the same side like that. Okay, where are we trying to get to? We're trying to get to right there. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is your max belt distance. And then we're looking at how this crosses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we probably want to do something to make it nice, like this. And then... Ooh. Ran out of power there. Gotta look out. Yeah, see, a little too far away from my power can cause me to go. So what I did is I double pressed the space bar to try to recover. Yeah, can't quite see under there. That's okay. Here's what we'll do. We'll go up here. Run a bit of this power underneath. Stay right here. I'm using the hover pack. So that makes it real easy for me to hover underneath here. Right there. And then we should have put this in straight mode so they're not clipping. Like that. Very nice. And we're just going to run this straight off over here. That's going to make a crazy ton of concrete. Now remember, this server has been running for 2,000 hours. It just runs and runs and runs because G-Portal is awesome. G-Portal is my server host, and basically you can just have a server run and run. So if you got like a Minecraft server, or if you've got 7 Days to Die or Satisfactory or whatever it is, you just queue up your resources, let it run 24/7. It's all about the GGs after that. You all good. Okay, so I don't see anything running on this other line, so we need to go and figure out what's going on with that. Why is that line not filled with concrete right now? Let's go see. What's going on? Oh, look at this. I got funky chicken. Always something. Always something going funky chicken here. Boom. Let's fix that. There we go. It's always something. All right, we should see both lines running now. Very nice. I like to get in between the lines like this and watch it run. It's really, really fun. Again, everybody, that's a lot of concrete that's being produced there. Now let's go look at my power consumption because, again, I have about 30,000 power, but I have no other production other than this production that I'm producing, and, of course, the things that are extracting or making power or anything like that. All of that is working. But I can also go in and basically put in my priority power switches, which is what I'm going to need to do on all of these, so that at any time I'm having a problem with my power, it won't turn those off. It'll always keep those on. And I can turn those on first before I turn anything else on, which is very, very useful. Absolutely super useful. So we got that going. What we're coming back to do? Oh, I was going to look at the power. So let's go to our priority power switch here and see how we're doing. So yeah, we're right now about 32,000 and we're using roughly about 6,500. So we got a lot of power. I could basically build everything that I currently have built and is running 3 more times, maybe even 4 more times, everybody, and it would be fine. It would be it would make just as much power. Or just as much as it did. Of course, it would make more power because the things I have built right now is power. So it would make 30,000 more power times again. You get the idea. All right, now this is probably putting a crazy ton of concrete in here. It absolutely is. All right, good. Okay, so we got those going. Now's a good time, though, for some words on stream for you all. So I bring up some word streams for you guys to play while I take a quick break. I'm a bit older. I do need to take breaks from time to time because my doctor yells at me. Because he's like, dude, you got to take some breaks. I'm like, all right, I'll take some breaks. I just want to sit here and play all day long. But I'll try to be smart about my health. So what you can do, everybody, if you're on Twitch, you can play along, de-scrabble the words. If I see you guys working together, when I come back, I'm going to shower you guys with a bunch of Kiz caps so you can use toward the giveaways, where I literally give away thousands of dollars worth of stuff every single year here in the stream. You can have a shot at that as well. So here we go. De-scrabble the words, all you big brains, and I shall be right back. Going to go stealth boy like this. All right, I'm back, everybody. How we doing? Oh, look at you guys go. Let me see if I can help you guys earn some Kiss Caps over here. Again, everybody, get every word right now. Give the whole entire chat 5,000 Kiss Caps toward future giveaways. Let's see. Oh, gosh, this is a tough one. Oh, good one. Good one, Thurberg. You already got fish. Bus. Ha! I got one for you. There you go. Whoa, sunfish. Another good one there, Tab. 4 more. Oh, right out of time. But good job, everybody. Good job. Going to give you a couple thousand Kids Cats for working together. Always fun to play little words on stream there while I'm taking a little break, walking around, trying to work on my health, everybody. So not only playing lots of games, but also working on the health in the IRLs as well. Try to get that going on. All right, back to some Satisfactory. I bet you a lot of concrete's in here now. Just in the time we took a break. Holy mackerel, yeah. Almost filled that entire box up there. All right, so we've got a lot of stuff running. Now, here's another great thing about running this on the outside. You can see if everything's running. We can see that our wire's running really good. Our quick wire's running well. Over here, we've got our wire running. We've got our plates coming out as well. Our sheets there. And then over here, concrete looking good. Yeah, and both lines looking good. All right, man, we're making some big progress today to get this going on. Right over here. And let's see what else we need to work on. Next, we need to work on our steel stuff, and I think that'd probably be it out of that. Out of the normal resources, and then we've got to take our sulfur and make some sulfuric acid, where we're going to need a ton of water. So we're going to have to run some water up here too. That's going to be probably the toughest part, but actually, if we just use our train, it might be pretty easy. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Let me put that back. There we go. And we'll put this down here too, and then we'll put this over here like that. Oops. Try that again. There we go. Okay, so we've got that going on. And again, we have two 780s coming in, so we're going to just have a massive amount of backlog of concrete, which is what we need. So yeah, what we need now is we need to produce our steel ignits, and we have coal ore 600, iron ore 780, so not as much coal as we do iron. And we need about 40 output there, and then over here 40 output there. And so if we go in and we do how many of our foundries, we'll need around 2 foundries there. And then already doing our copper. That's good. That's already done. And then we'll need to then go to the next part of the process, which is doing our stators and AI limiters. Yeah, steel ignit's going to need 45 each. And our output's 45, and we only need 40. So really only one foundry for that. And then the amount of steel pipes we got to output is 27. Wow, that's not very much, considering one of them outputs 20. But what we want to do is we want to take the entire amount of coal and the entire amount of iron ore and convert those over. Now, we do also have additional iron ore and additional coal that we can use from other nodes that we're extracting, because we have 4 nodes that we're extracting at 600. So we can use those, but probably good enough. We can use that extra 180 to probably make us some plates and some rods. We'll have to figure out the math on that if we want to do that. But we're going to shoot for 600. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll shoot for 600 here. 600, and then we will have the 600 get divided by the 45, which is the input. And that's going to be 13 of them. Oh, is it time to hydrate again? Let's do it. Let's hydrate. Is that making you guys thirsty every time that happens? It makes me thirsty. There we go. All right, hydration done there, Puma. It's much easier when it comes up and does an alert and makes a sound. Then I can hear it as opposed to it just going in the queue. Okay, so yeah, and again, this will be for both for the coal and the iron because they're both going in at 45. So that's going to be 13 of these. So we'll have to move this one over a little bit. So 13, and we'll say max factories here. Like this. This calculation is actually over here. This divided by this. Take that out. And truncate that down. And then this one we can grab. What are we doing here? We're doing the input divided by, or the number of factories divided by the output. So we're going to say number of factories is 13 divided by the output here. Oh, it's times the output, not divided by, times. Times the output. That number does not look right. There we go. 585 of those steel ignits are we're going to make. That's going to be a lot. And then we can cut that in half. Do we need more steel pipes or do we need more steel beams? So steel pipes is 27. Steel beams. Again, you don't really need a lot of this. A 3.6. Okay. That's not a lot. So yeah, we're going to make a massive amount of all of that. Okay, and again, you'll see that I convert the whole thing, so I might as well. So it does look like we're going to need more steel ignits, like at about 4 times the rate. So, okay, what do we want to do here? Like 400 to 100, or 485 to 100? Or 201 and then 385 in the other one? That's a good question. Let's think about it. Let's say, again, steel pipe, we're going to need a lot more. Steel pipe, we need, we need 27. So basically, it's still 4 times. Yeah, about 4 times. And then we got pipe and then beams. And this takes 60 in, and the pipes takes 30 in. So it actually uses less raw resources to make the steel pipes than it does the steel ignits. Then the steel beams. Beam takes double the amount. So we probably, and again, we only need 10 per minute. We probably want to figure that out. Okay, so we'll start with the steel pipes. Let's say we take 300 and we put it to the steel, or actually we'd probably put 200 on the steel pipes. And then we take that 200 input, so 200 divided by 15. Oh, I already got it going. So that's 13 factories there as well. 13 assemblers. This is where we're... Oh, wait, wrong thing. Oh, that's right. There's my steel pipes. Steel beams, steel pipes right here. Okay. So, again, we'll put 200 into steel pipes. And then we'll divide that out for the number of factories that we need. Bite me. Okay, so that divided by that, we need 666666666. Okay, that's more like it. That's a lot, because that's a lot of assemblers that was telling us to do. That's 6 6 constructors, and then it would be this times the output. So that's going to output 133 of that. So that's more than enough. And again, we need like 27. And then we'll take the rest, the 385, and we'll put that down here, 385. And then have these max factories. That there. 6.2. $96. Okay, so yeah, that was perfect. Roughly. What if I put it the other way? This is 200. That's going to make 50. This 385. 256. Do I need that many? About 100. About 300. 300 there and 300 there. It's going to make a lot more steel pipes than it is beams. Oh, if I do a 400, it makes exactly 100. Again, these numbers are just rough estimates, everybody. Rough estimates of what I would do. These are good questions, though. What to do more of. I guess it doesn't really matter. That's very well balanced there, though. So if I do 185 on one, it makes about 123 steel pipes. If I do 400 on the steel beams, which takes twice as much, it's going to make 100 as well, roughly. So it's better to put more into the steel beams. Now, the math itself is difficult to work out because it's actually not an even number. It's not exactly 600 when you're doing your steel ignits because for some reason it doesn't come out at 600. Oh, and that's because I don't have it perfect. 1333 would be around 600. Ah, okay. So let's say that this is 200. That's 400. Yeah, so that's 133. Yeah, so if we have 600 coming out of there, what you can do is take the steel ignits, and again, since it's an even number, 200, 200, and 200, you can split it 3 ways and then combine 200 and 200 back together again, which makes 400, and then the other 200 you run off another direction into the steel pipes. That's what I'm figuring out there, how I'm going to do my splitting of my steel ignits. It looks like we're going to do 13 foundries, which is a lot of foundries. Really 14 foundries. Yeah, 14 foundries. Well, staring at it doesn't get it done. Let's get to it. Okay, and we need to figure out how to do our foundries along with what we got going here. Let's go over here and see if we can remove this as a blueprint. Nope. Take that out. Take all this power out. can take a whole bunch of this out at the same time. Boom. There we go. Okay. So we got to get these over here. Don't matter. We can take those out. We got to get as many foundries in here as we can. I kind of feel like we're probably going to be able to get get like 5 of them in there at the same time. And those are about the same. They need about 7 factories each. So maybe 5 and 5, something like that. Okay, foundries. Let's see how many we can get in here. Let's see. Foundries. These things are huge. Humongous. Huge humongous. 1, 2. Oh yeah, we got that. We can do 5, no problem. We could probably do 8 in here. Let me take the spreadsheet and put it back over here so I can look at it and look in the game at the same time. So it might be better just to do 8 foundries in here. Oh, let's get stretching. Oh, stretch time. 8 foundries in here, and then we'd have extra. And just kind of do the same thing that we were doing with our constructors, where we run it through and then we loop it on the outside. We might want to flip this and just bring the constructors one up. Let's do that. Let's clear this out. Bring up the constructors one. And we use that one as a template. And they're pretty similar, but the constructors one has a flip in the back there. And that helps a lot. Got all these belts. This means I can get. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Keep that in there so I know where that is and where the inputs and outputs are. Okay. So we'll get our foundries in. Oh, we're gonna have a double input. Double input alert. How are we gonna do this? Because we'll have to have a double input and a double output. And then we'll have to chain those down too. Have that lifted. The second one lifted. That's going to have to go forward a little more. Seeing what I can get away with here. And this is your merger. Yeah, something like that. Because you need room for the lifter itself. So I can run the line underneath it. This actually could move back just a little bit more. Even more. Yeah, see, then I can run this through here. And then have an input here. This can come up. Yeah, it's going to be kind of close. Yeah, that's not going to work. These are good questions. I could put it on the top part and then put where the input is up higher. Yeah, that's a problemo there. This does need to move up just a little bit more. Take all those out. Go 1 forward, go 2 forward. Oh, I can't move the splitter because the splitter's lined up off the thing. Ah. Big problemo. Again, I could put it over here like this. And this way. Now I'm gonna have to definitely use that higher elevation. To switch those resources back so they can go into the next thing. Got to be a better way. Maybe move this over here. Kind of testing it out to see where the problems are going to hit. I can tell already that that's going to be tricky because it says the dual inputs. Getting those inputs to chain is the tough part. To chain it from one to the next to the next. I really don't need to chain this one, but in the future I might need to chain these foundries together, and so it's kind of smart to think about it now before later on when I need to chain those. So an input and an input. And that's going to come down, and then you can feed it down into the input and the input of the one below. Yeah, 2 inputs at the top that come down and then that circle back. And then you could run them down to the next 2 inputs. And you could chain them all the way down. So this one's a little too far though for this, but we could just do that. We could put this one just to make it look nicer in the center there. Run this all the way across. And it doesn't snap. So you want to hold down control and have that snap, but sometimes it don't want to snap to the thing. If you go like this and make a little small one like that, then it will snap sometimes, especially on pipes. But I don't want to do that on every single one of them. Let me think about that. This is a good question. Good question as to figuring that out. Again, I love doing these logistics, everybody. Trying to figure out logistics and try to figure out how to make it go from one factory into the next factory, and chain those into each factory. But we got to have an input. So we got to have an input go this way and then circle down to the input down below. So there's that input. Here's this input. This one's got to go down from this one to here. And this one goes down from this one to the bottom one. Then goes this way, and then chains back up to the chains down to the next one. Or actually could chain up too. It could chain in either direction because of the way I have the inputs and outputs on separate channels. This is a good one. Kind of feel like that's what I want to do. Let's see where it leads us. Let's see if we can get our mergers in here. Our mergers look fine. Yeah, I say we go with that. Take these out for now because we're going to put in all of our lifters and stuff. Let's go ahead and put it in and see what happens. Always a good idea to do the bottom one first. Oops, not lined up. Always good to do the bottom one first because the ones on the top is going to obscure your ability to run your lines. So we're using this one for the first one. And then the second one will be the other one. That'll be the lifter one. Right over here. Now, could probably center that a little bit more. But I want it to be offset so I can make the inputs flip back around and end up back in the same spot as the original inputs. Yeah. Oh boy, our inputs equal the same as the outputs. So yeah, tricky. I can't feed it. Ugh. If we were to offset it, the belts would overlap each other. I don't want to do that either. So yeah, that's the best way of doing that. Okay. At least that's the way I think is the best way, and that's the way I'm going with. All right, right there. There and right there, and then we'll bring it up. That is not right. Not right. There we go. Little cut into that thing there. These are going the wrong way. Wrong way. So what I do is I put one on the top and then I redirect it the opposite direction. That one's right. This one's right. That one to there. There. There we go. And then I can chain it to one down below if I need to. All right, never trust these lifters. They always get screwed up. I never trust them. I always put them back in again. I've had so much stuff get messed up because of those lifters. Okay. Cross connections. Okay, that's looking good. I'm going to go call it another name so I don't accidentally save it over the one I've already got. Let's call it 8 Foundries. And Foundry. Okay. It's looking good. Yeah, we'll have it come in. Come in on both of those. Oh no, this is the output. It'll come out there. This is going to be the input. That's good so far. Okay. But this merger here at the end. Okay, yeah, we can still get that merger in there, and then lift it here and run it to the other side to merge with the other side. Merge all that down this direction, run the thing from the top back that way and down through there. Okay, a lot of good stuff. All right, everybody, hold on. I gotta take another break here. Yeah. Take another break real quick. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna bring some more words on streams up here. I gotta take a little bit of a break, and I'll get some more words on stream going for you all you big brains. Starting to feel a little dizzy, so I'm gonna just lay down for a minute, and then I shall be back. Let's go. Back again, everybody. Man, I had to lay down there. I was getting a bit dizzy, but I think I'm better now. We'll see how it goes. All right, let's try to get you guys some kids caps over here. Let me see if I can help you guys out. Let's go see right now and get that going on. Let's see. Oh boy. Light you already got. Lice you already got. Tilly. Wow, that's a good word too. All right, nice job, everybody. Oh, I forgot to put my headphones back in. Put my headphones back in so I can hear. There we go. Good job, everybody. Look at you guys earning all sorts of kids cabs today. Earning all sorts of stuff right there. All right, let's go ahead and shower you guys with lots of love. Thank you for putting the ones in there as well. Trying to get this done here. Trying to get these, try to get the, oh, something over there. Trying to get these foundries in here so we can at least get our steel production going. Trying to figure out the logistics of getting this in here. And then getting it to go back out again. So we're going to have it go in here. And then it's going to go in and go down and through there. And then down and through that one. And then it will chain back out, down to the next one, down to the next one. Yeah. And then we got to get it to come out of there. Like so. That in there, and then these here. Now, what I'm trying to do is make these again so they're all modular so I can chain them. Now again, I don't really need to chain this one for this particular resource, but in the future I might need to chain them. So best to think it through now, and then we'll have it all easy peasy for the future. Prepared for the future. With my little alert that comes up. Oh, hold on a second. There we go. I forgot to change the thing. There we go. My bad. There's actually an alert for that if you're a sub. It's wrong screen. Sometimes I forget to change it because I'm old. I'm an old dude. All right, this comes down here, and we can sneak that across there, maybe. And then have this come in like this. Maybe just put that merger right there. Like that. Up so it's not quite going through the top there. This one's going to have to come down just a little bit. We don't want it to go through the top because we're going to need to put a top on it in case we want to chain them. That is a weird way of doing that. Alright, no, didn't want to do that. I want to do it from there. It works. Okay. Whatever works at this point. I feel like it's going down at an angle. Because of the way that we're connecting this one over here. That's okay. It'll all work out, I think. So again, this one's going to come down from up above, go through here, circle back through there. This one will merge from this side over to there. And basically run around out the outside. And all right, there we go. I think we got it. Let's make sure we got all of our connections in there. I've been really pushing myself here in the stream, everybody. I had my machine die, which was a huge bummer. And then they're trying to stream longer. How long have we been going? 7.5 hours. Trying to stream longer and trying to get back into my other schedule because, again, I had to work on my machines and I have to, like, switch back over again. I keep switching back and forth, which is not good. Makes it a lot tougher on me. Let's turn that back to that. Okay, so again, we've got our inputs, and then these are our two outputs. Inputs and outputs. And we need to put in our power. So we'll run them, say, to there. Don't know if I like that. I think I like it better. between these two belts. I didn't even know you could go through that window. Huh? Well, there we go. Apparently you can. Getting tight in there. It's getting very, very tight in there. Yeah, see, I don't like it going through the belt like that, even though it doesn't really do anything, but it's not what I like, so I'm not going to do it. What if we just do this? We could just do it on the other side, too. Just line these up like that. That works for me. And then same thing here. This one forward. Let's do this side first, and then I can line that other side up from this side. Extra connectors here, but in the long run, I think it's going to look better. This one's definitely going to have to come back. Okay, well that was a tricky one. That was a pretty tricky one to run that power. All right, I like it. I like it. I think we're good. That's a lot to jam in there. A lot of tricky inputs and outputs, but I think we got it. Let's definitely save that because that was a lot of work there. 8 foundries, yes. Okay, so we've got to make our foundries. Let me go over here and see what we need. So we bring our steel, our coal, and our iron in, so we're doing our steel ignits. Then we have to put that into a storage so we can backlog those steel ignits. Then we want to put it into our pipes. And our pipes are going to use our constructors. And our steel beams are going to use our constructors. So we need 2 things of constructors. So we need our foundry, then we need a storage, and then we need 2 things of constructors underneath that. We'll do 10 and 10. That should get it done. And then we should be good. All right. That again, the foundry part was a little tricky because it has 2 inputs, but I think we got it. And again, you can see I'm just putting them all in a row because that makes it nice and easy. And then boom. Let's go ahead and put this out. And again, you can see I got lots of space out here to build, everybody. I can build for a really long way. Put more of these in. Go way out here. Then we'll go ahead and just tell it that we're going to run that power down the center there. Like that. Okay, so foundry at the top, storage, and then 2 constructors. Let's do it. Constructors, because each constructor has 10. And we need to get our arrow facing the right direction. There we go, and get lined up over here. It's sometimes better to get further away so you can see. how to line that up on the first one. Really, all we got to do is get the first one lined up. Wow, that's pretty good. And then all the other ones will just line up on top of it. So we'll go to blueprint mode. We'll make sure that the arrow is facing the same direction. There we go. And then onto our storage. Vertical storage. There we go. And then to our boundaries. And what do we not have? Not enough plates. All right, we got to give it a minute so it fills up the dimensional depot. Now, the more we build, everybody, eventually we will run out of resources because we're not making any more right now. But as you can see here, I'm actually starting to replace some of those processes. So if I do run out, I'll have more. But there's some of the higher end ones that I haven't redone yet. Really? Come on. You can do this. Get on there. Click it. There we go. Doesn't want to do it. Okay, so there we go. So, melt it in the foundry and run it down. And so now we need to get our two inputs over here. So right here. And right there. We also need to run our power. Let's get our power set to go here. Actually, I should have brought that a little bit further over. Bring that right to there. Good enough. All right. We'll go in here. We'll take this one out temporarily. Just so we can run that power underneath so we don't really see it. Right there, up there. And again, since all these are the same, all this power chains really, really well. All I got to do is just kind of fix the bottom part here. And then once that bottom part is fixed, I can go to this side. I could have actually just sent this to the other side and then had that already pre-built in there, so I don't have to build two of them. But it's a little easier on this side because this side's not as jammed together. That's the other side. Well, at least on those previous ones it wasn't. On these ones a little bit more. And this goes to this, and then this goes past the storage up to the foundries at the top. Okay, now we got to tell the foundries what to do. We're going to have them doing steel. And copy, 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 copy. Paste. Paste. All right. Steel, yes. Paste there. Turn my light on. Paste. And paste. Okay, that's good. So now we've got to get the iron and the coal over here from that other location. Iron and the coal. I've got iron from over here that I can run, but the coal is over there. So I've got to get the coal and run that underneath, but the iron I can run here. I kind of feel like we're running along the building like we did on the other one there, just to save us for some under runs and do kind of more runs up above. Kind of mix and match on this particular playthrough, just for funsies. Again, we'll tap that one. We'll try to put it the right direction this time. There we go. I always forget to check the direction. That's why I end up doing that twice sometimes. All right, there we go. A lot of iron ore in there. Then we'll go up here on top. All right, not to get stuck in there. There we go. And let's see how we're looking up here on the top. Yes, okay. So we can go up here. Run this up a little bit higher than what we have on those ones. Do the same thing, just come right over here. Try to line it up nicely. Nice. And then run it across. This also allows us to see that our inputs are working as well. Okay. And this one, we can just do this. Run that across. Oh, we gotta get a good corner first. There we go. Where we at? Right about here. Let's say there and see how this looks. Perfect. All right. Nice. Okay. So now we got our iron going, and we need our coal, and we probably actually want to do the reverse of this and run our coal up out of the way. So probably on this side, because this side's not really being used. I actually could have taken those walls out. I only used those walls temporarily to fix that other run line. So I could take these out. So okay. So just make a floor hole and run it over here. Then that input will go there. Huh. That line is not going the right direction, I don't think. No, it is. Oh, this lifter's not going the right direction. I had it backwards. Something's not going the right direction. Got to change the direction of the lifter. There we go. All right. I thought I had that right. Good. Otherwise, I'd have to fix the blueprint. But no, I had it right. So awesome. And then this one can chain down to this one. Or wait, now on this one we're not chaining. We're just going to do the output into the storage. Like that. Okay, now we've got to get our coal from over there to over here. Let's go under here and get this rocking and rolling. Gotta love that blueprinting, everybody. That's one of the first things you should do, everybody. Put down, make a blueprint of foundations. Because it is so incredibly useful. So glad I ran this line now, too. I ran this line earlier that's going to help me with this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right over there. And let's see which one we want to tap first. Well, let's tap the first one first. Sounds good to me. Let's go ahead and just run that. Actually, we should run it down out here. So I like to offset it so I can see that it's actually running. It's where these things are automatically in the opposite direction you want them to be in. So I can see it running out of there and that it's actually flowing out of there over this way. Okay, let's keep this going. Where is it? Right here. Gotta go this way in case I need to run something else out. And then we'll move it forward by 2. So I'll end up running this other coal out of here as well. Let's see. We probably want to fill this back in. But we don't want to run that under the road because that's where my power is going to be. So probably want to just run it until it gets to here. And then go here. This is one of the greatest things they added, everybody. You go like this, you hit R, and it does a perfect 90. So your stuff's not clipping there, which is very nice. Oh, wait, this is going to be the opposite here. Yeah, that's running on the opposite line run. Oh, boy. Okay. Move that over to there. We can just come back and add that later. That's just so that later on when I'm running those other lines, it doesn't interfere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then also this one's going to be the first line as opposed to being the third line, which is what it was doing there. I didn't like it. Not gonna do it. Backed up just a little bit. And that one will go there. And on the inside. And on the outside one. And then use our straight function to make that a nice 90. And we got that coal running. Nice. All right. So again, see how nice that is when you have underruns like that. It's just so easy to run stuff, even if you have to run it really far. Again, look how much area I have to run stuff. I run stuff all day long, and it will be up out of the way. Okay, look at that. Coal's already here, ready to go. Let's see if it starts up in here. Let's see. Did we screw anything up? Oh, we got to do the outside, back side of it. So we can tell it to come down into that one, and this one down into that one. So it starts to distribute. Oh, I hear it starting up. Oh, it's all sorts of good stuff. That's a job well done right there, everybody. Job well done. All right. Again, we want to see them green lights start. And again, it's going to take it a minute for it to catch up because it's going to have to overflow. But all 8 of those are firing up. Now, it's actually going to do only a certain amount of them because that's as fast as the belt can go. But once it fills up, it'll actually run the excess into the other ones for now. And so, again, this one is... This one's 8. I thought I only needed 6 of these. Oh, no, that's 6 constructors, not foundries. I need 13 of these foundries. Oh, so I do need to chain them. Oh, my God, I'm so glad I did the chaining then. No, I do need to chain them because we can figure out the math here. 45, 600 divided by 45. Yes, it's 13. Okay, yes, I was looking at the wrong... the one down, the one not the one up from it, but no worries. We can fix that super easy by just going in and snapping some more foundries up on the top, and then instead of running this here, we'll take that out. Oh, this is going to have to run really far up. I don't know if that's going to reach. Nope. So we'll reverse it and then reverse it back. Like this. Could use a floor hole, but I'm not really liking really long distance floor holes because, again, it messes up my my stuff a bit there. This one we'll just bring straight up. Line it up nicely. And we'll feed it into the top one. Alright, let's put some more power in. We'll make all this work. We'll make this work. Again, I'm glad I double-checked that math. Later it gets, the tougher it is. Look at that. See that? Sometimes it puts it on the wall instead of snapping it to the thing. I can also trip you up right there. If you're not paying attention, you just click it and you fly away and you're like, hey, why is my thing not starting up? Okay, it's got power. Now we just need to tell it what to do. Steal. Copy. Pasta. Pasta all of this. Okay, and then we need to go on the outside. Put this one to there, and this one to that one. Okay. Oh wait, that stays the same. I don't need to take that out. That stays the same. And then on this side, it's going to come back out on the other side again here. Yes. And then we can go there, and we can chain that down to the one underneath. All right, yeah. Look at me go with my bad self. Look at me go. All right, and now we need to loop the part here, and then loop the part down there. So that's looping back and bringing that down. And then over here, we need to go out of this one and down into that one. Oh, I don't need to loop the one right here. There's nothing coming down. Oh, no, there is. Oh, that's right, from the other side. It's coming from the other side across, and then needs to loop under. Okay. And then that should now be backlogging in our storage here. Oh, yeah. And now we've got our stillingness there. All right, yeah, we got this. Welcome back, Sidecraft. So question, what question? You just ask, go right ahead. Is there a list of alerts somewhere? Yes, down below in the panels. Down in the panels, there's a list of your various commands that you can do. Also, there's channel point redemptions that you can do that do alerts as well. Like the retweets are good. Like if someone goes and does one more retweet right now and hits that like button and hits that retweet button, then you can use that retweets are good emote. And then, or channel redemption, and if you do it at the right time, again, use them wisely. If you do them at the right time, you actually earn Kismets for everybody in the chat, too. So I appreciate that. Oh, speaking of, you guys put one in the chat earlier. We give another 1,000 Kismets for that. You guys are rolling in the caps this year, man. You guys are just earning them big time. I appreciate all that participation in the chat. It does make it a lot more fun. When everybody's participating together. All right, so that's going down there. That's doing that. Now, we need to utilize these down here in this one and in the next one. So now we can actually have it producing what we need to produce. And what do we need to produce? We need to produce... Oh, I got it over on the side. I don't need to switch. So 7 factories roughly for steel pipes, and I have 10. And then 7 factories for steel beams, and I have 10. So let's go steel pipes first. And we'll paste all of this in here. Like this. And, oh, that one's still red. Y'all good on those? Yes, okay, steel pipe's good. So that's coming in. We have to do the old flippity in the back here. So it is flipping this way, and then eventually flipping that way. And then down here at the bottom. This is the most steel pipes and steel beams I think I've made in a long time. But these are a lot And again, instead of just doing the bare minimum that I need for the nuclear power, why not just do the whole entire node worth? And then you're making a crazy ton of everything, and then you don't have to replace you don't have to make other mini factories that is just doing like steal this and steal that. You can just use the excess for your backlog. Okay, everything looks like it's working. Wow, this thing's getting built out, isn't it? That's some big buildings. You're like, Kismet, why don't you make it fancy? Fancy's for later, everybody. Right now, you want it functional. See, there's a place you might not have heard of, everybody. It's called the Bauhaus. One of their famous things is form over function, right? So you make it really pretty, even though it's like a chair or something like that. I am the exact opposite. I am function before form. Because function is more effective and more efficient. Where form is beautiful, and I'm an artist, and I do like to do beautiful artistic things, but I'm always about function first in this case, because that's, again, more efficient, and I'm not going to get lasered from space, or in this case, lasered at the Fix-It corporate headquarters, because I'm your official Fix-It trainer, everybody, and I'm teaching you all my best tricks right here. Check out how awesome modular that is, and we can just keep adding. Even though we forgot one, we can just add another one on the tap, rerun the stuff, and now it's just, boom, we can just do that endlessly with every single node in the game if we wanted to, make an infinite amount of those. Really easily, too. That's just all about how you do your runs, your line runs. Okay, now we've got our pipes and we've got our beams again. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to do this kind of offset thing that we did before. We're going to put our pipes in there. And then our beams from up here into there. And now we want to run these pipes and beams over this way. Oh, how convenient. Oh. That's not convenient. That's a problem. My input line is blocking my output line. That's a bit of a problem. But I can either move the input line or I can move the output lines. Now, here's what I want to do. I want to think about where it's going to end up. Right? So if it's going to end up somewhere, like right over there, where my storage is, right over that way, I'd want to run it on the inside line. But if it's going to go beyond this and go on the other side, then I'd run it on the outside. But it's obviously going to want to run on the inside. It's really not that hard to fix. All you have to do is go under here and just take an idea of where you want to bring it down. Like, say, right there on that one. And then this one we'll bring out a little bit further. And we'll just bring these down. Oops, wrong direction. We'll just bring these down and switch the direction this way and that way, and then we can just tie this into what we've already got. Just like that. And then we can run those lines. Very nice. And then we'll just go up here and readjust this a bit to kind of accommodate our logistics. I think that's the best kind of logistics level, everybody. A nice open air logistics level where you can just keep adding whatever you want. And if something doesn't work out right, or you have like a conflict because you have another thing in the way, you can see we can just easily move it, and boom, now it's perfectly lined up, and we're using that very, very efficiently. We're getting all three being used. Now, one of the smart things to do, though, is before I get too far with that, is to actually go see where I'm going to be putting this stuff. So let's go over here. That's why also I have the road undone, so I can just kind of fly up from underneath like this. Okay, so this is one of them. So the fourth one over, AI limiters and then pipes. Let's go fix the back of this. We're kind of doing these as we go. So this is AI limiters. That's why I put it on the front and the back. And this is pipes. Pipe. Steel pipe right there. Could have just typed in steel. I think it would have been better. All right, we might as well just put the last two in while we're at it. It is stators and rods. Indicators. These are actually control rods. Control rods. Not to be confused with iron rods. Okay, those are all good to go. And so we know that this one is our pipe here. So we're going to run this in there. And then over here. Oh. Oh, we forgot our beams too. Man, we're forgetting a lot of stuff today. But that's why we got room over here for the beams. We can always reroute all this stuff wherever we need to go. But we're going to put them beams right there. And we are going to put that right in there. I like that. So sexy. Sexy, sexy. Okay, now we've got to figure out how to get those beams to get past this concrete. We're going to have to bring that underneath. Yes, and this one we'll just put right here. That'll leave me another one to do this one over here later. And we'll just put that right down the center. This one's moving over. Maybe we should leave a spot there, but we can go ahead and make this one. And then later we can make that one into that one. And we'll run this down the center. Like I saw. And that is beams. We're going to need to get these beams over this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're going to need to go down on those beams. This is third one over. Bring that up. Bring that under. And then down. And this allows me to cross the beams, kind of like cross the streams, like in Ghostbusters. And again, I could do this 50 levels down, because again, I left myself lots of logistical space here, and it just makes it so easy, and it makes it so nice too. A very nice way of doing that. Okay, and the beams, of course, are going to be on the wrong side. So I need to actually switch the way those beams and things are, because I need to get my my stuff to do this. So let's go back and switch those. On what side those are on. Take those back out. So this one needs to be out there. And that sometimes happens, you know, it's part of the fun of doing logistics. Is you're like, okay, wait a minute, that's got to be this way. I'm so glad I put this in the middle here too, and not in my kind of thoroughfare here as well, because that just makes this much nicer. That it's kind of tucked away in kind of an alleyway here. Oops, wrong one. Down here. And this. Going the right direction. Gonna go the other way. That into that one. That into that one. Okay, now we reverse those. And we can then run those like that, run them like that, run this to here. Run that to there. All right. Very nice. Very nice. Yes, we got our beams on the outside. Now I'm assuming we're not going to run anything else here, so I'm just going to do this. And then bring that wildly down, apparently. That's offset, too. That is offset. That's because of this is 6. Is this 6 here? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's 5. But if I move that forward, I can't run this thing. We'll just have it cut back. That's fine. We'll just have it cut back like that. Now, if I could align that, I would. I could also align that and just put an extra one here in the center. But overall, it's not really going to matter. It's good like that. And then this one needs to go this way. And I want to get it to go very much like we did there. Let's go ahead and run this. Oh, okay. That's also not in a good spot there. Let's fix this one, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, put this here. And then, instead of that, we'll just do this. Again, thank goodness for our straight feature again. Oh, that's going the wrong direction. Just make it work from this side first. Again, awesome straight feature where it goes in and just makes it beautiful 90. Gotta love it. All right, helps if you actually are running your belts in the right direction too. And we know that this concrete is being run to the same spot. And so all we need to do is run it toward the same thing. And then we will know that this one right here is the one that we need. And then we just run it. Oh, okay. Not weird like that, please. Sometimes the straight feature is more awkward than just running it the normal way. But there we go. All right, so 2 more on the list. 2 more that we forgot to even do over here. And again, this one is beam. This one here. And then we will run the beam out just to make sure it's in there. It sure is. Look at all these ones we're getting done, everybody. We're getting them done. How did I do that one so short? Let's bring that way out. Like that. I did all these all weird. Why did I do that? I don't like it. I usually bring them out to the edge of the foundation there. Why that wasn't built into the blueprint? Now that I think about it, why is that not built into the blueprint? Interesting. All right, now look at, see, this is telling us how many of these we got done. See, we got that one and this one and that one and this one and the other one. All of those done, including these ones over here. Now the great thing is we can tap into these to make the other things that we need for our AI limiters, for our stators, for our control rods over there, and these are all done over here. So those are the 3 things that we're actually working toward making. That's what all these other resources are for. But we're also using it for a backlog. Now, when we go to make those things, we can actually just tap into those lines and build those things along the way and then run those things over here as well. So one of the first things that we want to do is go over here to our thing. And the first thing we're trying to make is the AI limiter. Which is a combination of copper sheets and quick wire. So AI limiters, how many machines do we need for AI limiters? We need to basically have 2 assemblers, but we're going to make max assemblers. We'll make as many as we possibly can. And we'll use our template here that we already have because an assembler is very much like a foundry, and it is, because we're using the foundries. We'll save this one more time, just in case, because it has 2 inputs. So now we already know the logistics of a dual input on this. So let's go ahead and take the top of this off because we still have it as a blueprint. We haven't taken it off the thing yet. And then we'll go to town here, working on taking all these back out again. All right. Take all that out. And then just on the power, take all those out. Okie dokie. We've got our cross belts, which we want to keep. And so we want to see if we can fit our assemblers. Now our assemblers are going to be a lot bigger usually and a bit tougher to put in here. So We might have to reduce the amount of assemblers that we're inputting and outputting. We might need to change the direction of them too. Yeah, if we try to put one in there. Yeah, usually I put assemblers on multiple levels too. See, the way that this is configured is harder for assemblers. I don't think we're gonna get all of that in the assemblers. I do not think so. Let's see. Let's take these out just to get that out of the way. We'll take out our lifters. Some of our belts here. Okay, let's get our assembler in here. See what we can do. Could probably move that merger back just a little bit. I think we could get away with this. I mean, it'll work, but it's cutting through my belt, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Again, I won't do stuff if it, like, clips. So I try to not clip stuff if I can avoid it. So we don't really need to worry about how that is in the back there. If we flip the inputs, it's still not going to fit. Yeah, that's a problem. It'd probably be better off if we actually turned it. Took these and flipped them the other way, like this. Maybe run it along the back and then have 4 of them across. The problem is the distance from one edge to the other. Let's go ahead and see if we can squeeze these mergers a little bit closer to the wall. We can, but that's still not great. Still not great. And again, we can move the double inputs so they're stacked on top of each other, but it's a little easier if they're offset because then you could chain down to the lower level. Always a tricky thing here, getting these logistics together. It's because the way we have our input. Now, on this one, we could just say, you know what, screw the way the other ones are. We just want the inputs to be optimized for these. And that's probably what we're going to end up doing. It's just saying, hey, we're going to try to maximize the use of our inputs and outputs here. Let me take all this out and just say, you know what if I just throw caution to the wind here and do it the way I think it should be done over here. So this is coming through there. And then we could do that. I don't like it. I don't like it when it touches. Do that. But is there enough room on the other side now for one of these? Oop. Nopety nope. Dang, how did I do these before? That's a good question. I think I just put them in the middle. Instead of trying to do like 6 of them, I probably just did 4. All right, let's take all this out and think of a new way of doing this. Because this isn't going to work like the way all of our other stuff is working. And so sometimes you just got to say, nope. Not going to limit myself to making it exactly the same as those other ones. But we'll make it so it can interface into those, though. Again, all these lifters. Splitters lift. Alright, wipe the slate clean here. Okay, so what if we flip the script on this? We take this out. We flip it the other way. So instead of the inputs merging, or the inputs splitting, we're gonna do the center be a merge. So we're gonna merge this. We're gonna run it that way. So let's take the assembler here. Put it in as good as we can. Say like that. Readjust the splitter. Be a merger. Going out, yep. Going out that way. And then we flip this the other way. Put that really close. Yeah, that's gonna be a big problem because you just physically don't have enough space to do that. But if we're really tricky, we can do what's known as a loop back on the top part. It's the bottom part that's going to be a trouble. See, so I can come in via the bottom part, but if I put a lifter there, it's basically just going right through the middle of that. I can double lift. I could double lift that, so I could lift it like this. And then put this one up even higher. Like this. That's what I call a switchback. So it's switching back toward the device. So when you're running this along here, you would then take this out for now. And then the splitter would come down. Oh, it's not going to go there. It's going to go here. The splitter would come in here and lift. And then the same thing here. The splitter would lift all the way to the top. Like this. And then you would take this out. You take this out. Oh, not all that. Just the bottom two. Like this. Take this back out, and this back out. Take this, put that back in. The same as the other one? Yes. And then you could input from this side, and then go down here, and down, come on you, down from there. And see, you're feeding vertically instead of feeding horizontally like we've been doing, kind of like this way. Now we're feeding up on the top at multiple levels and then feeding it down, which allows us to feed it in there. Again, I'm showing you some of my best stuff, everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Put a 1 in the chat if you are digging it. Now, again, you can't be the hero of the chat right now. If you go ahead and follow that link, hit that like button, hit that retweet button over on Twitter. It's free, and it earns everybody in the channel a bunch of Kiz caps to use for giveaways. So feel free to check it out. But that's some serious GG right there, everybody. That's some three-dimensional thinking right there. Very, very nice. Now, the cool thing is now that we've figured out our three-dimensional thinking, we can go ahead and just duplicate that all the way across like this, which allows us to get 8 of these suckers in the same exact spot. Like that. Very nice. And then we'll merge this out this way. Like so. And again, we'll go this direction. Merging this way. That away. This away. And then we'll also make it where we can run it out and then run it down to where it will come into here and then also chain into this as well. So we'll do a line across here, and then like we did on the other constructors, we can basically loop the back of it and have it come back through. So awesome. All right, there we go. We got it figured out. Let's go ahead and do the same thing on this side, because we're going to need to go here. Or we can make it even higher, and then I can just run it another output across here. And then I wouldn't have to do a dual input on both sides. I could just split it right there in that moment. Yeah, let's go one higher. Let's bring this up to there, this one up to there. Take this out. This. Never trust these lifters, everybody. They are the worst. So again, so now I can bring it and split it down. I can split it down the line, and then I can cross-connect it over to here, where I won't have to run any more lines. That's awesome. That's very awesome. That's like next level, even more next level thinking. Look at that. All right, very nice. And then over here on this one, let's see if that's lined up a little too high. Here, it should be one higher than that. Something like that. Yes. That one looks like it's going up too. Ah, it's got that little thing there. We're gonna live with it. We're gonna live with it. This got to go down just a little bit. Got to sit on that little black line there. I think we're gonna live with that. I think we'll live with it. Okay, so again, this building's gonna be a bit bigger, so that we can do the logistics of feeding all the different sides from one building and get 8 of these in one building. That's awesome. Normally I put 4 on one level and I put 4 on the other level, but that whole switchback idea is awesome. Again, it's feeding here and then splitting in both directions. That's amazing. Except for we got a problem. It's not going the right direction. That's always how it goes. Okay. So again, this is going to be our input. There. Should we get this one in here? So input on that side. Let's set that as an input right there. And that's going to be an input. This is not going to be an output. In fact, that's not going to be anything. Right? Right, because it's going to be in the center. Am I right or am I right? Or am I right? From Groundhog Day. Love that movie. Love that movie. Oh, this one's actually not going to be an input either. Ah. Because we're going up 2. So this one is the input. Oops. Just colored my my space elevator. Well, bad. And you know what? My space elevator is an input. You know what? Actually, I am going to color it red. Yeah, it's an input. There you go. I don't know. Like a little fate thing just happened there. That's funny. Okay, so, but we're going to have to feed these at different levels, and this is also going the wrong way. This has got to go in. Again, whenever you got to replace these things, you want to replace all this other stuff too. Make sure you have your directions going correctly, like this. And then this one coming out of here, down into there, out of there, down into there. This one feeding across into that one. This one feeding across into that one. And then as we go down the line and we're splitting it, we're actually splitting it for both sides at the same time with one splitter per two. And that is awesome. Very, very awesome. All right. So, I don't want to do these cross connections yet because I need to do all of the splitters in there first. Let's take all of these out. This I can do now. Just run that out there. Okay, and then I do the exit here. No, let's do the exit there. This. They're all tied in, tied in. All good, all good. All right. And then again, more splitters over here. Not aligned. So not only do I got to get the length and the width, but also the height lined up so that it lines up to the next segment. And these are right next to each other. So in theory, it'd be this. The only one you really need to worry about is the top one. Is that the top one's going in the right direction. And in this case, they are. So we'll take all these. Actually, we should leave all of those. Just keep checking those. Yeah, I don't think those are right. I think let's have to go over just a little bit. Let's leave this one in on this side. So we can just double check. Double check the this way. And so I have those backwards. That's funny. Backwards. This one is the smaller one, and this one is the taller one. There we go. Otherwise, it's not going to match up to the other side. Okay. Does that one go to there? No. See how it's angled? It's a bit angled. That means it got to go over just a little bit. So I got to leave a little gap in between those. So let's take all of these out. And we'll take all of these. And then we're going to leave this one, and we're going to just use a little trick here where we hit H. And then we can just put it as the same exact spot and then just nudge it over by one. And that'll give us our spot. And then we take the other one out. So again, we need to leave that gap there. It's lined up there. Then these are right next to each other. That's lined up there. And then down. And again, double check that that does go straight across. Sure does. Okay, and then we can connect this one down there. This one up here. Just to make sure that that's good. It does look good. Okay, and then we're going to take these back out. So we can go ahead and squeeze this one right back into its position. Okay, we did it right. This should go ahead and snap into there, which it does do. And that one into there. Okay. Okay, now we're getting it down. And then again, this one needs to line up off of these. And we need to offset it by one. Just a little bit there. And then here. And then how far? I'll line up here on. So we'll put the thing down and fix it from there. Let's do this first. And some of this you just build just a scaffolding to hold the other stuff. And then this one should go right in here. Like that. And then this should come up and snap into there. All right, now we've got the formula down. And that's what we want to do. We want to get that whole ability to get that down. And offset by 1. And all the way up we go. And then down. Yeah, you like that tab? Yeah, now we're talking. We're getting this going now. It's actually probably my favorite new way of doing assemblers. Because again, normally I do 4 and then I put 4 on top and I have all this logistics I have to do. But if you do this kind of switchback, it switches back and just fits perfectly across the whole entire 5x5, which is awesome. It just makes that so much easier. And you only need 2 line runs and it feeds 8 of them. And then it has a merged output. That's awesome. And if I had flipped it the other way, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work the other way because your lifters wouldn't have enough space to do it, because you have to switch the space. You got to use the space that's above the actual inputs. So very cool. Right there and right there. Very nice. And then we'll want to... what? If we want to do these again down below, we don't have the ability to switch them back the other way unless we build it up even higher. Which we can do. I mean, we still got a good amount of room up here. We could take both the inputs and then flip them back around and run them back across so they're at the same thing. So then those inputs could be chained to the next area. The problem is it would be on the top, and then if you're trying to run it down, it would be in the way. So you'd want to bring it up and then actually move it over so that they were running out over there. And the biggest problem with this also is that they are they're right underneath each other. So there's going to be a bit of running it back and forth anyway. Yeah. Yeah. All right, before we run all these cross lines, let's get all these in here. We can put all these back in now. All right, over here. Hold down Control, it'll snap into the one you already have. Best to do all of these first. And then get these in. Get all the ones of the same size first, because that's going to be easier. And up here. There. Very nice. Okay, now we're talking. That very easily over to there. That one over to there. This one to here. So we should probably do the lower ones first because it's going to get blocked. And then the upper ones. And then the lower cross ones. Like so. And then the upper ones. Like so. Oh, that is some awesome logistics there. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it felt like it was angled there for a second, but it's not. Okay. Just for a split second there, I was like, wait a minute. Something's wrong there. It's just the angle I was looking at it. Okay, so this is awesome. This is all self-contained in there. Yes. This is all good. All good. So all self-contained. It'll feed 2 of them in, distributed to all 8, and then the output will come out of here. Now again, if we have one up above this one, and we want to have it where the inputs go back, how can we do that? We could have it go down and recycle back out. below what we're doing. And then we could run it down, So, could we run it? Oh, we absolutely could run it right through there. And run it back this other way. And then chain it down to the one down below. We're doing some cool stuff now, everybody. We're really pushing our limits here. Pushing our ability to figure this stuff out. Okay, so now I can just do this and this. And run these to the end here. And this one to the end. And then... oh, this one I could just offset at the end. Like this. Come on, you. Oh, it didn't want to let me do it. Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, it's doing that blueprint designer thing, so I'm just going to do that. Yeah, and then that would allow me just to bring that down and run it back the other way, and then run it to the next one, which I can then bring down, and then bring it down, bring it down. Awesome! Love every second of it. All right, what else are we going to do over here? We got to think about how we're going to do our power. Is our power free? Yes, look, our power is not blocked by any belts, so we could run it either up or down. One of my favorite ways to run power, by the way, everybody, if you don't know this one, I'm sure most of you do. But if you take a power pole and you say, hey, I want to put a power pole on the top of this thing, you can see it doesn't show up. I can put it down here, but it doesn't put it on top of that thing. But if you go in and you actually choose the power line and then pull out a power pole, you can actually put a power pole right there on the back of that, which is one of my favorite things to do, everybody, because it is so clean. I actually think it should snap to the top of that. I have no idea why they don't let you just put the power pole there, because it is the perfect place for a power pole, because that whole space right there is not being used most of the time. There's nothing usually there, especially on your mergers here, where that space is being used. Of course, it'd be nice also to be able to take your little wall outlet and put it there so it's a smaller thing and not the actual whole pole. That'd be nice as well. But sadly, we don't have that option. So what we're going to do is we're just going to run it up onto the ceiling. I think that's the best option. So we're going to run these across. Again, this one's going to be a bit of a taller building compared to our other buildings. But we're really pushing our logistics now. And doing an epic job of it. Okay, now, can we get in and out of here, though? That's what we want to see. Oh, yeah, we can get in and out of here through the center. This door here needs to be flipped. Like this. Same thing with this door. The reason why it needs to be flipped is you're typically going to want to go in through the center like that. And see, this one's like backwards too. So, let's fix that. Like this. And then that way. Again, normally I like them together so they open, but it leaves the little part of the door that's, you know, it slides into that part and that part stays. Like when you get close to it, you can see, and then you just run into that part. So I don't want that part in the way. I want to just be able to fly straight in like this. And then fly straight out on the other side. And you can see that works way better. Way better. Okay, now we also want to go ahead and be able to merge in the stuff from up above also. So this one's going to go back like this, and then I can just cap one on the back there. So this would be an input. That's an output. This is a non-necessary one now. We can take that out. So those are inputs. Where is our actual merged output? Is in the center. We don't need another input on this side, so no inputs on that side. Cool. This one we don't need because these are merged outputs. So this is an... What's this? This is input. This is an output. I do this because it gets very confusing when you start doing a lot of inputs and outputs, and if you don't do it in the moment, you're going to forget which one's which. So this is an input, and then that's going to go through that output, through that other input, and then end up back at the bottom, which allows us then to chain it down to the next input, and then keep chaining it and keep chaining it. That's the whole point. The same thing here, that this would be an output of the raw resources, and then I could chain those down, and these are going to be the ability for me to chain down the finished resources as well. And then these ones over here are not necessary, so we'll get rid of those so those don't confuse us. And we better save that, just in case my computer crashes or something. That's a beautiful design right there. That is 8, assemblers. 8 assemblers. Used to mass produce items like AI limiters and stators. Man, we're going to be making a lot of all of that. Assemblers. Assemblers. There we go. And save. All right. I feel safer now. Ooh, that was a lot of logistics work there. Okay, so we got that done. We got it so it inputs and goes back, and we can loop it all back and just keep chaining these all together. Because in some of these, everybody, we're gonna need like 5 of these, right, stacked high, and just going from one to the next one to the next one to the next one, just producing massive sums of resources. We might need 100 of these, right, depending on how overboard we really want to go with it. Now, again, everybody, I don't need really any of these resources. Because I could finish the game right now. I absolutely could. I got to take this jacket off the back of my chair if I can coordinate it. There we go. Starting to dig into my back. That hood was starting to push on my lower part of my back. I was like, nah. Now we're gonna go long, everybody. We're going right now, almost 9 hours, but we're gonna try to do the trifecta here. We're gonna try to get 12 in today. There we go. All right. Oh, this one at the end. Hold on. That's what it is I was trying to see. Yeah, see, sometimes you just pick up a vibe, everybody. You pick up a vibe and you go, wait a minute, there's something not right there. And you definitely want to check it. 2 of them are not right. Oh, okay. Again, we didn't eyeball that very well. Let's fix that. Right over there. See, give me enough time, everybody. I will fix it. Remember, no backseat gaming. Let me go ahead and make my own mistakes. I'll see it eventually. And again, I always double check everything before I go anyway. And then the cool thing about blueprints is if you make a mistake, just take the whole blueprint out, go back to your blueprinter, fix the one thing you did. Like earlier, I forgot a belt. So I went back and I fixed that belt, and then every other thing after that, I just fix it on ones. If I've already done a bit of it, I'll just fix it. But I'll also fix it in my blueprint, so every further one that I do, I don't have to refix that same thing over and over and over again. We still have to go through and make a whole bunch of priority switches for all of this as well, everybody. Really what I want to do is tie in one priority switch that basically is for this entire line. So the power goes to the priority switch first, and I can turn this whole line on or off. And the reason why you want a priority switch is it keeps it on. Not only just the fact that you can turn it off, but it'll keep it on. It won't just turn it off by default, which is what it does now. So be careful. If your power goes off, boom, and you don't have any priority switches, it'll just turn that stuff off. So look out. Look out. You want to say, no, everything that's on this line, I want this to stay on because this is what produces my nuclear power. I do not want that to go off ever. For sure. Look at all of our stuff running underneath here. Look at all our stuff running there. Cool. All that stuff is producing massive stuff. Okay, so we fixed that. We're going to do power here in a second. Speaking of belt lines, let's go ahead and double check all of our belt lines here. You should always, before you kind of button this up, as I like to say, you want to check all your belt lines. You want to check all your lifters and all of that. And then also we'll test it when we go to run it as well. Those are all good. That's good. How's our belts? Everything's got a lifter on this level. Lifter. Belts, lifters. Also check the ends. This is where you usually make the mistake of not connecting those ends. Those are connected on that side. Connected, connected, connected. Over here, those are all connected. Okay, I think we got a good looking one. Let's save it again. We had to fix some stuff in there. We had to fix some stuff. Okay, we're good. Oh, let me catch up on the chat too. I'm trying to unlock the Dimensional Depot. I can't find the Sam. I tell you, Sidecraft, but you know what I want you to do? I want you to turn around and go, oh, there it is. You know, I spent 5 hours looking for it. And my chat was so sweet, everybody. They didn't tell me where it was, and I appreciate it. I'm sure some people knew. I'm sure some people knew exactly where that Sam Moore was and watched me do it for 5 hours looking for it. And I found it totally by accident because I was going over there where my quartz was. I'm not going to tell you where because I want you to discover it on your own. And I just happened to look over there and I was like, wait a minute, that's not quartz. And I went over and I went, ah ha ha, Samor. Now you only got to find a little bit of it and then you can scan for it. That's the cool part. That part I will tell you. Find a little bit of it wherever you can. Now you might find it, you know, hidden somewhere on the in the world. You might just run along and go, oh, hey, there's some Samor. And again, the second you get that ability to scan for it, then you'll find the nodes wherever you want. Or, even smarter, you can go ahead and start putting your radar towers up like I do. Now, I can bring up the map and show you exactly where it is, but if you don't want to know, don't watch whenever I bring up the map. As well. All right, we got that done. One more retweet. We got it yet? Nope, not yet. Keep going on those retweets, everybody. Your lifter's at the wrong heights. Yes, yes. Yes, that's right, Tab. Again, watch that backseat game, and I appreciate it, though. You're just trying to have my back. But see, what happens when people tell me things is instead of this big, long journey where I might learn some other things along the way while I'm discovering mistakes that I make, mistakes are really, they're learning things, brain. They're learning moments. So you can actually learn new things by making mistakes. That's how humans learn. So what happens if somebody tells me, well then bam, I get this much of a journey. But if you let me figure it out, then I get this much of a journey, right? And then I learn a whole bunch of other things along the way as well. And that's the reason why I ask people not to backseat game. I do appreciate it though. Don't think I don't appreciate you in the chat. I certainly do. But again, the backseat game, now there is time in which you can backseat game. If you see me doing a learn to play or something like that, I do have a bunch of those coming up. And then you can backseat game all you want as long as you don't tell me what the storyline is. So it gets it out of your system. That kind of thing. But again, don't think I don't appreciate you. Okay, now all we got to do is tie all this power together to this little power thing right over here. So we're going to look at how we want to do this power. Now this one's right here, so that's nice and convenient. I like to try to put them on these edge lines because it just makes it easier for me to run them. This is going to go right through there, and I know I'm not going to like that. So what do I want to do? Maybe something like this, and then tie that back? Or do I want to bring that one up to the top? Yeah, I want to bring... Well, actually, I should bring it up on this side, because this is where I've been doing all the power, and I could just switch it to this side now. Then I don't have to run it all the way to the other side every time. Put in those extra runs. Okay, so that there, and then this one bring to here. And we'll bring this over to there, this to there. That side to this side. Again, there's a lot of extra power poles. You don't necessarily have to be this extravagant with yours, everybody. But I'm the type of person who likes to get those power poles looking nice. Looking nice, not clipping if I can help it. Power poles are one of the few things that I do let clip, because I'll just say, you know what, I took a drill and I drilled through the hole in the wall, and then I ran a wire, and then I caulked it, you know, to make sure that no moisture got in there. You know, just kind of RP in your own stuff, everybody. Remember, they can only do so much in the game, right? The developers only have so much time in the day. They can only do so much. So I just RP in the rest. Not like I'm a big RPer, but, you know, I do what I got to do. Okay, power connected. This one, this one, this one, that one. This side, yes. Connected, 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 and then tied all together into this one thing right there, which I can bring up from down below. Okay. I think we got a winner there. We're going to give it a test run, though. We'll know the second we start to use it. We'll be like, this is what we got to do to make that work. We'll know. We'll know the second we use it. Now, here's the cool thing, everybody. So we did all of this stuff. We're running these raw resources up from our raw resource area here and running them underneath here, as you can see, up into this here. And then this is coming out of here, running into all of these factories that we just made today. And then, of course, recycling or looping back over here. Now, this particular one that we're making, the AI limiters, let me get over here in the right thing, too, just to make sure I'm saying the right thing that I put down on my stuff here. We need copper sheets and quick wire. Now, we know copper sheets and quick wire are among the first things that we did over here. So if we line up on that, we can run our inputs off of that too. We can just kind of break our inputs off of the line runs underneath. Right, so these line runs right here. So we can go ahead and run our quick wire and our copper sheets up to the upper part there, and just use this lower part as where our logistics are. Find a way up here. And so what I'm going to do is just put it right basically behind where I'm storing all of this. And I'm going to go ahead and restore the fix-it swatches here. And we'll go ahead and just take all of this out. And this is all part of storage, so we'll put that across there. There we go. That's a storage area. And then we'll just kind of give this a nice big push back. Instead of lining it up on this one, we're going to push it way back. And we're going to test this out. Now, if we do our assemblers, is there anything between the assemblers that we're going to make before we make the other thing that we're going to do, before it goes into the box? And the answer is no. The AI limiters, which I use also when I'm building stuff, is going to go straight back into the box. So there's really nothing in between, so all I need to do is just put down the assemblers, and that's it. Now, of course, it is basically assemblers for these AI limiters here. And again, we need to think about how much of this we really need to make. I forgot how much I said over here. So we really need to make like, how much? Move over. So copper sheets and quick wire. Yeah, we need to make 6 total output of these. And we could make a whole lot more if we wanted to. So we're going to divert some of this, say half of this output, which is not even needed, not even close. We need like 100 quick wire, and we're producing 1,200. We need like 25 copper sheets, and we're producing how many? 195. So definitely way more than what we need, but that's better than not enough. Too much is better than not enough, and again, it also backlogs, so I can utilize it as well. Okay, and then we'll hit H here. Oh, back to the game. And then we'll hit H. We'll try to line this up off our other one here, though. The H there. That lined up. It is lined up. And then we'll go ahead, put that right there, and see how this works out. Okay. Now our inputs are on this side, and our line runs are on that side. But our output is also on this side. What to do? Kind of feel like I should rotate that. Let's try it rotated. I don't think I need to do it that way. I think we can do it rotated how we originally designed it. Like this. Again, we'll hit H to line it up. It looks good. We got a 3 gap there, plus the 1 for the storage. So now we can bring our inputs in here. Now we're not chaining down on this one. We only need 1. So we can bring our inputs in. Let's offset them. Could bring them in on this side and then walk them around the side here. Let's go look and see where. Oh, no, not. Let's not do that again. We made that mistake earlier where I took out a whole thing of all the stuff we were doing. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Oh, that's really perfect. All right, yes, right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to put our floor holes here and here. And then just run this up like this. That's the wrong direction. Run that up, switch the direction, line it up to this, run it around into here, like that. And then the one behind that, we're going to do the same thing. And that is going to work out straight, beautifully. Okay, yeah, that's really nice. Okay. And now, the tricky part. Now we need to tap into this and run these up into here. So I'd probably say this one's going to be better over here because we can just split it and run it into here. Now this is where it gets awkward when you're just throwing splitters on a belt here. They're very difficult to line up to this, and it just so happens that it's pretty close to that thing there too. Again, you can't just snap it in there, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, you're getting the line, but it's really not perfect. You might be able to get away with it. All right, yeah, no, we got away with it. All right, very nice. Okay, so now we have our first element going in, which is our copper sheets. Now, over here, this one's the easier of the two. Because this one is literally right over here. And we have 2 of these coming out of here. And so we're going to split that there. And we're going to turn off straight. And we're going to run that right into there. All right, and there we go. That's all we needed to do. Now we just need a little bit of power. Let's see. Where are we running our power? We're running our power on that side. And we know that the power runs right here. So, actually, we'll do it on this side. We moved it over here. Oh, apparently, no, we didn't move it over there. We put it on the other side. Oh, because we rotated it the other way now. Ended up being the other way anyway. All right, that's fine. That's funny. That's funny. I rotated that whole power and redid that power so it'd be on the other side. And now that makes me want to put the power over here. So we'll put that there. And then we can go ahead and just say we're going to run this power down the middle here. Yeah. And then take this, chain that across to the other side. See how far we can get. Pretty far, but not far enough. So let's go ahead and utilize right there. And then, where's that at in the thing? Is it perfectly in the center? Yes. I mean, you're not really going to see that line under there, but you know, we're working at it. We might as well. Okay, then I'm going to cut this line and then include this in this primary power line. Now, what I'm going to do at the end here, and the reason why I'm tapping this one into this line is because at the very beginning, that's where I'm going to have the switch. And the switch is actually going to turn all of this on and off, including these other productions that I'm doing. So we want it all to be basically under the same power. And the same thing down here, by the way, all my extractors, are running down right here. So that power is actually running down and feeding down to all these extractors that are also feeding all of the stuff up here. So I don't want those to go off either, because those are feeding, obviously feeding the nuclear power. So all of that will be, basically I want that to always be running all the time. Okay, and that runs under there. And that runs up here, and we should see our power poles. We do see it. And now we are going to make some AI limiters. Oh, and it's away and running already. Yeah, I like it. Go, baby. No, not copy. Copy, copy, paste. Getting tight in here. Oh, wait a minute. This one's offset forward by a little bit versus these ones. I'm going to leave it on this one, but I'm definitely going to fix that on the blueprint. I think that could be moved back. Yeah, that one needs to be moved back a little bit. But we'll leave it on this one, because we already got it all wired and everything now. Again, it's no big deal. It'll still work out just fine. All these ones are nicely aligned. And see, that's when you notice that stuff, everybody. When you start putting it in production, you start going, ah, okay. Okay, how we looking here? That did not paste. Why did it not paste? Okay. Apparently it didn't copy either. All right, copy, copy, copy. Paste, paste, paste. Sometimes the copy paste in this game is a little funky. Now I can look at all the things and see if I missed any. This one, this one. Must have copied when I meant to paste. Okay. Now the thing about this, everybody, is that this is not coming out of my storage. So it's still backlogging a bunch of my storage for me to use, or I could have cycled it back out of my storage to be used on this. And then it would have the maximum amount as well. But it's more convenient because those lines are right there to just split the lines because I'm producing so much. And that won't be an issue. But I do want to actually produce extra and then eventually have that all be my dimensional depot for those resources. Okay, so now we got that going, and our AI limiters should end up coming out over here. Right in the center. Yes, there it is. Okay, AI limiters. Now we got to get these AI limiters down and go into right here, I believe, which is the third one over. Yes, it is this one. And let's look at the logistics of getting that to work. Come on. Oh, okay. Now my buttons aren't working. There we go. Sometimes it does that weird stuff. Can we get the AI limiters in here? I would say no. I'd say it'd probably be smarter to just bring this down. Bring the AI limiters this way. Tie this. That's not going the right way. Tie that into there first. Oh, no, don't like that. Turn that off. Then bring that down. And then AI limiters. That was scaring me. I thought I was going to take the whole thing out there. Okay. And then we need to get this over to there. Now, we can always come back later and make this all fancy, everybody. But all we need to do is get it to there. It definitely needs to come down further. Let's go ahead and try a couple of these down. And then 90 degree that one. Now we got some AI limiters running. Nice, that's actually perfect. Very nice. Okay, AI limiters produced. Check at the front. Ah, ha, ha. All right. Now we're to stators, everybody. Stators is next. Now here's the cool thing is we've already got the ability to make the stators because the stators is made from assemblers. So all we have to do is use the thing that we already made from the assemblers to make these stators. So Let's see. Stators, how many of the things do we need? We need 2 of them, and we need to produce 9 stators per minute, and believe me, we're going to be fine. And we need steel pipe and wire. So, let's go check where our steel pipe and wire is running. Oop, why we got nothing running? Oh, when you see your belts do this, something went wrong. No, 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 no. I disconnected a power. I did some sort of boo-boo. What did I do? Did I not run the power the rest of the way? I did not run the power back the rest of the way. Sometimes I can recognize it right away, everybody. Again, when you see nothing running on your belts, that's a red flag. That stuff should be running. All those belts should be full of stuff. Yeah, there we go. All right, it's back up and running now. Okay, so the pipes are right there. And we could tap the pipes back here. And then the other thing that we needed was what? We need pipes and we need wire. Well, wire's not going to be a problem. We got a crazy ton of that. It's just where the heck is the wire? The wire's right there. So we've got wire and we got pipe right here. So if we did tap into both of these, we could go ahead and divert those as well. So let's, oh, I already got it way open there. Okay. So we could divert those and we could input them and put them in the back. Now again, this is what's cool about blueprints is they don't necessarily all have to be the same direction. That's what I've tried to show you here is that you can actually adjust how it's working so that it ends up in your favor. Oh, we should fix those assemblers though first. Let's go back and fix that one assembler that was kind of offset. Definitely feel like I want to fix that. Just so when I give you guys these blueprints over on Patreon, for all my Patreon supporters, you've got a nice, clean thing there. And this one's really easy to fix. You just get in here and you try to align it. Now, the funny thing is I could have sworn I held down control to align those originally. I don't know how that got out of alignment, but again, this one's super easy to fix because we already have all the spaces and sizes. Now, this actually will work when you do this. Put the lifter in, and then the belt's already there. I never trust it, though. I am totally going to redo it just so I feel confident that everything's going to be good. Don't forget to reattach the power to this one, or that one's not going to run. There we go. So we got all that going. We got that offset. Those are all beautiful now. Again, it doesn't have any effect on the outcome, but it does have an effect on the beauty. And sometimes that's what you're thinking about, the beauty of everything that you're building. And that is a beautiful build, everybody. That is really well contained within a single building. And that's a lot of those on a single level in a single building. Man, we could just crank out so much stuff now too. Assemblers, you make a lot of stuff in assemblers. All right, and again, you see I'm trying to build also vertically so that you guys are all about that verticality. You learn how to use verticality to your advantage. Okay, so if we put it this way, we know that this is the front. So we want to go ahead and turn this to the left. And in theory, this should be our inputs. We'll put it down and we'll double check it. You can actually hit H for hologram and then go in and double check it as well. You can do it that way. All right, come on, open up. There we go. All right, now how do we know there's the inputs? Because it's going to have a certain direction in which it's running, which the lifters are going to have, right? So you can just act like you're going to put a lifter down. You can see that these are the inputs and then outputs at the bottom. So that is correct. Looks good. Okie dokie. Now we just need to get these in here, and we're going to kind of do the same thing we did before. We got some lines in the way there. We want to run our power up. even though we just like moved where the power was. Now we rotated it, but we'll just find that little spot that we need to run to. Where are you? Over here? I feel like it's over on this side. Yep, right there. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like it. We're just gonna tie it across. That's what we'll do. Go like this. We'll just do what we did in our other one, where we just tie it up first. And then we'll tie it across. Like that. Yeah, it's kind of going through that thing, but it's okay. We'll just roll with it. Roll with it. Okay, I'm going to tell it what it's going to be. This is going to be stators. A whole lot of them. Probably the most stators I've made in a really long time. At least at this stage. Alright, stators it is. Let's go. Lots and lots of stators. We got our... All of them got the lights. Yes, lights are good. And we're out. Okay, now we just got to get the resources in there. So we're going to run the resources in the back. And I say we do it right here, though it's going to block our door just a little bit. I say we just do something like this. We can run that up. It's going to be too close on that one. They're both going to be too close. More out. We'll see if there's anything underneath there that's going to block that. We'll see. And this into this input. Oh. They're probably going the wrong way because it just by default wants to always be going the opposite direction that you want it to go. I don't know. It just gets it right every time that it's wrong. Every time it gets it right. If you know what I mean. It gets the fact that it's the wrong way correctly every single time. It's really kind of annoying sometimes. All right, wire we've got right here. So that's easy. Where's our inputs? Right here. Okay, wire. We're going to say right about there. All right. Try to line this up. I'm trying to use the fact that I'm like centered on it. Center on that. There we go. That can go up just a little bit. Like that. Okay. Now, diverting wire. Wire good. The other thing, pipes, which are right here as well. Yeah. But it is actually right where the thing is. So we could do an under splitter, though it's going to be pretty ugly. I don't like any of that. I don't like it. What they need to do is have the ability to do splitters on the ceiling. Where you just attach the splitter on the ceiling. I'm sure there's a mod for that. But they don't have it, so I'm going to work my magic, work around it. Okay, so I want that to go into there. And I don't want it to suck. So we're going to make it suck less by basically making this so it splits right where we want it to split. And so we're going to put this right there, and we're going to have it go that way. And then we can take out all this kind of scaffolding that we're using. We can make this go up here into the splitter, and then come out to go that way. And then we will redo our very tiny lifter there, and that should also get those pipes going. All right, can we see the pipes? Yes, pipes are good. All right, I bet we're making some stators over here. Let's go take a look. Oh, up here. We're going to be up here on this side. Yes. So they're going to go in there. There's our wire. We don't need to chain our wire. Do we need to chain our wire? I think we might need to chain. Let's just chain it anyway, just in case. Chain our wire down, chain that one down. This needs to chain for the output. Oh, they're off and running. Okay, yeah, I see it coming in, distributing our wire. What about, oh no, our pipes are running too, because I can see the pipes there. Doesn't seem like it's producing that many pipes. What's going on with my pipes over here? Oh, that one stopped. Why is it stopped? I screwed something up, no doubt. Up across here. Oh, I didn't put the pipes in the back. Oh, that was my bad. Right there. See, I screwed that up. And then same thing here with our... it's only doing one half because the other half is stopped because I didn't loop it back in the back. For the pipes and for the things. I knew that seemed like a lot. See, again, the belts themselves are really, should make it really obvious if something's going wrong with what you're doing. And again, I just needed to attach those two things. I did it properly on this one. And now we should have a bunch of belts and a bunch of steel rods. Again, more than we actually need. Look at them go. Holy mackerel. All right, now we're really cranking it. And let's go check our wire just in case. Let's go back here. Make sure that we, oh yeah, we're looping our wire there. And looping our wire down there. And then we should be looping our one around the front that goes around and ends up in the back. Very nice. Yes. Very nice. I like it, I like it. How much wire are we producing over here? There's a good question. Is it more than a single belt? I didn't even look at the wire. How much is it producing? 780 on the dot. Okay. That's exactly the amount of wire it's producing. Is the exact speed of the belt. And that's probably because the input is the exact speed of the belt, and then it converts it then to the same amount as the input. Very nice. And we have two things of concrete. Let's double check our concrete back here. Yes, our concrete's all good. All good all the way down. Okay, so yes. Now we should see some of this, and we need to set the output of our stators and then run our stators where they need to go. Again, this is where all these line logistics. You can always come back and work on the logistics of all these lines, but it is very useful to get the general gist of where they go. And then maximize, so second to the last one. Oh, actually, I think I have it labeled back here, too. It's this one right here. And we're going to tell it that we want those stators to run right there. Where's our stators running back here? Let's go up here and see. Where do we want those to run down? Let's say right here. A straight down run. Into there. And then see how we're going to work out here. That is not what I want to do with that. Put that back in right there. Try that again. Sometimes it attaches it down below or beyond the thing, which is really awkward. Okay. Is this going in the exact right direction we want it to go? It is! Wow! Okay. Now, I can say that I just have super talent, and that just was a complete, like, I did that on purpose, or I could just admit the truth that that was just lucky. I always tell you the truth, everybody. That was just lucky that that miraculously was in the exact right spot that we needed it to, so that we could run it right into this into the box that we needed to run. That is awesome. Okay, my God, I think we're going to get this done. I didn't even know we were going to get this far, everybody. We've been absolutely crushing it. Getting super, super far here. We're almost to our control rods here. By the way, really all the other thing that we need to do other than control rods would be to do sulfur. And then once we do our sulfur, bam, we're in business, baby. So now time for control rods. Now, control rods need the stators and the AI limiters that we just made. So we also want to tap into those as well. Now, those are being output also over here. So we can tap into the outputs and run those outputs also. Instead of just running them down, we could actually split them first and then run them out of there. Oh, what is this? See, this is stopped. We got something going on with our... Again, we should be having a ton of those running right now. What's going on with our stuff in here? No, it's cranking a ton of them out. Looks like it's working at full capacity here. Up here. Oh yeah, full capacity. Just doesn't make a lot of them in a minute. It's also splitting them too. Oh, this is going to be awesome because we're going to let this run, everybody. And what's going to happen is eventually it's going to overwhelm with way too much of everything, and it will fill up all 10 of those boxes. Backlog into here and backlog into this and and fill all that up, fill all this up, all the way back to the original ore. And then when we come back next time, we'll basically have a massive backlog of everything. And so when we go to the next stage, when we actually are using our nuclear power, we'll have boxes and boxes and boxes of everything, including all of the kind of in-between resources, all the AI limiters and all of that. Now, I actually have a bunch of these resources already sitting way up here in my storage up there, which I will move down here. I'll actually reverse what I had up there and actually run those down and run them over here so they can sort into the appropriate box. And I'll just let that run and run and run. Probably not this time, maybe next time. Or I might just leave that stuff up there. I might leave it up there and just, you know, one of these days just delete it after we filled up down here. Again, it's not mission critical for me to go up there and take it out of there. Let's put that wall back in there. Missing a wall in the back of these. Okay, so we want to take the outputs of these, and we want that output to go to up here. So we want to split the outputs. So when we have this coming out, it'll split and go down in there, and then this one coming out will split and go up into the top one here. I kind of feel like I want to put it this way. What do we need for control rods? I think we need assemblers, right? Yes. Okay, how many assemblers do we need? Let's go see. We need a total of 2 assemblers. And we're going to put 8. Again, this is a bit overbuilding, everybody, but man, it really does have a huge effect. It really does. All right, so we're going to put this right here. We're going to turn our blueprint snap on. We're going to make sure that we have this rotated the correct way. Okay, now this is the cool part. This is where we go ahead and use this to feed that up into here. Now we're going to go in here and let's work on the power first. Let's just do our power, since our power is going to be in the same place on this one. And grab a hold of it as it is on this one. Oh, maybe not. Power thing's tripping me out. Oh, over here. Over here. cross over to here. Yes, okay. And before we actually run the resources, we can see that they're red right now. And then this is going to be a tremendous amount of electromagnetic control rods. Now, how many is it going to produce? I don't even care at this point. I know it's going to be way more than what I need. And so I can figure it out if I wanted to. I actually have it on the spreadsheet if I really want to know. But I'm just going to cut half of the resources that I'm producing and run them in here, and it'll be way more than what it needs. And then the other half will go into the boxes. So again, it's massive amount more, not just a little more, it's a lot more. Okay, so we got that in there. And so we want to go over on this side. And we're going to say, hey, instead of sending those AI limiters down there, we're going to take that out. And we're going to go ahead and do something like this. And then, oh, wait, we could do even better. We could just walk that all the way up here, like that. Going the right direction. Nuke. Have that come out of there. Into that splitter. Like this. Then we can just put this in the same spot, and hopefully we are as lucky as we were before. And that still will line up nicely to what we put in down here. It sure does. Awesome. Okay, half of it going that way, and then the other half coming up here, not blocking our output, which is very important. And then this will be this input here. You should see some of those stators. Those are stators. Right, that's what we want, right? Stators and AI limiters, the other one. Okay. So AI limiters coming out over here. So same thing over here. We want to go ahead and take this out. Put ourselves in a nice splitter there. Run this like this. This into the ground. Go down here. We'll take this out. We'll have some fun trying to realign that again. I think it was 2 down like that. See if it reaches. Ah, it just doesn't reach. All right, we'll go angled then. And then some AI limiters over there. Very nice. Now again, we could have just circled it out of the box and ran it back. Or I could have put this next to the box, or I could have put it on top of the box, on top of the storage area, and just run my stators and everything up on top from the ones down below. I could have just ran them straight up. It actually would have worked really, really well. But I kind of wanted to put it over here in the line so that any excess will end up over there. And then this will be primed for the primary line, meaning all the stuff that normally goes there will go there. Okay, this one's going to split, and we're going to line up where the splitter is. Right here. Where's the input? Up here. Here. Right there. Looks good. And then we'll come along here, and we will hit our straight function. And now we should see both our stators and our AI limiters going in there and creating some control rods. All right, come on, bro. Create me some control rods in here. I already set this up. All right, so now it's just waiting for some AI limiters to go in there. And let's see, which one is the first one that's going to get it? I think it's this one. Yes, and actually, I'll just put some in there. Okay. So this should be the first one that gets those AI limiters and stators. And again, I got a bunch of stators I can put in there too. And so these go really slowly. So at any point that you want to do this, everybody, you want to use your summer sloops, now is the point to do it. Because everything before this gets doubled. So if you're producing, say, like I am, 780, or using 780 of your ore, It just took that ore and doubled that ore because it's doubling the output. So this is the perfect place to use the summer sloop because, again, it's doubling all that stuff before. Everything you use for all that stuff that we just did today, that's just for stators and AI limiters. That's all that's for. So everything that we just did, we could double the value of that by overclocking these, or basically output multiplying those by 2. So it would output 8 instead of 4. And again, that would be a perfect spot to do that. And then actually I wouldn't even need the other 4 because I could actually reduce the production down to half, because that would produce as much as I need, right? So I could cut that way down, or as much as I would have been producing had I not used the summer sloops. But I don't really need the summer sloops. That's because I have a bunch of extra production that will go ahead and use it, and I have infinite resources that it's going to extract and run. So the ultimate thing of everything that we've been doing here is our stuff right here, which we're going to go ahead and put right behind here. And we will have gotten this done today. I can't believe we got all the way to control rods. Epic. Epic, 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 everybody. Very cool. That's not where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to go up here. All right. So excited. Oh, so clean. So nice. Down into there. And then underneath here, we have another one that we left open right there, so that we can go ahead and just turn this like this and get this one to go right in here, hopefully, if we aim at it nicely. Just go ahead and use our default mode there. And then just take this on home. I hope you learned some good stuff today, everybody. I'm showing you some of my best techniques. Again, this is some fairly advanced building here. And again, I'm showing you how to just do it in line, right? So you're just making the resources that goes to your nuclear power. And then the byproduct of that is you just make a lot of all of those things. And then instead of having a dedicated one that's just doing stators, we don't need to do that one. You have stators and you have extra stators. So if I need to make something like motors and I have a bunch of extra stators, I can just put a factory right on the top, which is what I will do later, maybe, and basically make my motors up here. Now in this case, because these poke up from the bottom, so I can access them from up above, I would actually put a kind of a stand there where you go in and you put in like a wall like this. I've done this on previous builds as well. You just kind of put a little stand for it to sit up over the top, right? So you have that part open and then it sits on the top of it there. And again, if you built it without foundations, you could just go ahead and put your foundations in like that, or you could go ahead and just do it all in one thing if you had built out your blueprints like me. Where you can go in and just put that whole thing in there. Oh, that's my road one there. But you get the idea. You can put the whole thing in there in one shot and just cover that up. Plop your motors thing down. Run your stators. And, of course, you'll need your rotors. You need to produce those as well. And just run those and bam. Then you're making those. And then you put those into another box. Right? And see, that's the cool thing about putting it above your storage is that you can then run it down into the storage of what you need. And my storage inputs are down here, but if I'm building up above, I would actually set the inputs up higher. But because a lot of times when you're working with your stuff, you're working on the bottom part of it, like the sorter and stuff. That's why I usually put it at the bottom, because it's just easier, because you're usually walking along your thing here, and you're in here doing whatever you need to do. It's just easier if you have it down at the kind of ground level. You don't have to fly all the way up there every single time. And this we can take out as well. Okay, so now we should see our final product right over here, control rods. Look at that, everybody. We did all of that today. And this, I bet you this is backlog in this quick wire. Let's see how many boxes deep it is. 4 boxes, 5 boxes deep. Oh, make that like 9, 10, 11. Oh my goodness. Or no, that's 10. This is 10. Get close enough. Yeah, that's 10 boxes deep. I already filled all 10 boxes with quick wire. Because that's 1,200 that's coming out of there. What's the other one that we doubled up on? Wire is the other one. So yeah, okay, we got that. And this one we started way after the quick wire. We're 5 boxes deep there. In the back here. Now see, what happens when this fills, everybody, is that it basically diverts all of the other resources toward the other direction. So after this is filled, then it gets all 1,200 or whatever I ran that way in the opposite direction as well. Wire hasn't quite reached box 10 yet. Let's see. Oh, we're at box 5, 6, 7. Box 7 already. That's like another hour, everybody, and that wire will be completely filled. Absolutely. And it'll be backlogged, and then, again, I can use all the rest of it elsewhere. I only use it over here to backlog, and then once I have a backlog, then I'll use the rest of it elsewhere. We'll figure out all the math of diverting all of that and using it elsewhere. But leaving a little bit of a gap so it can fill in. If I grab a bunch out of there, it'll fill it back in over time. And that's done, everybody. We just did, again, look how compact that is, too. It's all self-contained. It's all stacked vertically. Now, you can always come in and embellish it and make it beautiful and redo the thing. The whole point of it is getting the gist of it down and understanding how to work in a modular style, both vertically and horizontally. And you can see that some of these factories actually connect together. And you can do them just as easily horizontally. And then you can also stack the next layer of them horizontally. And then you're working vertically and horizontally at the same time, which is what I'm doing here as well. So that's awesome, everybody. That is really, really nice. Right over there. And that's going to produce a lot of that. Now, I think I missed my break because I was all wrapped up in it and I was having a good time. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take a little break here in a second. Let's see. What is the next thing we need to do? I think all we need to do is encased industrial beams and then our uranium cells. Yes. Now, our encased industrial beams are already ready to go because we already are producing our steel beams and our concrete. So we already have that. So all we have to do is run our steel beams and our concrete. And in fact, we could probably put it up on the top here of this. And just produce our encased industrial beams up there. That's another thing I forgot to put in here along the way. Oh, the funny thing is these are right next to each other, too. That's perfect. They're right next to each other, which means I could then just run them up into the factory. And by the way, we get the full amount, by the way, going into that factory as opposed to a partial amount. Another thing I can do here is I could split it and then run it down underneath and run it in a logistics level underneath as well. But these are supposed to be encased industrial beams right here, which is what we need to make. And then we are going to make some sulfuric acid, which doesn't go in these boxes. That's going to be stored elsewhere. And then uranium cells is the other one. Uranium cells, which actually is not going to be stored over here. Yes. Yes, uranium cells is going to be on the other side. Because we're going to add uranium ore to that. Yes, and our sulfur is going to be on that side too. Yes, sulfur on that side. So we're going to need to run these, yeah. So we're going to need to run the encased industrial beams. What do we need encased industrial beams for? I don't see it on my list here. Oh, it's down here for the uranium fuel rod at the end. Yes. Oh, that's an actual finished, that's a finished item. I see. Just like the control rods. So we need control rods, encased industrial beam. I could just show you here on stream, everybody. I always forget. You can also check this out, everybody. I'll go ahead and put a link for it also in the chat for you if you guys want to see. Remember, you can copy this, paste it, put in your thing. You can't modify mine, but you can go in and copy paste it and work with it and change the numbers to whatever is appropriate for your particular thing. But as you can see, the ones in green are the ones that actually end up at the end, which are the kind of end result of what I'm trying to make, which is the uranium fuel rod. And then if I make enough for uranium fuel rods, I can actually power 6 nuclear plants, is what I set it for. But I could actually do way more than that now. I could maybe do 12 or 24 or even more because I have max input coming in, and I could go through and recalculate everything based on that max input. But my max input is always going to be uranium because uranium is one of the rarest things in the game as well. But I could go get more uranium and double my production, and then I would have 12 and then double it again and double it again. And keep on doubling it all day long until I have every bit of uranium in the entire world. But you use uranium for other stuff later on as well. So for other types of things that you'll make. So we'll get to that later. But right now, I think 6 nuclear power plants ought to be good. That's a lot of power, everybody. That's a massive amount of power for what we're doing anyway. And speaking of power, let's go back to the game here. And before we take a break here, let's take a look at how our power is doing right now. Look at our power amplifier. Is that like got smoke coming out of the top? I don't think I've ever noticed that. Yeah, it's got like mist coming out of the top of it. You know what you do? You go up to this and you lick this, everybody. Watch this. You lick it. And it knocks you out. Didn't really bounce me back all that far. Let's try it again. There we go. My character loves it. There you go. That's pretty fun. Pretty fun. All right, I was actually going to go up here and check my power. All right, let's check the power. How we looking? All right, we got a little bit up and down there. I don't like that. There's something going on with our fuel we have to figure out. Probably our oil extraction. But right now we have around 32,000 power, and we're only using about 6,600. And we're about to add more power, a tremendous amount more power, where this gray line is going to go like that when we get that nuclear power going. And we might get to it today. We might get to it. We get the sulfur done. We got to get our encased industrial beams done, which is super easy because we have both resources right here that we can literally just run up above, put the factory up on the top, then run the encased industrial beams down and put it into the thing. We could definitely do that. And then we would go and we would work on our sulfur as well. And then get our sulfur going, and then our sulfur is going to make our encased uranium cell, which uses our uranium ore, so we want to keep that off to the side because that's going to radiate us. We also have it coming in on a train over there, so we can just run that over there. I try to keep anything that's going to irradiate my character way off over the other side. We also need to divert half of this concrete over that way. So we'll take half of it and run it that way, and half of it and run it this way. And it'll be fine as well. And we'll have a ton extra. And then what else? That's it. Then doing our sulfuric acid. How much do we need of sulfuric acid? We need about 10 of those. We need to go see what what's our input of our sulfuric ore. That's the next thing we need to do when we come back. All right, let's do some words on stream for you all to check out right here. All you big brains can earn some more Kiss Caps just by working together here in the chat. When I come back, if I see you guys working together, I'll give you a bunch of stuff toward future giveaways. Here we go. I love that music every time, everybody. Gets me every single time. I saw you press the button for Make It Rain there, Ems, just as I stood up. I saw you do it. Boom, there's 1,000 kids caps for everybody in the chat. We're making it rain, everybody. Well, we're trying to. It's not working. Now again, everybody, if you get every one of these words right here, I'm going to give you 5,000 cash for the entire chat. You can be the hero. Let's go. It takes more than one person, though. You can't just let one person do it. Oh. Well, that made it tougher. Stupid buttons. I was trying to give you guys some kids caps. All right, there we go. All right, finally worked. I think I got to run the Stream Deck as administrator or something. I don't know what's going on with that. All right, now I'm going to try to help you guys earn some kids caps over here by trying to put some of these words in here. Let's go. What do we got? Deep. You already got that. Need. What? I can't think of one word. Ha! Wow. I'm just gonna start typing letters together. D-E-N-E, P-E-N-E, E-D-E-N, I don't know. Eden, that's a word. Did you guys already put Eden in? Oh, man. Good try, everybody. Still gonna give you some kids caps for working together there. Good try in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you can't see and hear me. We're gonna get back to some Satisfactory as well, right over there. And if we press all the right buttons, we'll get back there like so. There we go. Now we are rocking this stream, everybody. We are 10 hours in, and we ain't stopping. We're going to keep on rocking in the free world. We're going to get it going right over here. So the next thing we need to do is some encased industrial beams, and we have already got the thing that we need right there, and all we need is some constructors. How many constructors do we need? Let's go look at our little spreadsheet over here. Let's see. We need a total of 1. So that sounds like we should put down 10 to me. So that's what we'll do. So we're going to go right up here, and we're going to go ahead and do a stand like I was talking about over on that side. We're just going to go ahead and run this along that like that. And turn the sound back on. And then we can go ahead and use our foundations that we did from before. We're going to hit H just to make sure that we nudge those right into position. Just like that. You can see now I've made a little gap in there, so I can go in there if I need to. Grab this stuff from the top if I need to, any of that concrete or whatever. But I can also stack an item up on top. So we're going to go ahead and bring the resources up here, and we're just going to whoop whoop right around the corner, a little whoop whoop right over there, and use that as an input for our, what do we need here? We need our assemblers. So we're going to go ahead and get our assemblers here, and we are going to try to snap them onto the top like this because we got a blueprint mode. Where is our inputs? I can't remember. I believe they are on the left. So we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of this. Or we turn it this way. Or we can do this. Or should we just take some of the resources from the 5th box up? We could do that. These are good questions. We could turn it this way. And just pull the resources here, and then what we could do is take the resource after we're done and run that back down into the box. I like that a lot. I say we do that. Bam. Let's go. Okay, now what we can do is we can just very easily go to the top 2 boxes here that are running up into the upper box here, and then of course feeding forward. So instead of it feeding forward, we can just do the exact opposite of that and have it feed backwards like this. Now, it'll still feed into that box and it will still work, but we can just have it feed this way because I have a double feeding in the box, so we can just kind of override that double feeding and have it go in the opposite direction like so. Now, I seriously doubt we're going to get our walls in there perfect on both of these, but we got it on one, and then maybe on this one we could use the center one. No, that one's not going to do that, so we'll just leave that one open, and if we're going to leave that one open, we might as well just leave this one open. And let's see how we do here. Now, we don't need to chain this, so we can just go ahead and run this up a bit. Now, our inputs are right here, so that's going to be a little tricky on that one. This one we can just bring straight up. I believe we can get away with that. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's going to be fine. This one's going to be a bit tricky because there's that offset right here. But what we can do is we can do a little bit of this, add a little bit of this, and run that back since we don't really need the output right over there. And we will run that all the way to the end, and we will run it back the other way anyway because it does need to go. Good to have it on both levels anyway. Like that. And then here we can go ahead and have that loop back for both sides when it's feeding that in. And then we'll go ahead and have those go in there. Now we need to tell it what to be so that it is making encased industrial beams. Oh, we forgot to run the power. Let's go ahead and chain that power up from down below somewhere here. Where did we run that power? Somewhere down here. We could go ahead and run it from underneath. And where is our power connector? That's an even better idea. We'll go up here and try to find this power connector that we have up on the side here somewhere. Not that side. It is way over here. Okay. So we'll go ahead and tap into that. And we'll just run this all the way down. And we'll just get an idea where that's going to go right there. And we'll go ahead, bring it down again. And then we don't want to run it to the main street, though. We want to run it so that it's part of all this power. So everything here is on the same chain of power. So we're going to try to run it back this way. See if we can reach over here. Not quite, but we can go ahead and backtrack it like this. And now you know why I ran this power out here. There you go. And that now is going to power that up. And if we go up here to the top, we should see some lights lit up in here. Yes, okay. We got the first one green, so we know that we are getting the right resources for the right thing. Let's copy paste all of this first. Well, we can see it. This is all working in here. We want to see green lights everywhere. Oop, that one did not get it. There we go. I want to see all the green lights going on. And it might take a minute for this to get up to speed. But this is the full amount of the backlog as well, everybody. It's not just a split of the actual production. It is the full amount of all 10 of those boxes being run into here so that it will convert all of it in encased industrial beams and then backlog those encased industrial beams all the way back into those other boxes. So this is the maximum amount of all of that. If the boxes are backlogged, those first 4 boxes actually, not the front boxes. We could have done the front boxes as well and just had it come out at the end where there's a backlog. But again, I like to save some for me to run in the dimensional depot and then also a bunch to run in here. So that'll get that a-cracking. Very nice, very nice. Kind of feel like it's going a little slow. A little slow, it feels. And you get a vibe after a while how fast stuff is running. Why does that concrete feel like it's going slow? Let's go take a look. Should have 2 lines of concrete. First, we'll check the back. This all looks good. Those are all running. Wow, look at it all coming in there. These ones all running, yes. Near concrete is notoriously slow as well. All good there. And then coming down to the end. All of this should be cross running. Some of these at the bottom are going to be kind of hurting for resources. So these ones here at the end are not going to have enough. But I got a bunch on me I could just feed in there for now. Use that stuff up. If you have a bunch of extra, everybody, you might as well throw it in these extra ones that you've got. And it'll burn up those extra resources. Okay, so that's going to there. We see that going there, that going there. These are all feeding downward. Look at that cool belt just running on the outside there. Right here, we have the raw resources feeding down. We have a separate input for the second one. That's all feeding down. All right, so that does look pretty good. Yeah, it's because we have that in two separate lines, but it actually merges together over here into one single line. So it should be going pretty quickly. But it's also splitting it right here because one half of it is going into the box and then the rest of it is going up. This actually is not needed anymore. So basically it's cutting that in half as well. But that should be plenty for us to make a bunch of encased industrial beams here. And then we can go ahead and kind of move these encased industrial beams right down here to the bottom. And we're going to just try to line this up nicely. Right here. Now, if we do put an overflow on these, which we might do later on, we'll have to, that's going to move out just a little bit. We'll have to go and move these so they're not blocking this. We'll move them out a bit further. But we can go ahead and do this. Divert this up here, so this is going straight down into that. And then underneath here, we can, wrong way. We can tie this into this other one. First, always trying to trip you up. There we go, going the right way there. Hope that this is going the right way. These literally are going to be right next to each other. Going out of there into there. Very nice. Okay, and that's going to run underneath there. And if we go look around the front, it should go through all those boxes and then end up in the very front, which means that we did it right. Let's go see. And we got encased industrial beams done. Wow. What a day, everybody. What a day. Again, we did all that prep last time, which really helped us a lot this time. That's it. We're done with all the basic materials. So now you know all the basic materials that you need, all of this, and all of this for your nuclear power. So you definitely want to get all of those running, very much like I did. You can just think of it as a blueprint for making not only the stuff you're going to need for your nuclear power, but also all the stuff that you're going to need, excess stuff you can make for other production stuff as well. All right, so now we're going to go over here, and we're going to go ahead and find where our blueprint is right here, and try to square off after this blueprint right here. So let's go ahead and square this off a bit. Say right there. Yeah, actually, we want to do the exact opposite of what I just did. I'm going to go in and take out all of these. And then more blueprints here. All right, there we go. And we're going to build out some fun over on this side. Let's build it out a little bit more this way. Okay. So again, eventually the uranium's going to come out of there, and it's going to run right over here. And we got to watch out when we start getting radiated. It normally does not give you superpowers, by the way. It normally radiates you, and you get to meet the Grim Reaper. So that's not good. All right, we can go ahead and set this to output, like so. One of the smart things you might want to do also is do a double output of this. So you might want to do something like this to get this out of here, because what happens is when the train comes to drop stuff off, it actually causes the output to stop. So what I usually do is do a double output, run that into a box so that it's also coming out of here or into some storage, which you're going to do. Train! Look at that big long train. I can make it even longer if I want. And you can see one of the resources it's out of, which means that we're burning that resource up, which is good. Good. Okay, so we got that going, and now we are going to work on our sulfuric acid. Now, the toughest thing about this is water. Now, I do have a little drop of water down here, just a smidge, like 10,000 tons. Of course, it's foggy and you can't see it, but there's a whole ocean full of water over there. I love how it's like dusk and you can't see. It's funny. And let's fill in the rest of this stuff here by our trains, just to kind of give us some room. Okay, now we don't need to put it right up on the thing, so we're going to have it run under there and end up over here. I can't think of any other things that I really want to store over here. So I don't know if I left a single... Did I leave a single run? I did leave a single run. Look at how smart I am, everybody. I did that probably on accident. I wanted to go ahead and leave a single run, because that's all I need is a single run of uranium to backlog over here. Now, the more uranium you have backlog... Actually, let's put it way over here. The more you have it to backlog, the more radiated the area is going to be. So keep that in mind. We're going to run that uranium way over there. Out of the way. There we go. Very nice. Like it. Okay. Now, again, we're going to need... How many of these sulfuric acid thingies? We are going to need... Come on, mouse cursor. There we go. We are going to need around 10 of them. So 10 of these refineries. Now, I believe we had already done a refinery as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at our stuff here. See if we've got some refineries that we can use. Over there. Maybe to get started. Huh. What did I do with those refineries? Right here. All right, fuel refineries is what we got. And we got a bit of a building. We have a couple of them in there. Oh, this is A and B, so you can put them together. And I need... Man, I've already forgotten. Look at that, 2 seconds later, but I already forgot how many I need again. I need about 10. So I believe this one is 3, and then the other one is 2. Yes. That's exactly what that's going to be. So I got to make the concrete, which I did. And then I got to make sulfur ore. Oh, we were going to see what our sulfur input was. That's what it was. Probably 600, I would imagine. And we actually wrote all that down, but I like to double check it while I'm going. And then we'll just convert all of it into sulfuric acid. And the real trick is how much water. That's a great question. Or we could retain some of the sulfur for other stuff. These are all good questions that we need to ask. And all we need is water and sulfur. And then once we make the sulfuric acid, then we can make the uranium ore, concrete, sulfuric acid, encased uranium cell. To make the encased uranium cell in the blender. So concrete, uranium ore, and sulfuric acid. So we'll need 10 of these. So 2 groups of 5. Yeah, biggest thing is going to be water. Okay, so what we want to do is take a break here. Go over here and figure out which one of these is... comes our train. Which one of these is sulfur? The last one. All right, this one is sulfur. And then we also have a box of sulfur right there. Let's hop this train and go see how much sulfur we have coming out of there. And again, I did write it down, but we're going to go double check as well. We got to definitely remember to go in. By the way, watch how it takes a shortcut. Isn't that cool? It knows to take that shortcut automatically. I didn't have to do nothing, as you saw. And I'm not driving the train is auto running. And so this is a uranium train, and this right here is all the other resources, quartz and sulfur and coal and all of that. Our other train's pulling out right at that moment too. Nice. There's our uranium down there. Now the uranium's already set up. All I have to do is just flip a switch and it will start running that uranium up here. It's the last thing you do when you're setting stuff up, everybody. Because the second you start doing that, it's radiation town. It's basically just going to radiate the heck out of you. That's why it's on its own track and way out here, out of the way. Normally, I build my nuclear power out here, out of the way away from my base, so I don't have to get radiated, because you're also going to have a ton of nuclear waste. But I built it far enough away from my base, I think I'll be okay. We'll see. We'll see what happens. There you go. Morning, Rotisserie G. What's up? Yeah, thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. Okay, now we're on our way back, and we need to check in. I believe this one here in between is our other coal node, our pure coal node for our compacted coal. That's what that other small train is doing. So we have multiple trains running on the same tracks but doing different things. And then this is where our sulfur is right here. Jump out right here. And our sulfur is way back over there because we had run this back off to the side. Yes, I see it right over there. Go for it. Free falling. I'm good. Now what I can do is just hit the space bar. If you are floating and you start to fall, you can just kind of spin the rotors of your little hover pack, and you'll be fine. Plus, also, if you're at full health, which I am, and you fall, you'll never die. It's only when you are not at full health you die. So if you even have a sliver of damage and then you fall, boom, you're dead. So keep that in mind. Okay, over here you can see we're doing our extraction here, and I was right, it is 600. All right, awesome. Then we'll take the quick way back here. We can get on the belt. This is the old school way too, by the way. This is before hypertubes. This is how we got around. Whee! There's my buddy Fred. What's up, Fred? Whoa! Flew off the side there. And speaking of hypertubes, back up we go. All right, 600 extraction. Let's put that on the spreadsheet right over here. So we need 480 output. So we have 600 sulfur ore. It's going to use 50 and output 50. So, oh, wow. Okay. So it's going to If I do all of it, it's because it's 1-to-1. It means if I do 600 in, it's going to do 600 out. So that makes that nice and easy. I need 480. I'll probably just do the whole thing. And that means if I'm doing 600 sulfur, I'll need 600 water because water is the same. It's 50, the same as the sulfur input. So I'll need 50 water each, so I'll need 600 water. And I'll either run that water, package that water and run it, or I might just run it as fluid itself. Because I could run that in a single pipe. Or I could use a train to train it over here. I could use a vertical train too. I very rarely ever have trains that go like this. Ways, by the way, a trick way to use trains is to use it in a circular motion like this because it doesn't slow down. I've seen lots of people do that. That's a great little trick. I don't know. Maybe we'll try that. We'll do a little circular train that brings us some water. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, we're back up here. We need to get on the train and head our way back. Let's go ahead and hop a train. We're going to play chicken with the train. Let's go, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, God. Oh, God. That was close. I survived. I survived. All right. Heading back. Let's do it. If you aren't careful transporting nuclear waste, you might get uranium fever from the fallout. Yes, look, now you make me want to go play some Fallout. Look at you. Look at you. I really actually want to play some 76 again, see how it's been doing. Anybody been playing some 76? Have they added a bunch of stuff? I bet I missed a bunch of cool stuff in there. I just have so many other games on this gigantic list of games to play. And they all seem to come out at the same time, too. You had 7 Days to Die, you had Satisfactory, all come out to release at the same time. And I really want to play a big playthrough of Satisfactory here as well. Again, one of my favorite games. Very, very fun. One of my favorite games of all time, by the way. Okay, so we got to get this sulfur from over here to over there. Probably should actually put this on the other side. Now that I think about it, and I could still do it. But we'll probably use some of this coal over on this side too. Yeah, some more of this coal at some point. Yeah, we just need the sulfur here. So on this particular one, I'm going to go ahead and go to the front of the sulfur here and just loop this back. I'm going to offset it a little bit here so I can see this actually running down in there when it's running. There we go. Another good use of this is so you can see when it's actually running. And we'll go under here, turn our light on, and we're going to need to do some logistics here. Definitely need to run that under. Now I'm running it back under the railway, so you can see where the train railway is right there. And so just beyond this red area is where I want that to end up. Wow, it just so happens that at the max distance at 6, that's exactly where it ends up. Right there on that outside edge. Nice. Okay, now sulfuric acid in itself does not radiate you. So what we could do is actually add a train to this train track and add another station if we wanted to. We could move this station forward and just fix our little turnaround there. That just basically is bringing the water and dropping off the water. Now we're going to need 600 water, so that's going to be pretty tough. So we should probably bring 2 things of water if we are going to do that. for sure. And we probably just extend that out. Or we can just make another station just for water. Maybe put it in front of this. And then have it unpack the water. Because we could also pack the water and then transport it that way. Which might be an easier way to do it. And we could do a dual packing in 2 separate cars. And then output it and then undo it. And so it'll be going at 600. I find that when you're doing it as fluid, while the fluid holds more and is easier, when it's outputting the fluid is when the problem is. Because when you're outputting that fluid, it doesn't always have enough time to empty by the time the next train comes along. And the second that train comes along, it stops the output. So your throughput is very low. And we actually had to fix a bunch of stuff. We had to do dual outputs and all of that stuff because it doesn't work as it should, where it should be coming out of there at 600. It doesn't actually come out of there as you would expect, like it would with an item. An item will just come out of there at maximum speed because of the belt speed. So we'll think about that. We'll think about it. Where did I put that line so I can go ahead and remember where it's at? So I'm going to go ahead and just put a floor hole here. Just so I know where that's kind of at. There we go. And now, again, we need 10 of our refineries. And so we'll bring our water in, and we'll pipe our water and our stuff here into our refineries. So let's go ahead and actually make ourselves a blueprint over here. Actually, I should probably move that up a bit, too. Let's just put a blueprinter over here temporarily so we don't have to run all the way back and use that other one. Let's put it this way. And we'll go ahead and check what these 2 things are as well. Let's see, where was it? Power. And then we had A and B fuel refinery. So let's go with A. All right, so A is the one with 3. Yes. It's the one with 3, and then we can just connect them across into the B one. So we build 1/2, and you build out. When you have very large factories, you can build pieces and parts, and you put the A down, you put the B down, and then you connect them 2 together. That's what I did with these ones, which is very effective. And this looks like it's merging. This looks like it's fuel output, and we are going to do sulfur. So we can just go ahead and set these to sulfuric acid. Because we're just going to rename this anyway. Double check that they are all sulfuric acid. Okay, so sulfuric acid has 2 inputs and 1 output. In this case, we have 2 outputs here and not 2 inputs. So we're going to need to fix that as well. Yeah, we're going to have to flip that. Yeah, these are mergers. We're going to have to flip one side to the other because we're kind of crowding this side. And this side is the actual input. So yeah, we'll have to flip these on this particular one. So let's flip it around the other way. Like so, and we'll readjust how we have all of this, obviously. We'll at least somewhat line it up. Like that. Okay. Take all this out. Get our pipes. One of the easiest way to do pipes is you just, unless it decides to go the wrong way, is just to run a long pipe in between. Like this. Just run a long pipe. And then you just put your splitters in. And it's easy mode. Edna mode. From The Incredibles. Okay. That's all output. That's all good. Okay. And I gotta get these connected. Right there. Okay. Now we gotta redo all of this. All these pipes out of here. Okay. Okay, now we're just basically going to do what we did before, but in the reverse. So this is going to go in. This splitter is going to go here. So that's going to be an input. Let's take this out because that's not going to work. Which way do we have this outputting? I think we had it going this way. And that is an input. The way it's going to go now. Put our pipes in. Pipes. Sometimes it doesn't snap on these when you have these already here. That's a huge bummer. All right, come on, go down. There we go. It's a huge bummer, so if you want it to be perfect, you got to run a little bit of this out, and then it snaps. It's kind of annoying, but you do what you got to do. Do what you got to do to get that perfect snappy snap. And again, you're supposed to be able just to hold down control, and it will snap to the end of that. But when it has multiple things it could potentially snap to, that's when it gets messed up. Over here. And that goes to there, and that goes in there. That goes in there. And we'll cross-connect all of this later on. Okay, again, there's no reason to totally reinvent the wheel if we've got a general idea of how to make this work. Right there. It's time we got left. All right, we got some time. We got some time. We're going to try to get it going. Okay, and this will be our output. Sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid. All right, awesome. We also took this out, so all the power is no longer going to be connected. So we definitely want to look at our power and reconnect all of these to our power. Oh, no. I didn't switch the other two. Ah, my bad. My bad. Actually, those are not going to line up, so we might as well just take those out. Take that out. It's my bad. Totally forgot to swap those. Okay, now all this stuff's going to be different back here now. At least I noticed it before I put it down as part of my actual design. No problem, we got this. trust it. I'm gonna do it again anyway, even though that one's probably okay. And then should have done the pipes first, but see what we gotta do. Yeah, that would have been all turned around the wrong way. The reason, what showed me that that was the wrong way was the fact that the power was still connected. And once I saw that power was still connected, I was like, uh-oh. Something's definitely not right, because that power should have disconnected when I took it out. But I didn't take it out, and thus why the power didn't disconnect. I should have to reconnect this one now. There we go. And reconnect that one into the power lines. Okay. So now we got those in there, and now we have to do the old copy. Paste that back in there, paste that back in there, check and see if that's good. All right, that's all good. And how are we having this power go? We're just running from each of these, apparently. It's not like attached to the wall or anything. Okay, those refineries are looking good. We can go ahead and uncolor this one. So this is the output. And these are inputs. What the heck? All right, that's going to input from that side. And then this is actually an input on this side. So we're going to put this as red also. Input. So again, we'll put our water in here, and then we'll put our sulfur ore in that top part. So that should be good. All right. Let's go ahead and save that. Now notice I made that one very specific. I told it what I wanted it to be ahead of time instead of going back later. 3 sulfur refinery building used to produce sulfuric acid. And this will actually change to yellow. There we go. And then save that one. So that's the A building. All right, very nice. And then we'll load the B building up. And we'll fix that one as well. And the first thing we'll do is take this out and flip it around the other way. Put the pipe in the way. Don't trust any of this piping. And again, this is going to output sulfuric acid. I don't like that at all. That's too close to where we're putting that down. And we might end up with a little piece of pipe there at the end or something at the end that's going to kind of mess us up. So let's not risk it. Take that out. And whoa. I keep losing power over here. power line over there, so it stopped dropping out. Let's stop losing that power. Take all that out of there. Okay, and again, we're doing double inputs instead of single input and single output. And same thing here. We're going to go ahead and do our lifters first, just to get an idea of where we're going to start that. Our splitters, I think, going this way. Which way was my other one? See, when it goes to pipes, pipes go in both directions, so you're fine. But when it comes to splitters, you got to make sure that you're going the right direction. I think it's going this way because that's marked as green as an output. So I'm just going to assume that I'm right there. And we'll just go with that. See how it works out. Take this back out. Okay, and then lifters back in. Run our pipeline. Getting very close now. Very close to getting this done. Then our small little segments. We can get it to snap. Take these little segments. I try not to make small segments or kind of little mini segments. I like my segments to be one long segment because, or as long as it can be, because it's easier to troubleshoot than if you leave it in those small little fragments and then you're like, oh, I wonder why it doesn't work. Well, that's because you left it in those small fragments. That's why. I'm going to take this out as well. And then this is going to be an output, so we can kind of chain those across there. It's going to go that way. And those are going to go down, and we'll have an input here, which will chain from the other one. We'll tell this to be sulfuric acid. Like so. Oh, you know what I should have done is I should have colored the building too. Let's have some fun and color the building yellow as well. So we know that's our sulfuric acid. Normally I have yellow as a road, but in this case I think it's very appropriate. We color all this yellow, especially the output. That we know that that is a sulfuric acid run. Okay. Actually, that's an input. That actually would be more like blue, because this would be water. This is an output. So this is what we want to be yellow. Like so. Okay. That's just, it makes it easier visually to kind of remember what the heck you're doing. All right. And we switch this, so we should have to run the power again. There we go. Okay, this is B3 sulfuric acid of our second part of our part B. We'll change this to yellow. And we'll save that. And then we'll go ahead and pull up A again. Notice that I put it in the undefined area now. That's easier to kind of work in that undefined area before you actually categorize it. I usually leave it in there until I feel like I'm moving on to something else, and then I'll put it in category. Otherwise, it's just easier to get in that first category. And this way. Coloring all that in. Okay, let's color all these in. Let's color our output. Let's color this input. All right, looks good to me for now. All right, let's go ahead and save that. And then we will test it out. All right, let's put A down first. What direction do we want this to face? Probably toward us. Which way is the input? The input is on that side. So, stretch. 11 hours. 11-hour stream going on. I think we want to turn this around the other way so that when our inputs are coming in, we can just run them in over here. And again, I feel like I'm just going to add another train station. Actually, I can come around and just have another train station right here as well. That's a little close to having a second train station there, though I might be able to get with it. Yeah, I think I could get away with that. Have another train station there just for the water. So let's take this out and take this out. I'll have it this way. And so the sulfur can come underneath, and then the water will output from back here. And then we'll do two. Are we going to do it as cargo, or are we going to do it as a thing? I think we're going to probably just do it as water and have multiple fluid things to try to counter that problem we've been having. Let's go ahead and put some more of these in. All right, fluid. We'll try fluid and see if we like that. How many of these is it going to be? We need 600, so we're going to go ahead and just double up. And we'll probably do like 1,200, and then we'll have a massive backlog, and we won't have to worry about it getting confused. And then we'll route that train over here. So we'll actually make it where the train, this is one of the few trains that will actually have at a ramp, and we'll try a spiral and see how a spiral works. I think we could build half the spiral and then use it as a blueprint and then just work our way down as well. But we definitely want to put in some block signals here. In fact, I think we want to put another block signal kind of up here when this big long train comes through. Because also our water train's going to be right here, so this train's going to have to stop while our water train is doing its thing. So I like to put it back a little bit. I don't like to put it right up against the station. Most people do, though. So we do that. And then this one usually waits for this one to go. Once you get past, like over here, again, it's based on the length of the train. So this is my longest train right now, so I'm going to basically watch how far that train goes first. Over here. And then when it passes, let's say right here, that's going to allow the train on the other side to come through, because this right here is not cut off. So it's going to think that this part here is blocked. So we'll want to put a block signal there too, so those two trains aren't slowing each other down. Okay. And that looks good. I think that's all we need. We're going to call this water drop-off. Right there. Now, the reason why you'd want to use a train to bring the water and not just pump the water is it takes a lot of pumps, and then it also takes a lot of time to run those pipes and do all the pumps and do it. I have it down. I can do it pretty quick. It doesn't take that much, but I am up pretty high here, so running water way up to here, it would actually be smarter for me to run a train up this high, or even a drone. And it would also be smarter for me to package it than it would be for me to use the fluid part. So what I might do is I might try also not only the fluid, but I could also add 2 more, which also could be the packaged version of it. And I could package and unpackage it if I wanted to. The problem with packaging is that it takes a lot of plastic. It takes a lot of canisters. And so what you want to do is you want to have your canisters being used to package it, but then after it's done unpackaging it, you can then reuse those canisters again and send them back down there. Now that would be a great thing for a drone that could pick up the empty canisters, take it back down to the water, drop off the canisters at the water, it repackages it again, and then brings that water up and just recycles those packages over and over and over again. That's a great use for a drone. We may or may not do that. We'll see. We'll see what we want to do. But first, we're going to just try it as fluids. And again, I suggest to double up because your fluids don't work all that well. So again, you'd expect if you have it 600 coming in that it would be 600 out, but that's not what it's going to do. It's usually like around 500. So again, it's going to cause our sulfur not to be at maximum. But it doesn't matter because we don't even need our sulfur at maximum. But again, it's the point that matters. I would rather have it running at peak efficiency. All right, and again over here, we'll go ahead and do this. Now we also want the water to come out. We've got to go under here somewhere and find what we did with our sulfur right here. Again, we'll just run this way over here this time, just so we get an idea where that's at. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Okay, so that came through is under the train. We got our water eventually. And the other thing that we're going to need eventually is concrete. But see, this is going to output a fluid. Yeah, this is going to output sulfuric ore. We'll need to bring the concrete. So we'll do the sulfuric ore here. We'll bring the concrete over. And then we'll match it up over here with our uranium. And then that will produce our uranium fuel rods. And then those uranium fuel rods are the things we need for running our power. And of course, the other thing that we need for our power is, and again, we can put our nuke thing down right over here. Let's see, where is it? Over here, power. Nope, that's not even close. Nuclear power, there we go. So what we're going to need is the fuel rods, but also we're going to need, oh, I'm in the way. We're going to need water. So we need water for this as well. So we definitely want to have a huge backlog of water, and if we're going to have 6 of these, I'll probably downscale it to 5 because that'll be more than enough, everybody. It'll be way more than enough for what I'm doing right now. Again, we can always scale it up later as well. But as you can see that it's going to consume about 240 water per minute, and it's going to produce 2,500 megawatts. And if we take 2,500 megawatts and we go into game and we hit the end and we say 2,500 times 5, that's another 12,500 power. But I can scale it up even higher to where I'm scaling everything to maximum and then basically producing a lot of everything. But in this case, I'm basically limited by the amount of uranium that I'm extracting. So I could go and find more uranium and add even more if I want to. But again, we're aiming for about 5, 6 nuclear plants. And one of the cool things to do is after you do all of this is on your uranium fuel rods, you double those. You double your uranium fuel rods so that you're producing twice as many. And basically what you're doing is you're doubling every single resource that comes before that. And you saw how much work we did today on all those resources. So we can basically double it again. And then now we can do 12 of them, right? Very, very easy to do. If you just do it at that last part of the process. All right, so again, we need water over here. So if we do, let's say we did wanted to do 12 of these. Let's say we do one less just so we have extra. So if we end up doing 11 of these, that'd be 11 times 50. So we need 550 water just for that as well. So 600 water for one and 600 water for the other. So I would definitely add another couple cars here. So let's do that. We'll take all this out. And we'll add another couple thing of water here for our nuclear power plants. Sorry, my bad, train. Sorry, my bad. I interrupted you there. Was trying to pull out of there, and I interrupted what he was doing. All right, so let's just say a massive amount of water. So let's say, 600, 600, 600, 600. So 2,400 water we're going to bring out of there. And then combine those two so we have a massive amount of extra water. So it's always running at full efficiency. And then the same thing here, always running at full efficiency. Because water has a diminishing return. And again, because the train takes an amount of time to go pick it up and bring it back, you'll have that diminished time. And water's super cheap, everybody. Super cheap to produce, super cheap to extract, and run over here as well. Oh, look out, Hitman coming in. Whoa. Whoa. That alert went really weird there. Thank you very much, Hitman, for the 12 months in a row. You got your dragon wings. Everybody show him some love in the chat, everybody. He's got a brand new sub badge for being awesome. Let's see those thank you emotes in the chat from all of my subs. If you're not a sub, make sure to go in there and use some hearts. Remember, these are the people that keep this crazy stream going, everybody. You're the ones that actually keep this stream on the rails. Microsoft's the one that tries to knock it off the rails all the time. In every way that it can. All right, we'll take our nuclear plant out of there. Okay, and now we're going to go ahead, and we're working on our sulfur here. And we want to get the sulfur going. So, do we want to run our sulfur this way? I kind of feel like we might want to run it this way. Yeah, let's give it a try. We put it down, we see if we like it. We don't like it, we can always change this another way. So again, our input is on this side. And we'll just kind of back it away just a little bit from the railroad tracks here. And we'll go there. This way I can bring this up and feed that right into there. And then we can also bring our water out and we can feed that directly into there as well. And then we can just run it down the line here, and then this will all be in the front. And then we'll use our B blueprint. Now remember, everybody, if you are a Patreon supporter, if you're a patron over there, you will get the blueprints for this. So you can try this out for yourself. And have your own A-B stuff. Sometimes I do A, B, C, D, E, I mean, a whole bunch of them all together. We'll get to that eventually. For right now, we just want to keep this rocking and rolling. So let's go ahead and connect these together. Let's get this water together over here. And then, of course, our sulfur coming in there. Now, we're also going to chain this to another one next to it. We can probably take this out now. I think we're good on this right now. We're going to clear that. And we're going to just take that out of the way so we can get this going. Now, I like to leave a gap in between so I have a little bit of way to get through. But we don't need more than this for now. So there's A. We got to get this aim in the right direction. Which way is the input? This one. Input is there. All right. Want to make sure that we got this lined up. So our inputs and outputs line up. Back that up just a bit. So the arrow is pointing toward us. There we go. Now we know what's up. Arrow's pointing toward us. And then B, the arrow turning toward us. And then we'll chain these across. Sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid there. Water across here. Sulfur across there. We'll know if we screwed it up, that's for sure. Because the stuff won't make it to the end. Let's go ahead and connect these two. Get all these pipes in here. And over here. And we'll go back and check that we did the cross connects there and the cross connects here. Yes, we did. All right, very nice. Now we're going to need some power. Did I run the power in here already? I don't think I did. Let's go ahead and see how we're doing our power here. Doesn't look like we're using our power from our station. So let's go over on this side. Just kind of figure out how we want to run that power. Oh, it's right in the center too. Yeah, we'll just offset it back just a little bit. And that's going to come from our primary power. And then, actually I should have went and looked what the power is. It's in the back of all of this. Yes. Maybe right down there. Nope, too far. That pole is just there to help me line it up somewhat straight. Then put that into our primary power. And again, we'll have to add priority switches to all this later. We're going to leave that open so we can come back and do that. All right, all of these should have little lights that are getting that going. Got to connect our power all together now. I'm not going to bother to put a thing there. I'm just going to run it direct. And this to that. And these all, we go up on top. They should have some sort of light lit up. They sure do. All right, we got all of our yellow lights. This is waiting on materials now, sulfur and water. And so sulfur pretty easy. We can just go ahead and say, you know what? We want our sulfur to end up right here. Trying to line that up nicely. Wrong direction, of course. Because this game loves to troll you. Should like auto detect the direction you're trying to actually send it to. That would be nice. Okie dokie. Alright, so for there. All right, now the way you know it's working, first you go ahead and look here, but you just go all the way to the end. And if you see sulfur all the way at the end, you win. That's what I always do. I always go right here and see if any sulfur makes it all the way to the sin spot. Yep, there we go. So that we know that that can be reached all the way through. So that's good. We could probably put this one back now. Okay, now we got a big water problem we need to work on. And that sulfur's got to make its way down. It should be coming out of there pretty quickly. We have a lot of sulfur backlog. And again, it's going to use that overflow technique. So it's going to fill this one and fill that one. And oh, this one's already filled. This one right now is going to fill up. And then once that fills up, it's going to go next one and next one. It's good to kind of let that run while you're doing other things. While I'm working on my water, the best thing to do is just let that run. Also, all my other stuff over here, I'm letting it run. That's why I didn't do the water first. Because the water is going to be the most elaborate of what we're doing. Because we're going to fool around with some trains on it. We're just going to see if we can spiral it up and use some blueprinting to spiral it upwards. Let's go see if we can figure it out. Let's have our train bring us the water. Now, there is some water right down here that we could tap into. Maybe we'll use this water and just spiral it up right here. And that'll save us from having to run way out there, spiral it up, and then run it over. Kind of tempted. Let's do it. Let's see. Let's go this way a bit. That's going to center us a bit better. I'm going to say right here, just because that's going to be easier to run underneath there. And then we can just run that out over there. Yeah, we can just run the power this way. Okay, let's, first thing I love to do when I'm doing this is just make a bunch of walls. Like this, because we're going to need to run the power down, and we're going to do a whole bunch of power management stuff. So we'll tap into some of our road power here. And I'm just going to put that power right off to the side like this. And then, as you go down, you can go ahead and just keep adding power so your hover thing doesn't go off. And then down. You want to go down too far. If you go down too far, you'll be too far away from your little power node thing. And then you're going to drop like a rock. I could count the maximum distance, but I rarely ever do. I just go wherever I kind of get the vibe of where I want to go. And down we go. Again, I could just run the piping, which is what I've been doing in the past. I just run the piping straight up into there. Totally a legit way to do it. Actually, a better way of doing it than to actually use your train. Because you know it's going to be consistently... oh, look at the cool light under there. You know it's going to be consistently running at that 600 rate. Where the train is less than perfect. A reflection. It's throwing me off. Get that out of the water. Okay, so also what we just did is we just aligned the stuff to the world grid. These ones here. We aligned it to the primary grid of our base. And so now I'm going to go in and see how our foundations sit down here. All right, they sit under the water, but how far under the water? Oh, perfect. Just enough where it's a little bit below where the water is so that the actual pipes will run down and be in that flat area. Now, what we want to do is we want to create a train that can come pick it up and then run it all the way back up there again. And working with your trains, especially curved trains, is probably the hardest thing in the entire game. Absolutely. I wonder if I could run a train in the water. I don't think I've ever tried to do that. Don't tell me. Let's give it a try. Oh, wait, we can just do this. Hold on. We can take all this out and just go sideways like this, and then switch to our trains. And get our, oh, missed one. Get our train foundations down here. We can just switch to our different ones. And we'll just hit H there to see if that's centered. Yes. Okay. Gotta pick it up again. So, if we put a train station here. Train station. Right here. Train station. With freight, fluid platforms. Fluid. Just say left side. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll run some power to the train station. Then we'll make some tracks. Let's see if it actually lets us run it through the water. I don't think I've ever tried this, and I love trying new stuff. All right, survey says... Cool! Ah, we just learned something. So yeah, you can run it a little bit down in the water. I don't know if you can run it all the way down in the water. I don't think I've ever tried that, but hey, you know what? Let's give it a try, see what happens. Let's run this train in a big circle down into the water and see what happens. There we go. Survey says... Wow, it's a submarine. Can I drive it backwards? Oh yeah, it still runs. I thought it was gonna stop. All right, let's make a submarine out of this train. Oh, I went too far. And it, when I go in the water, it knocks me out of build mode. All right. Get on your your Disneyland sub adventure. Here we go. Ah, okay. No, it did stop there. If it gets too deep, it'll stop. Oh no, it actually what the track's not connected. That's what it did. Disconnected my track. I thought it was because it was in the water too far. Apparently no. Let's try it again. Okay, yes, now get your sub-adventure on. Here we go. Oh, yeah. No, it runs underwater. That's a nice train, everybody. I did not know it did that, everybody. I just tried that for the first time. We now know that trains run underwater. It's kind of hard to run those tracks because if you're in the water, you can't run it. But if you're floating up above, it'll actually follow the terrain, which is what I did there as well. So very cool. We learned some stuff. We learned some things and some stuff. Ooh, there's some Spideys over there. Okay, so we want our train to come out, and we want it to turn around, and we want it to go back the other way. Like so. And we want to go ahead and go to Blueprint and pick this up. Snap to Blueprint mode. And we're just going to kind of manually run this here. Manually turn this train around. We want to give it some room. I want to kind of have it straight too. Let's say there. Get this thing out of the way. There we go. You can see that I have it set up to where if you do it right in the middle, it's like a 4 gap. It'll actually be perfectly around the other way. I don't really trust the angle of this, by the way. What I would do is I would take this out and then run a straight track like this. Doesn't matter how long the straight track is, as long as it's nice and straight. And then come back and reconnect that so you know that's a perfect arc and that your track is going to come out nice and straight. Otherwise, what happens is you have your track doing this all the time. And it's really annoying. So we got to get this train from here all the way back up to there. And this is going to be a fun adventure here as well. So I kind of feel like what we'll do is we'll go over here on this side. And I'm going to go ahead and just bring up, let's bring up the wall here. Or we could just use this existing wall. Oh, there's leftover from my stuff I ran through here. Oh, there's some more leftover. I missed a few of these. I missed some of those. We'll just go over here and we'll use this a bit here. We'll just bring our foundations out. Like so. And then we can just go ahead and drop some foundations down. Like this. Nope. Not good. Do that again. All right. Snap it in there. Snappity snap snap. Okay, now we've got a little place to work here. We're going to go ahead and see what we can do with our blueprints. Over here, we need our blueprinter. Let's see what we can get going on. Okay, so we want our train to come out of that circle like this. And then we want it to spiral up either that way or go here and then spiral up this thing right here to reach the top part. Now our track is actually out on this edge, so it'd probably be smarter if we had it spiral. We can have it come out and then spiral its way up here and then end up on that track. Or we could have it spiral up and end up on the track over here. I think that's our primary track there. Yeah, so if we had it spiral up on this side, it would end up on this side of the track. Right here, and then we can just have it merge with that track instead of having to go and get on this thing and then turn around and do all of that. So smarter to come right here, and then it's at level with right here. And of course, based on how our spiral works out, we'll see. All right, now I've not done a spiral in forever, so this is going to take a minute for me to try to remember. It's basically just a circle that goes upwards. All right, so first we'll start with the entry spiral. So we'll start, obviously, with a nice straight segment. Something like this. And then we want it to go up. Now, one of the things that I love in this game, everybody, for when you're doing more complex stuff, if I can press the right buttons, is my metal beam. So what I'm going to do is have it go around the corner and start to go upwards. So what I'm going to do is just put a metal beam, actually right here, and we'll see what we can do. So I'm going to click on this, and then I'm going to click on the metal beam. And you're like, no way, Kismet, I didn't know that did that. Now you know. Kismet hooking you up. That's all you need to do, everybody. Look at that. I'm telling you, that metal beam is the stuff. So I just made a spiral, everybody. I know, I'm awesome. It's amazing. It's incredible. Did that in one move. You're welcome. I discovered that forever ago, everybody. I was like, man, this metal beam is the thing, man. Why am I not using this more? I use it for a lot of advanced building. Absolutely. Especially for stuff like foundations and stuff. All right. Now, you notice that this doesn't do that, right? You'd think if you have a wall or something that it would just sit on the wall and whatnot. Keeps making me fall out, too. Hold on. I got to go over here and utilize some of this power under here. My power right here. Run that underneath here so I can stop floating down. There we go. All right, so you'd think if you did this, it would just automatically go up on the wall, but it doesn't do that. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to check the maximum height we can get away with. with our thing here, with our metal beam. So we're going to put the metal beam right here along this wall. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to just try maximum height first. And we'll take a few of these walls out so it doesn't think it's trying to do the walls. And let's see what we can get away with. It definitely does not like that. All right, too high. Okay, so now we'll go down by one more. And again, we'll just work our way down. I think I have it on this, yeah, on this one right here. On my little quick key set. So click, drag, let go. Take that out, and I'm just using the bars for measurement. Okay, doesn't like that either. All right, down we go. 0. We'll just keep testing it. Amazing that I guessed it on the first try. That's crazy. I guessed that like on the first try too. Maybe a little flashback from the last time I tried it. All right. Why is it not working now? That's weird. It was working until I straightened it out. Now it doesn't seem to want to work. Let's move it back a bit. Oops. The trick to it. Wow, okay. All of a sudden doesn't want to work. Working just a minute ago, now not working. Let's try that. And I always suggest everybody to fuddle with it. Usually you got to have a pretty good arc. We could pretty much arc to there. We'll get this working again. There it is. Okay. So, looks like that arc was too far. Maybe we got to go way off to the side. But if you run it to the side, the problem is it's going to go outside the thing. Yeah, it's going to go outside the thing. So I think the problem is that we got to bring it in a bit. And in theory, this should work. Based on how far it is to the edge, I bet. So it's all about elevation and about angle and distance. Yeah, it turns too sharply. Man, I forget. It's been so long. I think we need to actually move the track over just a little bit. Really maximize our deal here. And we're going to just to here. And so if we go 2 and 2, so in theory it would be right here. Yes. Okay. Just like when you're making a curve. You'd want that to be right there. Okay, now we go ahead and we'll use our basic walls. Again, because you're coming out 2 here, this is the corner, and then 2 here, it'd be right here. Let's go 3 high and see if we get away with that. So we're going to do 1 arc, and then we're going to do another arc on top of that. So, see if we can get up there. Okay, that's too steep. There. But if we move it back, say a whole frame, and bring it up, see if it's fine then. Oh, it's fine then. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. You'd really want it to end up being a perfect curve so that you could then do the next thing. So let's say 2 walls high. Now remember, once we have one of them down, we can then just connect them together and spiral them upwards. And again, it's been a long time since I worked on one of these. It's cool how it comes back to you, though. Alright, something like that. I kind of feel like that needs to be over. Back, we could just stack a bunch of these like that and use all of them as a base. And say something like that. Okay. So now we're going one out and turning to the center. Oh yeah, we're at the center now. So in theory, you could go 2 more walls up right here. Actually, we make it 4 walls. Just put a bunch of extra beams in there just to make it easier for us to align that. And then this would go to this. Oh, okay, we got it. It just needs to go back just a little bit. Yeah, can we just take it as one full arc now? Now, see, now it says it's too steep. But it would have been nice just to take that as a full arc as well. Now, another thing that we can do is we can try out our foundations. And so we'll go ahead and put a foundation on this side. Oh, we want it to be in the center, like this. And then take out our metal beams. And then we can also try this old technique where you're just running it up here, like so. Probably be best to have like a small segment there. And you're not going to be able to get a full segment on there because it's got to be just a little longer, like a thing and a half. But you can just go ahead and just try to track that up to there. This definitely needs to go back. Like this. Yeah, this thing's in the way. I hate how this thing does not rotate. Really irritating. Can't just flip that track around the other way. All right, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. So we could just do that. And then, again, here. That's way too close. Out here. Another annoying thing is that's not rotating the way it should rotate, like this. Take this out. And we try to rotate that up to there. Turns too sharply. Got to move back a bit. What are you doing? Ugh. Started from this side. Kind of just make the smallest segment possible. And then see if it'll run up there. Real question is, would it run in one segment? Nah, I think it's got to go up by... Maybe go up by one. We're going to learn all the super tricks today. I find one of the funnest things in the game, everybody, is just to experiment. Get an idea of what you're trying to do. Experiment with platforms, with different things. They're going to help you do this. Yeah. Turns too sharply. Your goal is basically to trick it into doing what you want it to do. If this thing was wider, I could probably do this better. Because it's not quite arcing in the center. So you'd want this to be more centered. Let's see if we can get it to arc in the center a little bit more. Nope. Nope. Probably going to be too close. What if we go in the other direction? We go down and let it choose the arc, like that. Okay. And then now we can go and try to arc up again. Or we could start here and try to go backwards. That's too bad. And then we'll put the back segment in there. Then we'll just try to go the other way. Yeah, that works going the other way. And then that going in there, or we go back this way. And we could try to backtrack the arc. And that arc is a really wide arc. You know how wide that is? Yeah, it's a real wide arc. So, see, that's the problem is that heavy, tall arc there. Let's try to move this over to the edge. Ugh, God, that's so annoying. Okay. Back that up a bit. Yeah, that's tricky. Oh, bingo! I knew it was there somewhere. All right. We did it. How did I do it? I did this arc first. I kind of reverse engineered this arc on where to start this arc. And then came in at an angle like this. And then came up like that. The problem is, though, you need a blueprint that you can just then do the next one and the next one and the next one. And that's not an easy feat. Because now you're really up against a wall here. It might even be easier if I just built it myself. Yeah, a vertical arc is tough. Because again, you'd want that to be one piece. Maybe have it just doing one level at a time. Let's take this out. Let's put this foundation right in the center. And then this one at 2 in the center this way. Gonna try to get our arc on up in here, everybody. Alright, so this one we're gonna start it over here in the very center. Not gonna let us because it's lame. I can't rotate the darn rail piece. Maybe we'll do this. Maybe it'll let me rotate it if I have that. Nope. Okay, you're making this annoying. Alright, let's try up here. Take this and run it to here. Ugh, God, come on, just let me do it the way I want to do it. Let's just go back this way. So there. And then we take this out. And then this down to here. Is that exactly the same? No, here's the exact same. So this is going to be offset a bit. Okay, so now we're just doing the elevations a lot slower. And not as quickly. And we're trying to get it lined up in the center. So I'm going to go ahead and put one right there. And then we're going to try to see if we can just do this all... Oh, darn it. I should have did that. I should have did the outside edge of that first before I took that out. So I could do this side. So I can see if I can do this all in one move. That's what I'm trying to do. Nope. Cannot do it all in one move. Let's just try it. Like this. Nope. Definitely let me do this. And then it'll let me do this. Runs too sharply. This is another thing they really need to work on in this game. Is this this issue with these train curves. See, these curves do work. I just have to finagle them into working. That's the thing. Oh, we're running out of time just when we're getting into it. And it's working. It's going to take a lot of time to build that. To build that up in there. And again, we can put our start track in, but what we would want to do is just have this where this could connect up above and keep it going. Yikes. Build it here and then build it over and then build it up. Alright, well, you guys are getting the gist of this now. You can make your own spiral train. This one's not that great though. I mean, you'd want it to be fairly perfect. But it does allow me to go, see, to half and then go up a bit and then do another half. But the train kind of flattens out and then goes up, flattens out, goes up, which I don't really like. But, you know, we got to do what we got to do. We got to live within the limitations that we are given. Like so. Told you I'd get it going on. Been so long since I did this. Cool, right? Yeah, see, I'm showing you some cool stuff. I told you I'd tell you some, show you some of my epic stuff here in the stream. Again, it's been a really long time. And again, I've done it by using the pole, but I also, this way's a little easier because you're half arcing and then you're half arcing again. And you're maximizing the use of the blueprinter. So yeah, I just had to remember how I did it before. It's basically you're centering these pieces are centered across all of the blocks. Again, it's kind of a tricky thing to discover. Once you got it going on, you got it going on. All right, I think one more ought to do it, and then we can try to see if we can stack them. It doesn't end up where it starts. That's the problem. Yeah, see, it's supposed to end up where it starts, where I can connect it to that other side. But I might have to add a few of my own in between. I don't think we're going to get away with putting the track up here, but you know what? We'll give it a shot. Let's see if we get away with it. Nope. It is outside the blueprint designer. Well, that's going to do some of the work for us. As you can see. And so we're going to go ahead and take out all the walls. And it'll be like it just magically happened. Now, a lot of times when you're building stuff in building games, you're doing what I call scaffolding, where you're just kind of building temporary stuff that helps you build that thing. And then your job is to take that out later and then go back and make it look legit. One of the things that I do like to do is actually put supports in. I don't do it a lot in this game because what happens a lot is that is the fact that you end up taking them out, putting them back in, taking them out, putting them back in, and so on. And again, I could put a metal beam there, but you can see that the metal beam is right in the way of the track. So you'd want to think of another way of doing that, of your supports. They actually have supports in the game, in here, where you can use like painted beams and beam connectors and all sorts of stuff. Like a cool beam connector would be neat over here on this side. And then your double connectors or whatnot. One of the things about the beam connector is you can't just